I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish. Rubbish.
That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VIN AND SORI. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Fire merch.
Fire merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
So buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We have a ultra combo
ginormous stream tonight.
Beautiful people.
With some of you guys' favorites. We've got DJ Nick and DJ Ben on the same stream tonight.
Yeah, some your guys' favorites as well as mine, dear listener, as well as mine. I've always said we're allowed to have friends, damn it.
Yep. And as you guys will notice, Ben, the timestamps have already begun. Put them all in there.
Shout out to DJ Ben for that.
Yeah.
It's a game changer. It's a game changer. Okay, guys, universe is aligned indeed. We have song numero uno is coming up. We've got 9 songs for you beautiful people today, plus a little more. You got Ben Bear in the house. You got DJ Nick, of course, in the house. We've got these 2 individuals have cooked up quite the night for you beautiful people on a Friday. And as soon as we put all the stuff on Facebook, Insta, Patreon, all that jazz, we will be ready to rock and roll. But this is going to be an interesting one. There's some bands that we haven't heard from in a while. Slayer.
Babe, every time I put that link in there that I'm getting literally right from this moving video, it keeps telling me that.
I don't know.
I'll do it on the next commercial.
Yeah.
So we're going to be a little bit late on that one. Okay. All right, let's check it out, you guys. It is huge tonight. We are going to be here so long with you guys. All right,
Boundless Domain, is that the song?
Mm-hmm. That's the name of the song. The name, okay, actually, let me get that timestamp.
Yes. 509.
509. Okay, so this is what our DJs have to say to us. I believe that when we're hearing words, it's coming from DJ Nick. Welcome to DJ Ben and DJ Nick's Mix of Metal stream. Ben and I each have picked songs from multiple metal sub-genres. Ben has death metal and thrash metal. I have deathcore, djent, and power metal. We'll be starting with Ben's first 4 picks.
This is really interesting. So read that line again.
Ben and I have each picked songs from multiple metal subgenres. Ben has death metal and thrash metal, and Nick has deathcore. Did you say djent?
Djent.
And power metal. We'll be starting with Ben's 4 picks first, and then my 5 picks second. That's definitely something here. There's definitely something here for everybody.
For everybody.
So let's headbang, villagers.
And if you can't find something in this wonderful mix, then you're not real. That's what we used to say in the hood. He's not real.
Yep. If you're not real, you're not allowed here.
He's not real.
Go find another YouTube channel to subscribe to.
Don't
My
talk
words
to
are
me
like.
about MC's got skills. He's all right, but he's not real.
You guys, season 3, you're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Okay, Creeping Death, Boundless Domain. Are you ready, babe?
Almost ready. Almost ready. It almost doesn't care.
Oh, Creeping Death. Okay, so this is one more thing that DJ Nick says. An album from last summer that I thought was a really good and deserves a bit more attention. This is the title track of Dallas-based death metal outfit Creeping Death's Boundless Domain. I think did that sound as weird to you guys as it did to me? In my head when I read it sounded a little choppy, but okay. It deserves a bit more attention. This is the title track of Dallas-based. Oh, the Dallas-based. That's what threw me off. Okay, sorry. So they're from Texas, looks like.
Tina Banks in the house.
What's up, Tina?
All right, here we go. Song numero uno, Creeping Death, Boundless Domain.
Oh, that was Ben's words. Oh, yeah,
band.
right. That's Ben's words because these are Ben's picks, the first few of them. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see what Ben has for us. We're going to decide whether or not we still like Ben or if...
Shout out to Peter Silver. I don't think I've ever seen homie in the
Peter?
chat, but
we know who you are. I'm just kidding.
I like that look he's got. He's got kind of like a Kurt Cobain if he was still around type look.
Mm-hmm.
Richard in the house, man. These are old school people in here.
Oh,
Shout out to all my beautiful people. Like, share, comment, subscribe. If you're on the Rumble side, we may be able to actually get a contest in here. We'll see.
Guys, got to get those likes up. When the likes get up, we get to add up points. With the points that got accrued during June, do those get rolled over to July until we get some winners, or?
Yes. So your points,
I'll update the list.
If you made points, then you're gonna be able to have them roll over so that you can redeem. If you're watching us on Twitter, shout out to everybody watching us on Twitter. If you retweet, you get put in a drawing. If you retweet 5 times, then you'll automatically get a half point or a point or whatever. So, I mean, we're really in there. We're trying to give stuff away, y'all. We're trying to give stuff away, but we need you to participate, unfortunately. All right, here we go. Song number 1 is Boundless Domain. Let's do it. Dark.
Life was just an illusion either way.
Shout out to Middle Earth. All right, that was
Creeping Death.
Creeping Death.
Boundless Domain.
I thought it was initially going to be some sort of Metallica cover because Metallica has that famous song "Creeping Death."
Yeah.
But no, this was its own song in its own right. What did you think? The riffage on this shit was crazy to me.
It's heavy. It's very heavy.
I'm a big riff guy because I play guitar. You guys know that. Or I attempt.
Stop saying that.
I attempt to play guitar, dear listener.
He's really good. Okay, you know what happens too? Is sometimes he has his amp and sometimes he doesn't. And also he plays with a guitar that's missing like one or two strings. So it'll sound like a certain way and then all of a sudden like you'll play something that's been like plugged into the amp and I'm like, what's that? And you feel like that's his song. I'm like, well, that sounds different. But I'm like, well, you know, when you get an amp, you know, and strings,
yeah,
it changes things.
It does.
You'll see. Okay, so Ben said that this one, he thought that it should get a bit of attention from this channel. I agree. I think that they're thrashy.
Yeah, it definitely got the death metal side of it. Who was supposed to do the thrash and the death metal?
Ben was on death metal and thrash metal, and
okay.
This to me sounded like a combination of the two of those.
This sounded more death to me than thrash, but there was.
I definitely heard the thrash.
There was some thrash parts in there for sure, for sure.
Mm-hmm. But definitely, I can see what you're saying with the death too, because vocal style and such.
Death metal and thrash metal, you know, both. Obviously, more so death metal had that chunky guitar shit that I like. Where the guitar is almost another percussion instrument. Thrash, it's like everything is it's the same, but it's at like, you know, the RPM is much higher. You're doing a lot of triple picking and stuff, and so it's like it's fast. It's not necessarily chunky, if that makes any sense for me anyway. What did you think the song was about? I have a little theory.
Yeah, go with your theory. And I'll jump in as I...
So the unifier of madness seems to be some sort of like being or person who... All the craziness in the world. Like
it didn't mess with him.
Imagine if you were able to like collate all the craziness in the world. Because it's talking about unifier of madness.
Like the Giver?
Well, no, the Giver is experiencing those things as an individual. Whereas it looks to me like this guy... is the one who like takes all the crazy from the world and unifies it kind of in himself and then redisperses it so that everybody can be crazy. Because it says,
oh shoot, okay,
the unifier of madness, the first of its kind, through undying tribulation, he maintained a sound mind. So the irony is crazy because on the one hand, he's the unifier of madness or insanity or an unsound mind. He unifies all these people, but he went through all these tribulations, but he was still able to keep a sound mind. In the midst of the hellish aeons, the mental torment we've endured, no semblance of cohesion, yet it was he who planted the seed. So,
Jeez.
because of everything, and it's mostly, human sin or human insanity in this universe, in the midst of the hellish eons, the mental torment we've endured, no semblance of cohesion, yet it was he who planted the seed. So this unifier of madness is somehow above all the pain and suffering. And, people generally, suffering is a major factor in driving people mad or like driving people crazy.
Yeah.
There's usually some sort of horrible event or something that you just cannot get over, that drives you into madness. But this
Do you think that it's the suffering or it's the questions in the suffering?
Well, the questions.
Why and
the questions don't get
could it
triggered.
have been prevented? And
the questions don't get triggered unless they're suffering.
Well, for instance, if you have suffering, like you had Jesus on the cross or whatever, there's suffering, but there's an understanding of the purpose in it. Do you think that?
Well, we have understanding of the purpose of it now because we have special revelation. But the people who are watching it happen, who did not have that revelation, so they're just looking at. There's this guy I thought was going to do everything, and now he's getting crucified. See what I'm saying? Like I don't.
But that's the point of.
Now looking back, we have divine supernatural revelation that gives us a reason for why he had to suffer that way.
Yeah. But
there are a million instances of suffering where we don't get any divine revelation.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I'm saying, like, I feel like faith changes things for us. So, for instance, if you have suffering and no, you don't know why or the understanding of how, like, there's a million reasons, I'm sure, why God does the things that he does or why he brings certain suffering into our lives. But I mean, like, one of the reasons he's trying to teach us something and we can grow through it if we look at it as like a learning. But if a situation is happening and there's no, like, it's just chaos and there's no hope of anything good coming from it, don't you think that that's part of where the chaos or the insanity, like the madness comes from? But if you're suffering but you understand it's for, like, the purpose, like, obviously with Jesus, they didn't know it at the time, and people were running and hiding and they were terrified, and so they were acting as you would. But then once they had a different understanding of the thing, you see what I'm saying? Like, how much of suffering makes us mad versus how much of the why is this happening to me? Why is this happening at all? Who's to blame? Is there anybody to blame? Could it have been prevented? Like, all those whys and the questions that are unanswered. Do you think that is where the madness comes from? Or do you think it's suffering? Obviously, like, if somebody's being tortured, even if you have all the answers, it's still going to drive you mad, but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't see any difference between saying suffering catalyzed these questions. The questions and their lack of answering wouldn't drive you mad if you were not suffering. So,
But would you go mad if you were suffering, but you had an understanding that, like,
well, obviously not from a Christian view. Yeah. Like, if you have some sort of, but again, that's divine revelation. If you don't have divine revelation, all you have is, it's like Bertrand Russell said, cold, pitiless indifference. Richard Dawkins talked about that too, that the universe, eventually you figure out that the universe is just cold, pitiless indifference to your suffering. So, like, it's the suffering that catalyzes those conversations. People generally don't have those questions. Why does this happen or whatever? When somebody wins, like, the lottery, like, they don't say, like, why did this happen to me? And they're not like screwed up. They don't like, your average American is like waste, I don't know, like a ton of food a year or something like that. We're not troubled with, like, world hunger because we're not hungry. It's until you experience somebody you care about, or you come face to face in a proximity with somebody who lost somebody due to hunger, that then generates those questions. So to me, the suffering that catalyzed those questions and the suffering itself aren't different. People generally don't ask those questions until they go through a bad situation. With us, we've always had a divine revelation that gives some sort of meaning to suffering. I mean, as a Christian, even if you don't have a hyper-developed, like, John Piperian understanding of suffering, you at least still have the cross, where the worst suffering that could have been endured was endured for the best possible outcome. So, as Christians, you already have that wired into your theology at the basic level, even if you don't understand concurrence and all these other theological terms. So, obviously Aurelius would say it's not the event, it's how you react to the event that makes it suffering. Because Aurelius was a Stoic.
Okay. Okay.
And I think there's some truth, but I don't think it's ultimately true.
I knew you were going to say that. But why? Why?
Because, as I said, people generally don't ask those questions until they're catalyzed by the suffering itself. So, if the questions were there the whole time, that would be one thing. But those questions really don't get answered or asked on a practical level until something happens to us or something happens to somebody we love and care about. When everything is good, like Steph Curry won the MVP 3 years ago, whatever it was, and he was crying. I don't think he had a bunch of existential questions that night about why there's so much suffering in the world. You get you ask those, we don't ask those questions unless A, you're just a philosopher and that's your job, or B, something happened to you or somebody that you love.
Mm-hmm.
But if you disagree, then
I'm not sure
okay.
I fully wrap around what you're saying. So, what did she say?
Well, Trinity was saying, being crucified, I've read, is one of the worst, most painful, excruciating ways to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, the term excruciating itself comes from crucifixion.
Mm-hmm.
So ex means out of, and crucis means, the cross. So it's like pain out of the cross, or pain like the cross. That's what the term excruciating actually means.
Whoa.
So it's, it's one of the most horrible ways to die, humanly speaking. But of course, when you have Christian theology on top of that, which is Christ is bearing the sin of the world and being punished directly for the sin of the world, that is a category of suffering we don't have a category for.
Well, I think I've been a Christian my whole life, and obviously you go through different phases of strength of faith and weakness in your faith, but I don't think I've ever fully lost faith. And I remember meeting people when I was at the height of my faith, and they were like, I can't believe like you do, Sori, but I wish that I could.
Yeah.
I feel like that would change my life, but I can't. I just can't do it. And I think that there's a way of looking at suffering that and trying to pour meaning into it that doesn't actually help. So for instance, when I went through my miscarriage, one of the reasons and one of the ways that I was able to kind of keep walking forward through it is because I believed that God was going to use it and he was going to do something through it, and that the glories that would come from the situation would outshine the pain that the loss of the child brought me. That was kind of the way that I sort of moved forward. And then over time, I started realizing that I was not really dealing with the pain side of it, because I was just trying to focus on, okay, what's the good that's going to come out of it? But I was never taking the time to actually heal or feel until you started asking me questions. And then that's when I started looking at it and facing it and stuff. So I guess my overall, because I do think that I'm sort of drawn towards Stoicism, because I feel like I'm a very emotional person. So emotional that I can, something can be in black and white literally in front of me, and I will read it differently than what's actually written there, and I have to go back and try to cut all emotion and reread it to actually know what it says if I feel emotional about whatever's going on. So I guess the question, if I was to kind of put it out there, would be, I do believe, let me just put out there what I think, and then you kind of poke holes in it if you see it that way. I'm looking at a situation when we experience pain, and we all do in varying degrees. You have questions. Why did this happen? How come it happened in my family? How come their person is still whatever? My mother just lost her mother this past year, and my mother is, she's in her 60s. Some people lose my grandmother lost her mother when she was 8 years old. So the suffering that my meme faced and the suffering that it's not the same, everybody. So, you have these things that come into your life and the suffering. Like, if you don't believe in any sort of higher power or bigger reason or whatever, and you're like, man, it was just the friggin' luck of the draw, and I keep getting the unlucky side of everything, and there's no good that's going to come out of it. Like, I feel like that's a tormenting, like, you're just suffering for suffering's sake. But if you're suffering, but you know, or you have the belief that God is working all things for your good, then I think that there's a certain ease. Not that it cures it. I don't believe that it does. But I think that it sort of like maybe takes the edge off of, like, maybe it doesn't, maybe you don't go into complete madness like this song is talking about, because it's not just suffering for, like, just stay here and suffer. Like, I think that if you put somebody in solitary confinement and you tell them there's no end to when they're going to get out, and you go in and beat them regularly, like, that person's going to go into a sort of state of madness. And if somebody is suffering in their life over and over and over, and there's no world that's placed around it, or understanding that's placed around it, then I could see that person slipping into, like, madness about all the suffering too, without, like, some sort of higher reason. I also think that people could, like I said, what I did with the miscarriage, I placed a higher reasoning on it that I think was true, but it prevented me from actually facing the pain of it. So I avoided some of the madness, I guess you could say, because I wasn't actually facing it and I was looking at the higher reason, but then I wasn't healing. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think that that's stoicism, though. I don't think you can meld completely Christianity with stoicism.
I don't think so either.
Paul's
Paul
reaction to
it,
suffering. Well, no, he didn't speak against it. I mean, he spoke of a Stoic philosopher, in Acts 17 at the Areopagus. There were some Stoic principles that carry over into Christianity, but particularly as regards suffering, Paul's position was not Aurelius's position. Paul's position was to say that when you're suffering, you know that all things work for the good of those who love God and are called according to his purpose.
Yeah.
And he also had a cruciform understanding of suffering, which is to say that just like Christ's crucifixion seemed like random suffering to the untrained eye, it was actually working a very specific good for the entire world. Mm-hmm. And so Paul had this understanding that our light and momentary affliction is working for us an eternal weight of glory. That's not Aurelius's position, although it is kind of Stoic to call the suffering that we endure on earth as light and momentary.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of a Stoic idea.
Yeah.
But the ultimate solution to the problem in Stoicism is found in your own mind and your own ability to separate yourself from the event that happened to you. Whereas the ultimate solution in Pauline theology is to look at the cross and say, God
is working something.
God, made a good out of that outstripped the bad that was there. And so you have, an ounce of badness for 2 tons of goodness. So that's Paul's arithmetic, and then he bases that idea with the very real fact of Christ really dying a public death, and then really having a bodily resurrection with the same body that was crucified and murdered. And so that's where Christianity makes a pretty significant break away from Stoicism, while at the same time taking Stoic ideas and saying, yeah, that's a good part. Like how you interpret, because Aurelius's idea was, it's not really the thing that happens to you, it's how you interpret it and the meaning you assign to it that increases your suffering. Mm-hmm. The thing happened to you, it's done already. And so in Aurelius's mind, it's like the best thing for you to do is just not react to it and move on. And I think that does work. To a degree, it appears that Aurelius mastered it, but I don't think that is. I think that that's something that is useful, but I don't think it can ultimately work, because if it did, then the scriptures would have us be Stoics instead of, people who are. I mean, you could be a Stoic Christian. I just don't think you can meld ultimate Stoicism with a New Testament ideology. And for me personally, who's experienced
I don't think that
some suffering in my life, I do think that just me, as far as because I've done both. I've done, I think a lot of people in the hood actually apply a lot of Stoic ideas without knowing it. Mm-hmm. Because your inability to control yourself is fatal a lot of times in certain environments. And so, like, being able to understand, like, okay, this guy took your, iPhone, but you're still alive, so you're good, just let it go, I think is a good way to look at things. There's a lot of people that died over dumb shit because the way that the action was interpreted was, I'm no longer a man because this guy pulled a weapon on me and I didn't have a weapon and he took my chain away from me, so I'm no longer a man and I have to do something to regain my manhood. Stoicism would say, well, you worked a week and a half for that phone. That guy took your phone for whatever reason. All you have to do is work another week and a half and get another phone. All the commentary about you're not really a man and all this shit, like, is completely irrelevant in a Stoic understanding of how to deal with those things. So, I do think there are times when you have to, like I said, that will literally save your life.
Oh, yeah.
That Stoic understanding of things will literally save your life. But it won't save your mental health in the quiet. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Alfred? Good to see you, buddy.
I think he talked about, well, for one thing, I don't think that you could. Stoicism and Christianity, I don't think that they work together. I mean, look at the example of Jesus. I mean, he wept. He was, you see emotion from him, and he of all people had the most reason to not be emotional because he truly saw the end from the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, he created it all and stuff. So, I mean, it said that like, basically, like, this momentary suffering, basically, that we're experiencing. What's that one?
Yeah, it's momentary
this
light and momentary affliction is working for us, an eternal weight of glory.
Right. So I guess, like, in that sense, like, there's some suffering that we're experiencing here that we're not going to actually see the full glory of what it was doing until we're into the next realm.
Right.
And I think, like, when I was 16 and I couldn't wait to be married, I could not wait for that, like, to meet that person, to whatever, like, and then all of a sudden, like, now we've been married now forever, it feels like, and, like, I almost don't even remember what that was like to be like, where's my husband? I mean, I still remember it, but, like, you like, suffer over it day after day after day, and then all of a sudden, like, you're out of that, and now you're never going to be in that situation again. And I think that, like, I feel like that's a lot of what this, like, world or this realm is. Like, we experience things and there's certain sufferings, like, we're not going to suffer like this. I mean, unless you're in hell, we're not going to suffer like this on the other side. Like, when we're in glory, it's not going to be like that. But we're never going to be in this place again. We're on a platform like this, where we can suffer in ways that we do, and we can still, like, look to God in the midst of it. Like, faith, I feel like, it says faith, hope, and love, but the greatest of these is love. And basically, like, all that stuff is going to pass away, but love is not going to.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to, why would you need faith if you're, like, face to face with true reality of who God is? We have faith now because we don't see him as he is, but, so I don't know. I just think that, like, all of a sudden things will change for us, whether it's because we die or it's because, like, God, I'm going to say died now, not past. Because I was reading Exodus, and, like, when God was talking to Joshua, he said, I think it was Joshua, he said, and Moses died. Like, God, like, said it like that. But anyway, I thought of you. I was like, oh, that's probably where you got it back when you were in your time in Exodus.
Daddy's dead. He passed.
But,
it's gross.
It's gross?
It does. The term makes me cringe. Like, it really does.
But anyway, what I'm saying,
like, I died.
You're going to go, we're not going to be here forever. We're going to go, and you're never going to return to this platform again. You're never going to have the opportunity to exercise faith in a faithless world. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So I was just,
the next life is also going to be a faithless world. Because
there's no need for it.
There's no,
there's no need for it. We're going to see it. We're going to know him as, yeah.
Yeah, you'll have actual, pure, justified, true belief. That's what knowledge is. Yeah, it's a really, really good song that, presents the challenges, because it doesn't matter what theology you hold to or don't hold to. You're going to have to come up with some sort of philosophy of suffering to get through the world. So, You know, that's good.
Yeah.
Did you post this one?
Which one?
What denomination of Christianity are you? Would you help me understand where you're coming from? Probably the easiest way to would probably be Reformed Baptist. You know, that would probably be the easiest way to.
Do Reformed Baptists believe in the gifts?
Yeah, some do.
Oh, okay. Because I'm not. You cannot separate me from the gifts anymore. Like, I've been in circles of people where that is not something that's active, and it's.
Yeah, charismatic Reformed Baptist.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm more comfortable. With
That would probably be the easiest way to look at it. We're also partial preterists, which breaks a little bit from the Reformed Baptist tradition, because those are usually amillennial, and we're post-millennial. So, what do you think of the song? What'd you give it?
Oh my gosh, it was super heavy. Not like my style necessarily, but definitely I still had a lot of fun with it. It's probably a 9.5 for me. Yeah, 9.5.
Full gospel, Middle Earth says. Yeah. That was a big thing in Jamaica, is the full gospel stuff. 9.2 for me. 9.2. It was a heavy kind of knuckle dragger song, but actually, if you look at the lyrics and the implications of the lyrics, it's actually a really, really deep song. I don't know if this was Ben's or Nick's, but
this is Ben's.
Very, very strong.
Shout out to Ben.
Very, very strong first song.
Oh look, Ben gives it a 9.6, and Nick gave it a 9.5, like me.
There you go.
We get it.
All right.
We'll be right
see
back,
you
you guys.
Break. We got more metal coming for you. The night has just begun. Let's go. VIN out.
Sorry out.
Gone. Till we come back. I'm VIN.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Oh, you don't, Nick.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish. Rubbish.
That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VIN and SORI. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. SORI and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy merch indeed, a child shall lead them
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of a metal bonanza.
A DJ Ben, DJ Nick mashup. The first 4 songs are from DJ Ben.
DJ Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a really unique. Those two are very unique. Like the way their minds work with stuff. It's like it's a little bit. It's not like completely like crazy off the planet, but it's a little bit like outside the lane a little bit.
I didn't know that they would work well together.
Yeah,
I'm not good at really being able to tell though. Like,
that was one of those things.
I was a
where
little
I was
surprised
like,
though.
I said, "Who?" You said Nick. I was like, "Okay, I know what to expect from Nick." Yeah. Who's the other guy? Ben? Shit. And I said, Ben Bear? She said, yeah. I was like, oh, that's going to be some peanut butter and jelly shit. Okay.
But at first when I posted it, I didn't put Ben because I didn't believe it. I think I put Franco in there or something. Anyway.
Yeah,
Exodus.
I did have it as Franco.
Yeah.
That's because me and him talk like literally every day. So I'm just always going to assume everything is Franco.
Oh, boy.
Shout out to Mikey.
All right, you guys. Up next is Exodus.
He
sealed
he sent me something today, and he was like, I was looking at it, I was like, oh, that's cool. And then he's like, positive vibes, man. It was, he just sent it because it was positive vibes.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
That's good.
Crazy.
You remember they used to have, what is it, swak, sealed with a kiss?
Yeah.
This is swath, sealed with a fist.
Sealed with a fist.
Here we go, as they used to say. Don't punch like this. Put the little knuckle out. Is that true? Or are you going to break your finger that way?
That's a wonderful way to break your finger.
See, I knew it.
And be completely ineffective.
I knew it.
It's always weirdo people that have these ideas.
The keys, though. They tell you to put the keys. Put the keys like that.
Yeah, that's another one that's really not.
It's not?
No. Adrenaline will take care of all of that. Your keys, unless you get them right in the eye.
Oh. I was, thinking you'd aim for over here or something.
Yeah, no, the key is not sharp enough to penetrate.
I honestly don't think unless my kids were in danger. Other than that, I just don't see myself being able to.
Yeah, not with a key. I mean, a knife will do it, but not a key. Unless you have one of the little knife things on your thing. The girls in like the women I worked with in Houston, like everybody was strapped. I mean, obviously.
Oh yeah, Texas.
You're going to the border. You know what I'm saying? Like
the what?
You're going to the border and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Like obviously, you're going to be strapped.
Yeah.
But in the hood, all the girls had box cutters. All the pretty ones, anyway. The pretty ones had box cutters. I was trying to get Shorty to. I was like, "Yo, just I gave she
Oh,
Shorty.
Yeah.
You know how she was. She was a straight A student. She wasn't about that life.
Yeah.
But like hanging out.
You know what? Good for her. She stood her ground on it. You're a hard person to say no to.
Yeah.
Especially stuff like that.
She did. Good for her.
Mm-hmm.
Good for her. But anyway, here we go. But
Exodus sealed with a fist.
She was in a situation where something did happen to her. She had a whole gang of dudes that was going to protect her. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think she was still done it anyway.
Nah.
You have to have a certain disposition.
She wouldn't. You would have, but she would. That's why we're not together no more. I need somebody I can commit crimes with.
She's a babe.
It's just true. The quicker you accept yourself, the better. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Sealed with a fist. Exodus. We're Christians. Let's do it. Hard. Slipknot shit. Definitely sounds like Slipknot.
With it, you chose to slap her around.
so
like
sealed with a fist.
That's like a metal version
like
of all those country songs we used to listen to.
So what is it? Something is sealed with a kiss?
Yeah, you know, like swap. You put it at the end of a letter. It just means sealed with a kiss. You know, you kiss the letter before you send it to them.
Okay, that I don't. Yeah, that didn't happen for me in the hood.
Yeah.
So you write a letter to a person and then you put swaff on it?
Well, swaff means sealed with a fist.
I mean,
you put SWAK, yeah, and that means sealed with a kiss. You know, like you would put PS.
You've written me a couple letters. You never put that on there.
Well, I'll be honest with you. That was kind of like my mother's thing, so it feels
I see. That's why I didn't get one.
It feels a little like, yeah.
I bet other folks got that though.
No, you kiss the letter. You put lips on it. I've done that for yours.
So that's a play on the words then.
And you spray your perfume on it. Remember those?
I do remember that, but not from you though. You never got me one of those either. Shout out to. Not gonna do that.
you literally have it saved, the letter, and I had sprayed it. I thought, no. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna argue with you. You probably have a better memory about it.
I would have remembered if you'd have done that.
Oh, good to know.
I would have liked that actually.
Well, let's not keep talking about it.
There's only one girl that's ever done that for me in my life.
Oh,
shout
the shorty we were talking about before? Or another one?
Nah. Actually, no, she did. She did. But I'm pretty sure she only did it because I was talking about how that other girl did it. Because the other girl like saw me in the hall. Yeah, she's very friendly and shit. And then she's like, yo, who that? And I'm like, come on, man. You can't be jealous of that girl. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're a supermodel. But she said, so she started like interrogating
Vinny's
me.
Obviously had a bunch of supermodels.
She's not a bunch. I've only been with 2 supermodels. But she started interrogating me about it. And I said, she wrote me a letter. She sprayed some perfume on it, blah, blah, blah. And like 3 weeks later, because she used to give me a letter every day in first period. 2 weeks later, I get this letter. It's all like, you know, scrumptious or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, shit. Okay, that's how I go. Okay. I spray letters to my boyfriend, Jet says. See? That was a thing. I didn't know.
Yeah, we used to do it, too. We drenched those.
I didn't get any from her, so you know how that go.
No, we would drench them.
The honeymoon is over and the love has gone sour. Her nagging has got you down, but you picked the wrong way to deal with it. You chose this. Holy hell. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Chose to slap her around.
That shit is crazy, bro.
There was like, country music went through this like phase where there was like just like a bunch of man-hating songs. It was like, oh my gosh! And to be honest with you know how you said like you guys got like a lot of your understanding of women and stuff like that through your music. I think
100%.
that, I mean, I'm not gonna say it was only the music, but the music like reconfirmed what was already being said to us. Right. So you were getting it from. So you watched movies like Enough. And you heard songs like
shout out to my little bro. My little bro like got he got such comic relief out of that movie.
He did?
Yeah.
Why?
Because one was
it's unrealistic.
No, one was you know, when she starts, because it's about an abusive husband, when she starts standing up for herself, the guy goes, "What, I can't hit you now?" And it was just like, we both grew up in an abusive situation, and so like that's not how it goes. That's not how the dudes talk. They don't say, "I can't hit you now." They never admit to hitting you. But like, yeah, and then of course, sorry guys, spoiler alert, but J-Lo, you know, she starts to learn some kung fu or whatever, and at the
she
end
learns
of
it from a black guy.
At the end of which again, like, no black dude would teach no girl no karate. They would do what I did. They'd say, "Here's a gun, here's a box. You know, go handle your business." Mm-hmm. Like, the cops will never. It's true though. The cops, anytime there's a domestic and the girl was the attacker, like, the cops just look the other way. And you were gangster. You're not gonna call the police on your girl. Like, you never be able to live that down. So there were some rules in the hood where like a girl could even the score if she like had that inside of her. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But yeah, that Enough movie was crazy because J-Lo, like, you know, she did her jujitsu and shit and beat the hell out of the guy. It's like, and you know,
he
was just laughing at that.
How many times I watched that movie and how much I friggin' loved it. First of all, is this?
I think so.
I don't know. I don't want to dox anybody. So, yeah. Well, yeah.
Revo in this bitch.
Then you had the Dixie Chicks.
Yep.
With
they had
Goodbye Earl. I don't remember what the title was.
Is that the one where she took him out with a shotgun?
Her and her friend. The one?
Was it the shotgun? Because I remember you like.
No, she poisoned him with the peas. The black-eyed peas.
I remember you.
Then they wrapped him up in a tarp.
I remember you quoting that song a lot.
I could literally
with a smile on your face.
Yeah.
You were pretty happy.
I was.
Hoyle in this bitch.
But
man,
I'll tell
got all the heavy hitters in the crew.
I'll be honest with you. My friend kept getting in these situations, and I was like, I was trying to be ride or die. You know what I mean? Like, because that's kind of the.
Yeah.
So I showed up to the guy's house and like yelled at him and stuff like for being whatever.
You did?
Yeah, I did. And I left it. First, I also dropped off a note.
That was for Kay?
Kay.
Who was he? Who was
he? Oh, no. No, that was for Jay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But then the situations kept happening. So I started realizing, like, really, I actually don't want to roll up a body in a tarp. Like, I don't really want... Can you stop making these decisions? Because I don't really want to take a red-eye flight and kill somebody.
She's out here wrecking dudes.
So this is funny because
get away with it. You got that inside of you. I know girls that don't have them in them, and you got that ruthless shit inside of you for sure. I pity the fool.
But this was like a metal version of that same sort of concept.
Yeah.
Where she's gonna.
Although this is a dude singing about it though. That's the thing. Like a dude is saying like you shouldn't have put your hands on her. Now she got that gun and you're over with, and it doesn't seem like he feels sorry for him. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah. But you know what? Like who does really? Like if you know somebody is abusing somebody else, like smaller than them, a man is abusing a woman. It's going on forever, and then
Yeah, you know what's going on. Most people know. Like they knew what was going on. Growing up. But it was one of those things. A cops would come over. They'd have a conversation. Hey, I'm not gonna mess with another man's whatever, and then off they'd go. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's
that is so crazy.
Her nagging's got you down, but you picked the wrong way to deal with it. I keep seeing this thing about nagging. There's this woman on Twitter. She's really toxic. The something wife, the submitted wife or something like that. And she's like this 50-something that is telling girls to deal with marital sexual assault among other things. And like she's one of these like old school like stay married no matter what the man does type of situation. And so it's like she's on this kick right now, the transformed wife, that's her name. She's on this
I thought it was
she's on this kick right now where it's like stop nagging your husband. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, Are dudes really like ending their marriages because a woman is nagging? What does that even mean? Like
that's been a thing.
I don't even hear the term nag anymore in the ether. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but maybe it's still a thing. Maybe just nagging is a different terminology nowadays.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like the groups that I mess around and chat in, they talk about it a lot. They'll say, I'm trying not to nag my husband, but he doesn't help out around the house. And a lot of the times the women are asking like, how much work should the guy be doing around the house?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it depends on what jobs everybody has. Like if she's a stay-at-home mom, which a lot of these women are, they're stay-at-home moms. Some of them send their kids to school. Then I don't think that the husband should have to scrub the floors when he comes home from working his 40-hour week. I think that if you put your 40 hours in at home, you can get all that stuff done.
Yeah, and most dudes are not just working 40 hours. I know when I was in corporate America, I wasn't working 40 hours.
Well,
yeah, I mean, the other job, like that's you don't count hours, but but the corporate job I had was definitely not a 40-hour a week job. Like most of our conflicts came not because I wasn't helping around the house. You were just upset that I was always working all the time. We'd be going on a date and I'd be tethered to my phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never said, "Oh, you're not cleaning around the house." Like, that wasn't.
Well,
and I didn't interpret that as nagging either. Like, when you would, complain about how I'm always working. I didn't. Yeah. So I'm not sure, but like, when you read like the 50s and the 60s how to be a wife thing, the term nag was like huge. Like, that was like the don't nag your husband, blah blah blah. And
I know.
Sure. I'm not sure what that means. Like, exactly. And maybe it's because in my first marriage, everything was so critical. Like, as long as people weren't dying, literally, like, as long as nobody died or there was no major laceration, I was happy. I didn't care. You know what I'm saying?
You're not going to like this, but I think that the term nagging gets utilized and used by different men to silence. A lot of times, men. There's not every man actually wants to have open communication and wants to hear what's exactly going on. Most don't. Most will know there's something going on, and because the woman doesn't push it, because we're taught to be more agreeable, they'll just let it go, even though they know there's a problem. I've heard men say it straight out. Like, well, she should have said it. But I think that the nagging thing gets used by, like for instance, let's say somebody's a stay-at-home mom, and you've got let's say you have 3 kids. And so you're doing the cooking, the cleaning, you're watching the kids. Like, you also want a break. So he's worked at his job and then he's come home, and she also wants a break. She wants him to take the kids off her hands when he comes in, but he is tired from working his job. And so he's looking at it like, well, you've been home all day. I was out. But she's like, I haven't been resting all day. I've been working and I've been dealing with the kids and their fights and they're crying and they're whining and all these different things. So I think
that's kind of what Emily's talking about. She's saying so many women complain about their man playing video games and she struggled to juggle his kids.
Yeah.
So I don't think that kind of complaint can qualify as nagging.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that I think that when the woman says, hey, can you take out the trash? Remember you said that the reason why you ended up cleaning the garage as a kid, your mother kept saying to him, hey, the garage. He didn't want to do it. So these things happen.
And he was out there grinding. He was.
Yeah, he didn't want to deal with the garage.
Yeah.
She was also grinding too, right?
Oh, I mean, she...
And then she was doing other stuff too?
Yeah.
So she's like, I'm doing it, you do it. You're a man.
Yeah.
So you do your side, I'll do mine. But I think that, I mean, even as much as I know you want open communication, if there's something that I want done, I don't even, say it I'm always, it's in the back of my head not to nag. So I'll try to,
Is that something your mom taught you?
My dad said it a lot. Nobody wants a nagging wife. Don't be a nagging wife. And then there's the Bible verse that talks about I thought it said nagging.
It says contentious.
Okay, so it's argumentative.
It's better to have a dripping, thing than deal with a contentious wife or a contentious woman or something like that. Or it's better to sleep on your roof.
Yeah, but I literally thought that one of the translations put nagging.
Well, I'm sure they probably put
right
that
here.
In there.
Yeah, compares a nagging wife to a leaky faucet.
Is that the NLT?
Well, that's a good question. I just know I read it. Ooh, right here. Multiple in the New International Version, NLT,
NIV.
NKJV says that it's better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife. I know that when I was a little girl, I actually remember where I was when I was reading that verse or thinking about that verse out in my backyard and thinking, okay, I'm never going to be a wife that nags. And now it's there's stuff that the communication, I'm not super great at communication. It's a journey, but there's stuff that I'm oh, should I say that again? Or is that and then I have to tell myself okay, Vin doesn't look at stuff as nagging. And if I don't say it again, it's funny because you want to be nagged.
Well,
nagging is constantly bringing up what your issue is.
I don't know what the term means, because it's okay, nagging is constantly bringing up what the issue is. Okay, fine, but if the issue is not resolved,
I know.
Then
what do you expect her to do?
What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, in my previous relationship, I was the one that was accused of being the nagger, not her.
I can see that.
Right? So,
well,
and Shorty, it's true. If she had an issue with me, she'd never talk about it until she finally got fed up with it, and then she would, she would make it clear that she was upset. I'll say it that way. You know, so like I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. The nagging thing seems to be a pretty.
I think it's a way to silence.
A pretty cool way to not augment your behavior and continue to hurt the person that you supposedly love.
I agree. But do you remember when we first got married? You probably remember this. I would ask you to take out the trash, and if you didn't take it out in a certain amount of time, I'd get angry and take it out.
Yeah.
Because I felt like you're putting me in a fucking impossible situation here because I can't keep nagging because I'm not going to be a nagger. Uh-huh. But yet you're not going to take care of the trash and it needs to get done, and I don't know if I wait if it's going to get done, and I wanted to complete everything. You see what I'm saying? Yeah,
okay. So the word that is translated as nagging in those modern translations is the word kaas, I think. Kaas. Did you guys hear that? Kaas?
Kaas.
And it means vexation or offense. It doesn't mean to nag.
Wait, so it means what?
It means so the
text, stressed out wife?
No, it says right there. That's the term that's translated as nagging in the KJV, but it's kaas is the word, and kaas means
vexation.
Vexation or offense, unfriendly behavior that causes anger or resentment. So it doesn't use the Hebrew doesn't say nagging. It says, you know, a woman. It seems like a woman who's easily offended is the term. So with quarrelsome, because it says right there, the first word is quarrelsome, which is bitter conflict, heated, often violent dissension. Okay? Often violent, right? It's not take out the trash, take out the trash, take out the trash.
Why would they translate it like that?
Like, look, see, the same word that's translated, it says, surely vexation kills the fool and jealousy slays the simple. That's the same word that's translated as nagging. I don't think that the Bible's saying that if, you know, and it's in the masculine pronoun. When it said vexation kills a fool, it can't be that nagging. It can't be about nagging. Yeah. It's a person who is easily offended ends up getting killed, which is true, especially where I'm from. If you're easily offended about everything, you're gonna die because people are gonna get at you. A stone is heavy and sand is weighty, but a fool's provocation is heavier than both. So it's got provocation, sorrow, anger, vexation, indignation. It doesn't carry with it nagging. Nagging is a English translation that dudes put in the Bible for obvious reasons.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly.
Because now we're taking it away from the biblical definition, and now we're pouring this separate meaning into it.
So it's like more of an angry...
It's an angry person who gets angry very quickly. And it gets angry like almost immediately, and they're quarrelsome. They're going to start a fight with you, but then when you respond, they're going to get vexed real quick because they want to dish it out. They don't want to take it. That's not nagging. The Bible is not saying that a nagging person is going to end up dying. I would have been
better helped knowing the actual verse.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why I
don't struggle with repeating stuff over and over. No. But I do get angry.
Well, but again, it's not anger. It's also anger, like quick to get anger all the time, or a person who provokes their person or whatever. But yeah, it's not nagging like that we talk about it. It's a lot more serious than that. And it also doesn't say like a nagging wife should get the shit kicked out of her, which is what happened here. Mm-hmm. He nagged her, but you picked the wrong way to deal with it. You chose to slap her around. So, like, nagging is, you won't take out the trash when I want you to take it out. You won't take out the trash when I want you to take it out. I had other things I was dealing with that were more important to me than taking out the trash. I had it in my head, like, yeah, I'll take it out. But then you went and took it out. And I was fine with that. But the problem is,
I would get so
when we get into a conversation, it would come up 3 weeks later. Yeah. You didn't take out the trash, blah, blah, blah. And I'd say, what are you talking about? You told me to do it. I agreed to it. But I just didn't do it on your timeline, so you did it by yourself, which I don't care. Do it by yourself. But don't come at me 3 weeks later in an argument and bring it up. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's where I was coming from. But either way, I never said that you were nagging me about the trash. Like I never use. I've never used that terminology.
No, you never did.
I don't even think.
I stopped asking.
I don't even think that you were being quarrelsome. I just looked at it like Sori wants things done her way when she wants to do it, and she's not asking me what my plan is, and that's cool. She doesn't need to. I agree to do it. I never said when I was gonna do it. If you want to do it, cool. Like I'm not mad at that. It's just not going to be a valid argument to me if me and you are having a disagreement. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I cannot conceive of putting my hands on anybody just because I'm annoyed with their nagging. Like that's crazy to me. Like I don't understand that. Like I would much rather just remove myself from the situation. Be like, yeah, I'm gonna get out of here until this. Smooths over. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, but obviously dudes do it. I mean, that's the stereotype of dudes in the 30s and the 50s, right? Like the woman talk back to them and smack them. The cops will come over and be like, we're not going to mess with other men and what they have to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's just crazy to me that people do that. Like, break up with her, bro. Like, get a divorce. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in a situation where, it's just not the same thing if the girl puts her hands on you versus you putting your hands on the girl. It's just not the same thing. Nobody's ever going to convince me that those are the same thing.
I don't think that they're the same
but
thing.
But as a dude, if you do that as a dude, man, like you just get out of that relationship, man. I don't care if you guys are married. Like if you're in a situation where this woman is, according to you, driving you to lose your self-control or whatever, man, it's just better that you just get out of Dodge, bro. For everybody. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's weird. It's weird to me, but I think a lot of that shit is weird to me because of how extreme I grew up. You know what I'm saying? Like when I grew up, like shit was it was critical all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like those two didn't get along. We ended up in homeless shelters, like literally. So, I just have a completely different, I was raised where the stakes were just always like critical and high. And you almost, it's a luxury. Like if you're in a relationship where like the nagging is like one of your biggest stressors, like that's a privilege. That is a world that I would love to inhabit at some point. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to like look at this stuff and be, not because like I would never hurt a woman. Like I grew up seeing my mom get attacked physically. You know what I'm saying? But just something to my mind that's so petty, like nagging, like you're gonna get violent, you're gonna, like that's crazy to me. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, that interpretation has definitely, absolutely negatively affected our relationship because there's bunches of things that should get communicated that I feel so uncomfortable. I hold back because I'm like, I already said that yesterday. How many days should I wait before I say it again? And that's even with you saying, communicate. It's just yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, if you were socialized that way, especially since it was coming from your dad, I get it.
Well, it was coming from my dad, and it was coming from my religion.
Right.
Like, I read it in my Bible myself.
Right.
Anything that was about wives, my entire
you
goal
read
was
the
to get married.
yourself.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah,
right.
I read the translation.
Because that's
and
not what the Bible actually
They didn't
said.
translate it properly, so I got an understanding that that's up until this moment I didn't have biblical. I understood that you wanted to be nagged, I guess you could say, but the biblical thing I didn't know that till.
Well, I didn't want to be nagged. I just wanted pain points in our relationship to be clearly elucidated, and have the opportunity to either amend them or have a discussion where we could come to some sort of compromise. Mm-hmm. That's always kind of been a running issue in our relationship because you were not taught to communicate or that dudes even want that mm-hmm. level of communication. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, I get it. Like if you frame any sort of criticism as nagging, then yeah, like
if I communicate,
I could see why we've had some communication.
The other thing too is if I communicate to you, hey, I need you to do this, and this thing or whatever, and there's any other facial reaction or except for yes, let me do that, then I'm like, it annoyed him. See, I knew it. It did annoy him, and this is because I brought it up. If I would have just done it myself, then he wouldn't be annoyed right now, and so see, it's always gonna. But
yeah, it's a very convenient thing for dudes who don't want to communicate.
And don't want, yeah.
But if you actually want to get somewhere in your relationship and
then you're going to need to know.
It doesn't make you a good guy. It just makes you a logical guy.
Well, yeah.
If you're doing something that's bothering her, it's only logical that you would want to know. So again, you can amend the behavior or you guys can come to a compromise. You can at least talk it out. But if it's not being broached and you keep doing it, everybody has a limit to what they can take.
Yeah.
So I know that if I'm doing some shit and it's really annoying you, like it's gonna come up. It's either gonna come up in a way that looks completely unrelated to the core issue.
Yeah.
Or it's just going to come out in a meltdown one day when the final straw hits the camel's back.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like, you know, and we're going to talk about this in the Bible Boogie, but some of the benefits of believing in original sin is that even though you might consider yourself to be purely innocent, that doesn't necessarily mean you are. Because if you believe in the doctrine of original sin, what that means is it is more likely than not that your significant other's complaint about you is valid, and it also more likely or not that you're going to take that valid criticism the wrong way. That's what original sin says. So you have to stop when you're hearing that kind of a criticism, especially from the people closest to you. Your immediate reaction is to say, I'm not that person. Original sin makes me say, well, wait. And also that statement of Paul's where he says, I'm not aware of anything against me, but that doesn't make me guiltless. So that means that Paul is saying he ultimately doesn't even have the right to judge himself. And so what that means is Paul is saying he doesn't know his own heart at the deepest level. And so he's saying, what if my knowledge of myself only goes to 6 feet, but I've got another 20 feet that I can't account for? And what are the odds that there isn't some sin or something happening in that 20 feet?
Yeah.
Right? That I don't know about. That she can see because she's calling out. So when you truly believe in original sin, you have to, every criticism, especially from people that know you the best and love you the most, you do have to weigh every criticism. And you have to immediately assume that there is a world in which that criticism is right about you. Because you may not know how depraved you are. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I look at these conversations. I struggle when something comes up from 6 months ago that we didn't deal with 6 months ago. Then it gets brought up and it's like,
I think it's been going a little bit better though. I'm trying to bring it up more on the spot.
Of course, yeah. I mean, people grow in relationships. Like everybody grows, you know?
It's weird because like I would, like, we go back to the trash at the beginning of our relationship. You would have
Dwayne in the house.
You would have rather of me said, what the fuck? I've been cleaning this entire house and I just needed you to take the trash out and I want this thing completely done. Like, I don't want to have everything here is done except for the piling over trash. So I want that completed before I can sit down and relax, and I'm asking you to help me with this. Can you take care of it? And if you're like, yeah, I'm not doing that right now. And then if I said, that really pisses me off that you're not taking care of that, I'm doing it myself. And then we just like go on, like you would have preferred like that sort of engagement over me not saying any, me asking you once, then not saying anything, taking out the trash myself and being super angry in my heart all the way out to the trash compactor.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But that doesn't always happen like that in relationships, and that's okay. This guy is like, is going really, really crazy. I don't know why. I don't see the leap between she's nagging me, then he hit her. I just can't imagine that. Just break up with her. Why you have to put her in? But anyway, and then she ends up and she goes out and kills him. If she was in court, it's not automatic that she would win that trial. Oddly enough.
No, because it's premeditated, right?
Yeah, but I mean, she's going to make the argument that it's self-defense. The last time he smacked her, he said he was going to kill her, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
why get a gun instead of leaving? The fact that you got a gun means you prepared to kill somebody instead of getting out of it. I understand why women stay. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying probably from a legal standpoint, that looks a little bit like Well, you did think it out before it happened.
I think if
it wasn't just spur of the moment. You had the gun.
I think if you did it with me, I think you'd be okay. This is one of those ones where the racial ramifications absolutely come into play. You had that lady in Florida. She shot a warning shot in the air. They gave her 10 years. In the same state that, what's-his-face killed Trayvon Martin.
10 years for a warning shot in the air?
Yeah. It's a reckless, whatever.
Why did she do it?
With a deadly weapon. Because her ex was coming in, he was abusive, and he was coming into the property, and she was telling him to leave, and he wouldn't leave, so she got a gun out and shot into the air.
So if she would have killed him directly, she probably would have been okay?
No, I just think that, look, the legal system is what it is, right? So it's not how many people get charged, it's how many people get convicted and who gets convicted and what the circumstances are. Like, we knew a dude, he was 15, 16 years old, he let off shots, he was shooting out there, and they gave him like a little boot camp and made sure that the thing wouldn't hit his record. If our son did that, it wouldn't be like that. So, I mean, it just is what it is. But I just think that a lot of this can be solved by communication. Like, if you're marrying somebody, you didn't know that she was a nag beforehand. You know what I'm saying? Or was it when she would communicate during the dating stage, you were open to listening to whatever she wanted because you were dating her, you were trying to win her.
Yeah.
Now that she's married you, now it's like, well, I won you, so now I don't have to go through those hoops, so stop nagging me. The same things that she's saying that would have been looked upon as a clue as to how to get her to like you more, like if she says, like, I really love that yellow shirt, not really feeling the black shirt. When you're dating, it's like, oh, she's giving me intel on what she likes. This is a good sign. And then you show up to the next date with the black shirt. But now that you're married, if she says, I like the yellow shirt and not the black shirt, now you're like, oh, I gotta wear clothes to, And I think some of it has to do with the whole Kevin Samuels stuff, where women control access to sex, but men control access to marriage. And so a lot of dudes believe that they're like, hey, I'm doing you a favor by marrying you. Like, this is a rare thing, blah, blah. So why, I should not have to jump through the same hoops that I jumped through when we're dating. I don't believe in that. Like, I think, and it's crazy to me. Like, that's why, like, there's this whole reputation where things go downhill after marriage. It's because the assumptions get changed now that you're married. I think a lot of marriages would have been saved if they would have had the dating mindset instead of the married mindset. Because the dating mindset is you're always trying to put your best foot forward. You're always trying to conceal those things that are not favorable. And if the significant other says that they like something, you're a lot more attuned to listening because you're trying to get that intel to impress her. So when you get married, I think a lot of dudes are like, all right, I won. The game's over. And now I'm going to go into, regular life. And I think there's some truth to that. But I also think that I don't think it's fair for the woman to have such a radically different experience being married to you than dating you. It should go higher. Your desire to understand her and all that should go higher. And we just have to, this is where, you work with some stoicism. Because there has been times I'm like, man, that shit's, but then immediately it's like, okay, but have you addressed this issue? No. Okay. Then she's going to keep talking about it. Because there's been issues where I'm like, I'm annoyed or whatever. And then, God will show up to you and say, what are you annoyed about? What are you upset about? And one time God said to me, well, how is she supposed to bring this issue to you? Because the issue hasn't been fixed. It's still going on. And you've been telling this woman to communicate with you. Now she communicated, you're upset. So you tell me how I'm supposed to tell her to deal with you, bro. Like, I literally had this conversation with God. And that's when I was like, well, that's dumb. Because I would never do that. I would never say, oh, you treated me this way when we're dating. Now you treated me this way when we're married. I'm cool with that. Like, no. So, yeah, I get it. That's why, like, I really would never tell my daughters to marry outside of Christianity. because you guys have seen me for a few years now. You guys know, like, if I think I'm right about something, you gotta have all the technicals in the world.
And even then.
And then those technicals better work logically with the shit that you said 4 weeks ago. Because if it doesn't, I'm going to find it.
And depending on your disposition, you will either qualify or disqualify emotion. Like sometimes being emotional is the reason why.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
You'll be like, that makes sense. And then other times, that just depends.
Yeah.
Or that's how I experience it.
Yeah, I mean,
I haven't figured out the algorithm.
You know, yeah, like my mind works through these filters and I've never explained them to anybody. And for the most part, it has helped me to see reality for what it is. But there are times when you're wrong. And the thing about being a Christian is, even as a Christian, you can be right and wrong simultaneously because it's grace and truth. Law came through Moses. Grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. So you could be very, very truthful, but not have grace. If you're truthful without grace, you're still missing. You're still wrong in a Christian worldview. And that's antithetical to the way I look at the world. The way I look at the world is, man, what's the truth? I don't care how it makes me feel. I don't care how it makes you feel. I don't care about how it's presented. All I care about is what is the truth? And it's like, well, I'm sorry, but that's not good enough because Christ came with grace and truth. You got some people who too gracie make everybody feel good. Oh, hey, it's just fine.
No problem.
And look, the vast majority of y'all, if you don't repent and trust Christ, you're going to hell for eternity. That's not a very gracious thing to say, but it's a true thing to say. The other hand, though, is that God doesn't delight in the death of the wicked, rather that the wicked should turn from their way and live. Where God has delayed the second coming because he doesn't want anybody to perish, but for all to have eternal life. So the gracious side of it is to say, God wants you in his family, and he loves you dearly, and he knows all the hairs on your head. That's how obsessive he is with the people he loves. The other side is that Jesus Christ is greatly offended when people dishonor his Father. And he's killed people for it, and he died for it. A lot of people don't realize that. Jesus said one of the reasons he went to the cross, he says, the ruler of this world is coming, and I'm going because the world has to know that I love the Father. So one of the reasons that Jesus went to the cross was to display to the world, this is how much I love the Father. Even though I'm equivalent to him, ontologically speaking, I will come down here, take on the nature of a servant, and die the most horrible way possible. Yes, to save us, but also what was going on with him was he had to let the world know this is how much I love the Father, because in Jesus's mind, all of world history has been a giant FU to his Father, who doesn't deserve that kind of treatment, right? So you have to have grace and truth together. If you don't have grace and truth together, then you're not operating in a Christian way. And so for me, it's like, that's the biggest thing that I've been taught, because my previous relationship, Shorty was, she just didn't have the regular female emotions. She didn't react the way normal females do. You're a lot more of a conventional, this hurt my feelings, I'm going to cry type of thing. Shorty, if you hurt her feelings, like, you might die that night. Like, literally, you might die. So, or you're...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a crazy situation, though. Keep your hands off the women, though. That's all I'll say. Keep your hands off the women. Solid 9.2 for me.
9.3.
All right, we will catch you, beautiful people, on the other side of the break.
Right back.
We got more songs coming. Ben Bear in the house. DJ Nick in the house. Y'all know what time it is. Let's go. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at VinAndSORI@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that
You
off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VIN AND SORI. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing. But,
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
you start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Much on. Buy our merch indeed. It's also lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener.
Oh, here
My
he is.
day is complete.
Hello.
Joe Biden in this bitch. What's up, Biden? What you on, boy? All right.
You shall not speak. I will not. Okay, Overkill in the Name. Can I get some timestamp up over here?
Killing in the name of
1:30:28.
1:30:28.
That's it. He didn't.
Emily
He
in
didn't
this
say
bitch.
anything.
Damn, we got all
Emily!
the OGs. We got Emily on Soon, Emily
And
J.
then they back-to-backed it.
Yeah, this one's one. This girl I used to call MJ all the time.
Yep.
Actually, she had a question. Did Jesus know he was the Son of God? And would he have been as committed if not? Sorry, I'm a removed Catholic. By the time we meet Jesus in the Gospels, we know that he had an understanding of him being the Son of God because he left Mary when he was 12. And they found him in the temple area debating with the teachers. She said, "How could you do this to us and your father?" And Jesus responded with, "Don't you know I'm supposed to be in my Father's house?" He said that right in front of Mary and Joseph. So Joseph was his dad. And she says, "How could you do this to us? Me and your father have been looking for you." And then Jesus responds, confused, saying, "Well, didn't you know I'd be at my Father's house?" Well, the house he was at was a temple. And so he's saying that he's the Son of God at 12 years old. He's saying, how could you think I'd be anywhere else but my Father's house? Because I'm the Son of God. That's the idea. So at least by the age of 12, by the time Jesus was bar mitzvahed, he had an understanding that he was a unique Son of God.
You know what's
Good question.
You know what's crazy too? Like if you kind of think a little bit outside the box, if Joseph was still like, yes, I know the angel met him and told him to marry Mary.
Yeah.
But did he tell? Yeah, he said that the one in the womb was from. Anyway, like you know how human nature is. Like you start second guessing things.
Of course.
Did I really? Whatever.
Yeah.
So he obviously knows that the child inside Mary's womb was not from him. And then here's Jesus 12 years later saying, "I was at my Father's house. He wasn't with them. He was with." So it's like, well, who's like? Yep, we're assuming that your father is God the Father, but at the same time, like there's the, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Did that start some little thing between? Was Joseph a little more edgy on the way back home after that because it kind of re-brought up the past there? Or do you think that Joseph had complete faith that when Jesus said that he meant God the Father?
Yeah, I'm certain that Joseph meant that.
So
that
you
he,
think it
that
caused
he
no
read it
issue?
that way. I'm certain he read it that way. What's interesting though is it said basically, and then he went and submitted himself to them. Is what the text says.
Yeah.
So it's like
his parents.
It's like he didn't sin in doing it, but the father was like, "Look, these
You
are
could just-
these are just regular humans, so don't make it worse on them than it has to be, huh?"
Mhm.
And so he's like, "All right, cool. All right.
Overkill in the Name.
Overkill in the Name. Is there a little intro on that, or
Nope.
we're just going right into
We're just
it?
going right in.
All right, I have the lyrics, so that's good. Overkill in the Name. Oh, there's a lyric video here. Let's check it out. Go. Yes, Pinky. Yes, Pinky. Love drums like that.
Got the cold, the movement may flow.
Is that a quote from somewhere? It's really interesting. Okay. That was what's the name of that band?
That's Overkill.
Overkill.
This one was.
This seems to me to be pretty straightforward. Go ahead.
It was so repetitive to me, like lyrically, just kind of kept going over the same things. I just like, if I was just to take a stab at it, I'd just say these people preparing for war, up to the front line, steady now, straighten your spine.
Are you serious?
Never think all will be lost. Can you hear me? In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son. I actually thought it was like the Crusades type situation.
Yeah.
Where they fight in like the name of that. What?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like.
Oh, well, why are you saying that?
Well, because you're saying you think. Like, it seems pretty straightforward to me.
Well,
Yeah.
when it said, got the call that the movement may fall, and the breath was needed post-haste. Above all, with backs to the wall, they sped away with no time to waste. In the blink of an eye and a lightning flash, the storm gripped the throat of the liar. A final goodbye carried away in ash as silhouettes danced by the fire. That whole part, like, I don't really know what they're saying or how that, like, necessarily fits in. And, you might be like, this is speaking about some political heebie-jeebie, and pull some big giant thing out of it that has nothing to do with the Crusades. So I was kind of like walking gently with that idea, because I don't know what that first verse 1 is, and they repeated it multiple times.
Got the call that the moment may fall. Was that the movement may fall?
Yeah, mine says movement. That the movement may fall. And the breath was needed post-haste. Breath, does that mean like their movement was not doing well, they needed more bodies?
Yeah.
Above all, with backs to the wall, they sped away with no time to waste. So,
in a blink of an eye and a lightning flash, a storm gripped the throat of the liar. A final goodbye carried away in the ash as silhouettes danced by the fire. That just seems to me to be a Crusader type of thing, where they were losing to Salahuddin, and they're like, "Yo, we need more people." It's interesting though. They said we need more breath. My lyrics here are completely wrong.
And the breath was needed post-haste.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
What did yours say for breath?
I should even put these lyrics up here because they're completely wrong.
Dash them away.
They're completely wrong versus what you have. Got the call, the movement may fall. See, that sounds to me like Deus Vult. That sounds to me like, you're a Crusader and the Muslims are starting to win. Because the Crusaders won initially, and then Salahuddin showed up and he gave us significant problems, obviously. So it just seems to me like they ran into Salahuddin and they need more people. And so these were Crusaders up to the front of the line. Steady now, straighten your spine. Never think all will be lost. Can you hear me? And then you talk about, it's an honor to have known you or to serve with you, blah, blah, blah. Which is, I shouldn't say that. That's a pretty sacred moment in war fighting. That's when dudes generally think that it's over for them. So then dudes get real emotional and all that. Or when they come back from an op that either they lost someone or they were certain they were going to, die. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
dudes get pretty emotional. Obviously in those circumstances.
Yeah. What about the storm gripped the throat of the liar?
Well,
that
further convinces me that this is probably talking about the Crusades. Although, I'm pretty sure that the German troops, like the Schutzstaffel, I think translates to stormtroopers, I think. So I don't know if, this could also be a World War II reference.
Mm-hmm.
The storm grips the throat of the liar, playing on the term stormtroopers.
Yeah.
Because if you look at verse 2, reborn in the eye of the storm, when the wind whips the pride with its hate, we mourn with incredible scorn, and their howl can carry the weight. In the blink of an eye and a lightning flash, a storm gripped the throat of the liar, a final goodbye carried away in the ash as silhouettes dance by the fire. So that could be a World War II reference to stormtroopers and hearing that Germany is losing, and so you need more reinforcements, etc., etc. And the Germans were a Christian nation at the time. And so, I mean, they had it on their belt buckles. God is with us.
Jeez.
So it's the confluence of religion, particularly Christianity, with bloodletting is always been a crazy idea to me. Star Wars references. Yeah, I mean, it could be Star Wars or it could be... I don't really know much about Star Wars, but I do know about, like, World War II to a degree. And in the name of the nation, we are one. In the name of the Father and His dying Son. In the name of what we live for. In the name of why we fight. I'm honored to have known your name on this our blessed night.
Yeah.
Again, that's all stuff that Christians would say to each other. But they're fighting under the banner of Nazism, if that theory is right. I mean, it was funny. I was having a kind of a non-lethality, because that's my view. I'm not like a complete pacifist, but I'm a non-lethalist. In other words, if somebody has a gun, the only appropriate Christian methodology is to disarm that person, to protect the other people, and to protect that person from himself. I don't think you can make it... I'm almost certain you cannot make a New Testament case for killing a bad guy in any circumstance. Mm-hmm. I've done moderated debates on it twice, and they've been very, very lopsided. Now, the fact that I win a debate doesn't necessarily mean I'm right, because as we just saw a week ago, when you're dealing with debates, especially on camera, there is the substance and then there is the aesthetics. And so the aesthetics are, you can look in the camera and lie, but you're doing it with a lot of confidence. And then the dude with the facts does not have confidence. People are generally going to go for the person who speaks with confidence as if they know what they're talking about. And if they don't get challenged significantly by the opponent, then you can win that way. Mm-hmm. So...
Yep.
The fact that I've been in lopsided debates about this thing doesn't make me right, but I will say that I just think it's impossible to harmonize the American understanding of self-defense and gunplay with the New Testament understanding of how shit is supposed to go. Mm-hmm. And I really think, I'm really mulling over, like, watching The Chosen with the group instead of our family.
Oh, really?
Our family's not really big on The Chosen. But
yeah.
I do think when you watch The Chosen, it just makes a lot of this American version of Christianity seem really heretical. Our love of guns and the military, I remember when Uday and Kusei got killed. They announced that in the church and everybody was clapping. And I was clapping heartily, obviously. But our government released the pictures of these people's dead bodies, which I understand why, because there was so much. It was, like the Nero redivivus myth, like the idea that Nero rose from the dead, and you have people that are that terrorize their community so much that even after they're gone, the community still is afraid of them, right? And so that's why we did what we did with. Displaying the dead bodies of Uday and Kusei. Okay. These dudes had terrorized Iraq, terrorized Iraqi women, terrorized Iraqi fathers. They did horrible shit to people. So I understand saying, nah, he's really dead. TF-21 really took him out. Cool. But it's not appropriate for Christians to celebrate that. Mm-hmm. It's just, I just at this point in the timeline, I'm not seeing where we get justified in that. But there was a clear, people talk about the separation of church and state. I'm more worried about the separation of the church and the military. I think that's when shit gets really crazy. Church from state, I think, I forgot what state it was. I think it's Louisiana now, where the Ten Commandments have to be broadcast, you have to be published in every classroom.
Was it Oklahoma or something? That they were saying that there will be a Bible in every classroom and it is going to get read.
And it's somebody posted, it was really good. Like, why not post a Sermon on the Mount? I mean, we're Christians. Jesus is supposed to be. Jesus.
Yeah, that would actually make more sense.
But see, the Ten Commandments have just clear rules.
Yeah.
And that's it. And there's no engagement with the text. It's all law that's written on stone.
Yeah.
And we're told in the New Testament that the law that's written on the heart is superior to the law written on stone. So why do these Christians, why are they so obsessed with putting the 10 Commandments up there? First of all, the 10 Commandments doesn't even have the most important commandment on it.
I know. Love the Lord your
God.
God.
Love the Lord your God with all your heart and your soul and your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. Like, why didn't we fight to get that up in every school?
Yeah.
Like that, and that would have been at least more.
It would have been simple, and it would have been everybody could.
At least everybody could participate that to a degree.
Yeah.
You know, even your like Gnostic, pagan friends who whatever. Like, that's more palatable. And now, like, if you say like love your neighbor as yourself, and that has to be in there. If you're fucking with the gay kid or you're making fun of the trans kid, that kid will be able to say, "Hey, aren't you supposed to love me? Like, you guys are, but instead we got the 10 Commandments up there. Like, again, like, to me, obviously that's not going to get taken to the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court right now is insane. Like, it's 6-3. And so if you're right-leaning anything, you're probably going to win. I mean, me personally, I think they had that misoprostone ruling with basically abortion pills. They said, yeah, that's constitutional. I just think they did that to lull people to sleep because we got an election coming up. And if Trump wins and the House and the Senate goes red, that's the last thing you're going to have to worry about if you're a pro-abortion person.
Yep.
But, like, the melding of religion, not with the state, but with the military, is, to me, the most antithetical to the Christian ethic that you find in the New Testament. But American Christians have always been in lockstep with the military. Especially at the hottest points in the GWAT. You had so many people like pretending to be military in churches because you got so much, there was so much like credibility that you got and so much admiration. Now, I saw marriages where I was like, yo, there's no way in the world this dude would have snagged this girl. But because he was, in a detachment, whatever, like, he's got this very beautiful woman who's very proud to be around him. Like, that can only happen in American Christianity. And to me, it was just like, I don't know, man. Like, we're talking about killing people in massive numbers. And, like, that's the weird thing. Like, when you watch The Chosen, like, you see the Roman military, they're clearly presented as being the bad guys. And Americans watch that, and they have no clue that we're now the Romans.
Yeah.
Like, American Christians want to put themselves to be the disciples. It's like, no, we're the Romans. We have this incredibly almost invincible state power because of our war machine, and the entire world is afraid of us because of that. But we've somehow sanctified that kind of mentality. And so, I'm sorry, but that's why, like, when you get it really down to the level, and I have these debates with these people, that's one of the reasons why they just get completely blasted off the map. Because there's no New Testament precedent for it.
Yeah.
Like, I think I crush in those debates because they're arguing from something that they can't find any... There's can't find it in the New Testament. You can't find it in the, pre-Nicene fathers. Like, you can't find it in any apostolic example. And there were very many instances in which the apostles could have used, could have co-signed gunplay or swordplay. That had nothing to, because what they say is,
if they're
persecuted, they'd say if they're persecuting you because you're a Christian, then you can't kill them. But if they're coming at you to rob your stuff, then you can kill them.
Yep.
Like, that's not true.
So
Hebrews said you joyfully accepted the plundering of your property.
That's because they're physicalists, right? Too.
I mean,
I
don't think it's philosophy. I think it's Americanism. We're Americans. We're ruling the world, and we expect to rule every domain in our life, and we think the Constitution is equal or above the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
In the Bible, it says you joyfully accepted the plundering of your property.
You would be amazed at how many Christians will quote the documents rather than the Bible.
Yeah, they'll quote the Second Amendment,
Yeah.
like, what part of shall not be infringed do you not understand? It's like, cool. Like, I understand it. I'm just saying, like, what does the Bible say? What does Jesus say? What do the apostles say?
Isn't
What
he
did
Oneida?
what did the first Christians say? How
Yeah.
did we overcome the Roman Empire? It was Telemachus jumping in the middle of a arena and getting torn to shreds. Like, so, you know, like, to me, this is a very distinctly American,
Yeah.
you know, not since the Crusades did you see this romanticization of mass killing in Christianity. And I think that it's very telling about whether or not we're going to let the culture dictate how we move, or whether we let the Bible dictate how we move. And what's interesting is when you talk about the culture influencing the church, most right-wing Christians will talk about the LGBT stuff. And they'll say, this is the church compromising with the culture. And I think they're right to a certain degree, but they'll never talk about it in warfare. They'll never say, we're imitating the culture by lionizing dudes
You're right.
who
Yes,
are
that's true.
deputized specifically to kill other image bearers of God.
Yep.
That is impossible to meld with you can't even get our military in the Old Testament. There was no standing military in the Old Testament. When it was time to go to war, you just picked the fighting age men, you lined them up, and then you said, look, if anybody's scared, just go home.
Mm-hmm.
There's no draft. There was no, like, standing army. There was none of that.
Mm-hmm.
They were specifically commanded against having a standing army.
Yep.
So us having a standing army, et cetera, with these borders and things like that, that is a distinctly cultural. I'm not saying it's irrational or whatever, but it is a cultural innovation that the church is supposed to criticize because that's the role in our society. But instead, the church is the number one group that lionizes these people. I remember being in Bible study. You were there. And, you know, Mike radiallahu anhu, he talked to a guy who's in the Marine Corps. He had just come back. He's like, hey, did you kill anybody? I'm like, well, let's see. Like, the guy's a Marine. He's part of an expeditionary force.
Yeah.
Like, and he wasn't on intel. He wasn't an intel. He was just a, you know. So, obviously, he's, and it's like, you know, it's sector of fire. So, like, you killed him. Your buddy killed him. Nobody knows because, you know, the theory was we'll just operate in this sector here. These guys are in this sector. You send rounds over there, you know, horizontally. We'll send stuff on top. There's no way those people, you know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you killed them, but you killed them it's like a firing squad. That's the logic of a firing squad. And like, so we're in a Bible study, and you know, this kid is coming back from, you know, from his deployment as a Marine. Everybody's all over him, whatever. And then dude asks this question. And, you know, shout out to, I mean, Mike's with the Lord now. He had brain cancer. That was part of the reason, like, I didn't go too hard on him because he had brain cancer. And
she's not sure. Yeah.
His inhibitions were kind of,
yeah.
But yeah, like
this
here's this kid at a Bible study surrounded by all these Christians from the suburbs. He doesn't know anybody else in the room. So he's thinking he's the only one that got bodies over there. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it was this weird, like, he obviously didn't want to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And so I just moved the conversation on. And I pulled Mike aside. I'm like, yo, you can never ask that question again, bro.
Yeah.
And he truly didn't understand why. And I said, how about you just take my word for it? Don't ever ask a question like that again. Because I wasn't going to try to explain to him because he's, you know, I mean, he died 4 or 5 years later, you know, of brain cancer. So, yeah, but, you know, and that's a subliminal to all you weirdos. Like, stop texting me and asking me how many bodies I got. That's such a terrible conversation to have, especially like as a Christian. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, that's a crazy, crazy situation. You can't quote culture without cult. That's true. That's true. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, shout out to everybody that caught up in all that stuff. You know, it's a difficult situation for people to have to reconcile, especially if you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Then you find out after the fact that actually, no, there are no righteous kills. You know, it's difficult.
Yeah.
So, but even with dudes that do believe in righteous killing, like if you look at the Sean Ryan show, he always asks people like, were we the bad guys? And 9 out of 10 of the dudes say, well, yeah, you know. And so it's like, everybody has to kind of come to that realization, like you're part of an empire. And it doesn't matter what, for the most part, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian or a non-Christian. My non-Christian friends don't like killing people either. My non-Christian friends are still traumatized by having to kill people, realizing they didn't have to kill people. Like, so it's, you know, your unbelieving friends feel it too. The difference is they don't have a cross to filter that through. They got to figure out some way to live with themselves after the fact. You know, so especially when you're doing after action stuff, and you know you got to get really detail oriented. You're talking about this dude in his sandals, like that's always the worst part. Like you got these.
Yeah, you can't bury it in the back and pretend it didn't happen.
Well, it's just, it just shows like the difference. Like you've got these special, you know, boots that are modified to be lightweight, resistant to certain types of terrain.
Yeah.
Like everything that you have from the top to the bottom is, especially depending on, you know, if you end up in certain, you know, groups where they'll use experimental shit out there, like Star Wars shit out there. So when you look at that and you're looking at the after and you're seeing how this guy was dressed and whatever, you're like, this guy was in sandals and a tobe. And
yeah, especially when they're like,
you know, like tobes are not the best thing for warfare, but they're trying to replicate Muhammad. You know, it's just sad, man. Like you're like, damn.
Especially if they're just like fighting for their family and their own like culture to be untouched. It'd be one thing if it was like, you know, here's these men trafficked these women, and you know what I mean. You'd be like, I'm glad we had all the superior stuff to go in there and get them out and get rid of them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, historically, there have only been a few pacifist denominations like the Quakers. Yeah, especially in Western Christianity. I think the Seventh-day Adventists wouldn't do it either, and that's where the whole story of Hacksaw Ridge came from, because the kid was a Seventh-day Adventist.
Yep.
He was a conscientious objector, but he still signed up, but he didn't want to carry a gun. And then you had the JWs, who are also... JWs don't even believe you should vote. So there's a couple, like, splinter groups, but in the main, in, like, the majority... evangelicalism and Catholicism, they're, you know, we're obviously influenced by Augustine's just war theory. Augustine spent a lot of time thinking through warfare. And I think it's instructive that we didn't get this just war stuff till the 4th century, because the first 2 or 3 centuries of the church, we were getting slaughtered all over the place. Yet Paul said, for your sake, we're being killed all day long. And there is no quote from Paul that says, but don't worry, we're going to strap up and one day we're going to have enough artillery to send those people to hell. Like, he never said that. He just left it. For your sake, we've been killed all day long. And then Paul's solution was to say, nothing can separate you, though, from the love of Christ. Shall trouble or hardship or persecution or famine or naked or danger or sword? Knowing all these things, we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. I'm convinced that nothing can separate us from the love of Christ, not height nor death, nor angels nor demons, nor the present nor the future, can separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. Something like that. So that's Paul's way of dealing with, you know, being killed, being attacked.
Yeah, and then you have John in the book of Revelation saying that it's by the sacrificing, the lives of the saints, like them dying, is what actually pushes forward the movement that God's doing. So there's
the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. So like American evangelicals will quote all the shit that I just said to you. They'll quote it. We'll even have Voice of the Martyrs conferences where literal people who were imprisoned and beaten and assaulted within an inch of their life. Like I've held these people in my arms. Like they've cried in my arms. We take pictures with them. And I've got pictures on my phone of one of these women in China. You know how the Chinese get down. I've held those people in my arms and cried with them.
What made her cry in your arms?
Because she was, I was saying like, that was incredible. You know, what you went through, you know, whatever. And like, I said something about like her not being bitter after all the things she went through. And that's when she started crying. And I said, can I give you a hug? And she was like, cool with it. So that, and we took a couple pictures or whatever. But my point is like, we will have giant conferences for this woman. You know, the guy said, stand up and honor her. We've got a martyr in our midst, which I absolutely, everybody stood up. But nobody wants to be her in America. We want to strap up. We want to kill niggas. I do. I would much rather, look, somebody comes out to my daughter and even says they're going to do to my daughter what this woman actually endured for having an underground Christian newsletter. I would kill him. Now, I'm not saying like this is right and I'm following it. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying this is a standard. And as a person who's socialized in America and the American church, like you almost have no hope of even knowing that's a standard. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Americans, like, we don't, you know, like I said, we'll hold the Voice of the Martyrs conference. We'll, 5,000 people stand up and give a 6-minute standing ovation to this woman. And she was small. They had to put her on a little thing to get her over. Like, she's Chinese. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we'll lionize those people and, like, we'll honor them, but we won't send our daughters to go in that situation. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody tried to enact a situation like that with our daughters, like, we're all strapped up. We're going to take care of business.
Yeah.
And you know what? Knowing myself, like, I wouldn't feel bad about it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why a lot of times, like, you have these debates where it's impossible to justify, but dudes know that they're weak and they can't fulfill that side of it. And so we're just going to come up with an entire reason. People who don't want to kill other people are cowards or all the rest of the shit that we used to say, or whatever, like, as John Piper said in a very real moment, he's like, no, he said, even if I had a gun and if somebody broke into my house, I don't know if I'd shoot him. He's like, I'd probably shoot my wife before I shoot him. Like, because he's talking about how nervous he'd be and all the rest of it. So like, and he was like, I don't even know that I could justify killing him. Yeah. And I'm sorry, but evangelical world collapsed on him. Oh my God, you're a coward, blah, blah, blah.
A coward?
Yeah.
For not being willing to get, he preaches about like, basically like in your, if you have cancer, like as you're dying, like you, in your death, you glorify God. So even in that very thing, like, can you imagine? And he's been shipping off missionaries overseas and stuff like, but he can't, somebody comes into his house for his whatever.
He's gonna blow him away.
Please.
You got Christians really saying that. I blow him away and feeling good about it. Feel proud of it.
Okay.
You're gonna kill a human being over material. Okay. All right. I mean, it's that thing where it's like consistent. It's like the meme says, I wouldn't kill somebody over my property because I value people over property. Mm-hmm. And then the person says, I would kill them because they also valued
my
property over their life.
Oh. So
they're saying you came in the house, so that means you also don't value your life because you came into my house trying to take my shit. So both of us don't value your life.
I get that, but at the same time, you don't know why somebody is at that
it's complete bullshit. It's complete bullshit.
It's bullshit, but like, I get the,
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
but,
I get it.
You don't know what put somebody in that situation because if that person was set up the way that you are, would they have done that? I don't know.
Maybe they would.
People do desperate things in desperate situations, and some people just do stuff because they want to mess around.
Like, that's why Jesus puts down those decrees. Like, I was listening to this dude, this Chicago dude. He was beefing with this kid, found him in a gas station, killed him. And then the cop said, you realize that kid was 14 years old? And the cop said, like, it was the only time they'd ever seen somebody have genuine remorse for killing somebody. So he killed somebody he thought it was this age. Because he's thinking you would not be doing all that crazy shit if you were a kid, and then it turns out it was a 14-year-old. The kid had a 13-year-old brother, so he basically was like, I just killed I could have been my brother, so he felt bad about it. But for the most part, I think a lot of people are gonna have that conversation when this is all over. Like, yo, you killed this person. Here's the person you actually killed. Like, 'cause you don't see him with his family. You don't see him being the sole breadwinner in his family. You don't see him doing his little prayers at night, making sure his kids are straight and whatever. Yep. Doesn't have a lot of resources, but here we came and invaded his country. So he did what a man does. He strapped on a Kalesh to AK-47 to defend his family, and then he lost. And we don't know this guy's story, but you're going to know his story when this is all over. You do your little life review, you're gonna know that guy's story. You're gonna know who you did that to. So, you know, I'm not, you know, nobody's looking forward to that discussion. But yeah, man, it's a tough thing. 9.3 for me.
I actually didn't really like this one. This one is 7.8 for me.
I love the metal. I love the solo.
And the comment section was going nuts.
The solo was also really unique. If you go listen to that solo again, it's a different kind of solo than what you normally hear. I don't know, like if he cut one of the things in half or whatever, which I usually do. All right, guys, we shall return on the other side of the band. There's a band called Slayer. I don't know if you've heard of them or not. I think they're an okay band. I'm not sure. We'll have to figure it out.
Bitter
Slayer
Peace.
On the other side of the break. Bitter Peace, bitches. What did you give it?
I give it a 7.8.
How dare you?
I knew you were going to say that.
I'm VIN.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that
You
off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish. Rubbish.
That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VIN and SORI. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener. Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. You won't have to buy our merch if you put likes on the Rumble side and then win
Well played.
a point. We've got 6 people
Listen,
on Rumble.
We have 5 likes.
Thumbs up. Okay.
And I said
that's
if
enough.
we get our... It's enough.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
I said if we get up to 10,
if we get up to 10.
that we'll run a contest and people will be able to get points. So,
I
get the likes up because I actually like flashing the lights and passing out points.
Flashing lights. Yeah, I know you like that stuff.
I'm like disappointed every time when people don't get the likes. I'm like, how hard is it to push the button? Okay, Slayer, Bitter Peace.
Slayer.
This is the DJ Nick, DJ Ben stream. This is actually Ben's pick. He says Slayer's. Wait, this one is still Ben, right? I'm not sure now. How many songs have we done? The first 4 were Ben. Okay, this one should still be Ben. Slayer's Diabolus in Musica album. Did I say that right?
Diabolus in Musica. Yeah.
I feel it's kind of the same spot as Megadeth's 13 in that when it came out, it was widely hated or looked down upon, given the meh card. Me, on the other hand, and looking at them now, is wondering what all the hate was for. Both albums have some real bangers. The song that we'll be listening to tonight is definitely one of them. Also, I'm quite surprised that this will be my first time picking a Slayer track. All right, you guys. Slayer, Bitter Peace. Shoot, you forgot to give me the timestamp before I read, so we'll just add a little bit.
It's okay. Timestamp is 2:13.
So I'll go 1. I'll go
10. 2:13:10 is when you started talking. 2:13:10.
2. 13:10. Oh, this one must be mine because no way they put pickles on yours. 2:13:10. Okay, got it.
Okay, so are we rocking?
We are. Here, you all.
All right.
Thank you.
21310, Slayer, DJ Ben, DJ Nick. Y'all know what time it is.
Let's go.
You know what time it is. Slayer, Bitter Peace is
Yep.
the name of the song.
Peace.
Bitter Peace. Interesting. That sounds...
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many things I could say. Here we go. Later, Deb. This is a contradiction of Vincent, man. I just spent like 40 minutes talking about non-violence and non-lethality, but I love this shit. I love the conflict. I love the build-up. I love the tension. I love the fear. I love all that shit. It's terrible.
You know what?
It's terrible.
I will say, Slayer, right off the bat, always gets points from me because they did Silent Scream.
Right.
And I could not believe they did it.
Yeah, the way they talked about it was crazy.
It was unbelievably wild.
That was the first Slayer song we did, actually, I think.
I just couldn't believe it because we had heard so many other like types of songs like on the channel, and I never, because that's a topic that's so like important to us. Like to hear a metal band like go out like that on it, I couldn't believe it.
I believe this is a relationship story, progressive VIN song. Thank God that Slayer never had a progressive moment in their bodies. That would have completely ruined one of the best bands of all time. The doctrine of mutually assured destruction was really popularized during the Cold War. The idea was, we got nukes, but the Russians have nukes. If you nuke the Russians, they're gonna nuke you, and vice versa. So that's what we had as mutual assured destruction. Somewhere around 2001, we were flirting around with the Star Wars idea, and the Star Wars idea was some way to protect us from an ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile, which would carry nuclear warheads. And that's when our boy Putin was talking to our boy Bush and saying, this is not good for the world. This might be good for America, but this is not good for the world. And we said, we don't care. Like, we're trying to dominate the world, so of course we don't care about mutual assured destruction. So I have reason to believe that the people that run our country believe we could absorb a nuclear hit in a way that doesn't completely bring the nation to its knees, whereas we have
a nuclear.
Yeah, I think so. We have nuclear weapons that could completely annihilate the Russians at this point.
Oh.
And so, like, that's why I say, like, a lot of this UFO shit, like, I really don't know if it's just not a long con to discourage the Chinese, or a way of telling the Chinese that we have a certain kind of class of weapons that they don't have. Although I don't see why you would need to do that, because during World War II, everybody knew that there was a race for the bomb. And we basically came out and said, we figured it out before y'all. And we're going to fuck you guys up if you don't surrender immediately. See what I'm saying? So,
you know the assured destruction thing that you're talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, they chose to set that bomb off not knowing if it was going to end us all.
Right. You're talking about the Oppenheimer movie.
Yeah.
There's a specific part in the Oppenheimer movie where, because the bomb was operating at the atomic level and splitting the atom, which would cause the release of that energy, there was fear that it would set off a chain reaction with all atoms and then ignite the Earth, basically. And we essentially said, that's a risk we're willing to take. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, that seems to be... That's not a risk I would be willing to take, but it's easy for us to say it now. It looks like, they were really obsessed with sending a message to the Russians. So, hey, it is what it is.
I think it's curiosity, too.
Initiate blood purge, coalition, and massacre, mechanized high-tech, wholesale death and effect. These guys probably... One of the things about Slayer that's so intriguing to me is that all of these Cookie Monster vocalists list Slayer as like one of their main influences.
Yeah.
But this dude does not
sing like that.
He doesn't sing like a Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Like it's not like a sing-song voice, obviously, but it's almost like a hyped up like metalhead newscaster almost. Like he's telling you the news, but initiate blood purge, coalition, and massacre, mechanized high-tech, wholesale death effect. Like, I love his vocal style, and it's crazy to me because I haven't seen anybody really copy it. like I said, like the vocal style that like is for heavy music is you gotta rumble and grumble and groan and all this shit. This dude, Tom Araya, is I think Ben's right. He's more of a yeller than a Cookie Monster guy. But I love his vocal style.
Remember they used to have the town criers that'd be like, ah.
Yeah,
like,
hear he,
like a metal version of
that. Yeah, exactly. Hear he, the town crier. Yeah. So he's kind of like the metalhead town crier, and he always has bad news. But like, I love that vocal style. Like, if he would have went to, I think the clarity of what he's saying is part of what makes the band so crazy. That's what I wish some of these, like, there's a lot of the Cookie Monster dudes who, like, literally, that's one of the reasons I started posting the lyrics, was because these guys are unintelligible. Yeah. Unless you know what they're saying.
I mean, even with the lyrics in front of you, some of them, it's still like...
Yeah, there's a lot of times we're like, yo, where are we?
I have no idea
like,
where I am.
This is, like, heavy. You can't say Slayer isn't heavy. But if they would have went with the, like, Cookie Monster shit, like, it just wouldn't have worked. You know? So, I mean, I'm watching this beef between MJ and Dwayne. This shit is funny as hell, bro. Dwayne's always threatening to block people and shit.
Oh, that's what he said. I thought he was telling her that there's...
Yeah, he said
I thought she was bringing up a song.
He said MJ might get blocked. Yeah, I mean, System of a Down, yeah, like, he has that kind of a voice, too. When he's not singing, I agree with that. For sure. But I just love his vocal style, and I don't understand why all these death metal bands that list Slayer as a influence, like, why there isn't more people doing that kind of vocal style instead of the Cookie Monster stuff. Yeah. Like, Slipknot. See, when the first Slipknot record came out, I didn't really hear anybody say Corey's vocal style. The first Slipknot was so authentically angry that we didn't look at it as a vocal style. It was like straight up, this guy hates this guy.
It was more about the emotion than it was the...
Yeah, like it wasn't a technique. Whereas now, like, especially when I hear Slipknot getting growly, like, it's a technique. Like, you know, it's like a hammer-on or something on guitar. It's kind of, but like that first Slipknot record that came out, Anime, show me what you want, babe. Like, I can't imagine
experiencing all that stuff as it was coming out. It must have been crazy.
It was, it's crazy. When I first listened to the whole Slipknot album all the way through, my best friend called me. He's like, all right, what's the verdict? I said, they're not as good as Korn, but they're heavier than Korn. Like, by a mile. And he was like, yo, are you abandoning Korn? And I was like, nah, I'm just saying they're heavier than Korn. They can't do as much as Korn, but they're heavier than Korn. You know, I hadn't heard, like, old school, like, death metal before. Like, and guitar-wise, it was a death metal, new metal guitar record combined with Corey's vocals. Like I said, even the Iowa record, same thing. It was just pure. He's genuinely, authentically angry, and that's why his voice sounds like that. But then after that record, it kind of became a technique and all the rest of it. But and I think somewhere along the line, people got the notion that if you speak like the Cookie Monster, that automatically means you're heavy. I'm not necessarily sure that's the case.
No, I don't think so either.
I'm not sure. Real Science said he's never heard of Slayer. Yeah, you know what happened, Real Science, is that Tom and all those guys, they got into a studio and they just randomly, like, hit the notes, and then boom, out came this entire legendary band. They just, you know, because there's only X amount of notes in music. We have 6 chords in metal.
That's nothing, just basic.
So they just played it, and then boom, like, randomly, no forethought, nothing. Like, here we have Slayer.
Unbelievable.
This line, though, was crazy to me. No longer kill your brother. Just slaughter one another. Watch for the deadly other. This sibling is a fucker. That line, that little that was crazy.
Yep.
That was crazy. So it's like, we're not looking at humanity as, like, we're all related, we're all brothers. look at them as an other, otherize them so that you can slaughter each other. This sibling is a fucker. I mean, it's brilliant. That is like one of the most brilliant lines I've seen to talk about war and the mindset that you have to have. Everybody talks about the universal fatherhood of God and the universal brotherhood of man. And that was especially around in the old school, 50s, 60s, all that, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. That was the line, and you have to not do that. And that's why, like, as part of warfare, almost every single major war, whether past or present, has some sort of nickname for the people in the opposition.
Yep.
So Krauts,
Yep.
Japs. I don't know what we called the VC, the Viet Cong. There was something, Charlie, I think it was. But I mean, that was just a code, Victor Charlie. So you had VC, right? The Viet Cong. But Charlie kind of became a slur. You see it now where Trump and Biden are debating, and Trump says, this guy's like a Palestinian. So he uses Palestinian in the pejorative because those people are getting killed wholesale over there. So you have to sort of imply that Palestinians are somehow bad people that deserve what they're getting, because you can't say we are financially propping up a genocide. You can't say that because Americans want to believe certain things about themselves. So he can't say we're propping up a genocide. So what he says is this guy's like a Palestinian. And Biden, of course, didn't respond for reasons that I think you can, conclusions you can come to yourself. But it's just crazy. Like, anytime you have a group of people that you have to kill or enslave or kill in the womb, you're going to come up with terminology that dehumanizes them. I was in a debate one time with one of these, with a pro-choicer, and I kept using the term baby, and the guy kept saying that I was dishonest and using argument from emotion. It's a fetus, but you keep saying the term baby because you're trying to elicit some emotional response. And I showed him on these super technical Mayo Clinic.gov websites where they refer to the inhabitant in the womb as a baby. I'm like, these experts are using this terminology. I said, secondly, anytime a woman's pregnant, she wants the child, it's a baby.
Yep.
If the kid's on the fence, then it's a fetus all of a sudden. I'm not using an argument from emotion. I said, this is how regular people talk in everyday life. You don't break your patella, you break your knee. So, but it was clear that he didn't want to use the term baby because he doesn't want to be online defending the killing of a baby. Because he understands that fetus has been completely, dehumanized.
Yeah.
You can do anything you want to a fetus, but you can't do anything you want to a baby. I was watching Joy Reid yesterday talk about how Trump lied because they only do late-term abortions to save the life of the mother. That's completely untrue. The reporting arm for Planned Parenthood explicitly states that women have late-term abortions for the exact same reasons they have early abortions. That's just a fact. But they have to say, oh, it's in these extreme circumstances that we have late-term abortions. No, they're not. No, they're not. And they asked him, like, there are 7 states without gestational limits. Do you support no gestational limits? Which means you can kill a child up to the 9th month. Kill a child the day before it's born. Do you support that? Mr. Biden said something kind of weird, and then he went and talked about an immigrant lady or an American woman that got killed by an immigrant. Rest in peace to her. And then he said something about, like, there's lots of brothers basically assaulting their sisters, a lot of aunts and uncles assaulting their sisters, so we need to have abortion, because if not, then you're going to have all these, brothers jumping on their sisters and all types of... But my point is, like, the term nigger, is not a unique term in the sense of the human story. This is another reason why it just doesn't affect me. We do this all the time when we have to dehumanize a group of people to get what we want done. So I've done it. I've done it with black folks. I've done it with people in other countries. Like, if you're not on my team, like, I'm going to dehumanize you because we got to do bad things to you. And you can't, the human mind and heart cannot come to terms with killing another human being. We just can't do it. So we got to dehumanize the person before we do that. So you had shit going out on the radio in Germany referring to Jews as insects, things of that nature. Why? Because Mr. Higgelbaum, your next door neighbor, faithfully delivered your milk, gave you pay cuts and all types of shit when y'all was struggling, and now the government has to convince you that this guy is the reason that your country is in the situation that it's in. You can't let that guy be humanized because them German citizens are going to say, nah, we can't do that. We can't do that to people. And it's like, well, yeah, you can't do that to people, but these guys are rodents, they're rats, they're whatever. And that was going out in the state-run media, referring to your neighbor as a rat, an insect that needs to be terminated, whatever. This is your neighbor. And it's like, people are like, why do you believe in a huge original sin? Because the people that endured that during World War II are now doing the exact same thing to these Palestinians. You got people whose grandparents died in Auschwitz currently massacring innocent children that can't defend themselves. And are using that episode in their history to justify doing it to other people, instead of saying, we of all the people on the earth should not initiate genocide campaigns against other people because we know what that's like.
Yeah. Generationally.
That's not what's happening.
Yep.
So, and obviously on the right, you have the religious element that says fallaciously that Israel are God's chosen people and all the other stuff. And so it's very hard when the church, who's supposed to be the conscience of the state, is many times in lockstep with the state and now not functioning as the conscience of the state, but is functioning as the PR for the state. It's functioning in a way to get young people to say, yep, these people are being killed indiscriminately and they can't defend themselves, but it's somehow justifiable. And the only way that you can do that is with theology. Only theology will get you to deny the shit that's like right in front of you. I'm not criticizing theism. I'm a theist. I was born a theist. I will die a theist. I am saying, though, people use religion to cover up a lot of the shit that they do in some sort of righteous cloak somewhere. So, I mean, that's why that part is so crazy. No longer kill your brother. Just slaughter one another. Watch for the deadly other. The sibling is a fucker. Because at the end of the day, even if you try to otherize another human being, he's still your sibling. She's still your sibling. Yeah. Period. It's just, they're still your brother. You know, maybe 7 or 8 layers of generation removed, but every human being in a real way is my brother. And so, in order to harm that person, you have to de-brotherize him, which means you have to otherize him. But it's cool because what it's saying at the end of the stanza is the sibling is a fucker, because you can call him an other all you want, but at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to escape the reality that at some level he was your brother. So how do you deal with that? Do you say, man, I shouldn't have done that? Nope, this sibling is a fucker. In other words, he deserved it. Go ahead.
For me, I mean, the discussion itself, it makes me think of, you and I have been kind of like talking about the like misogyny, misandry, and how that works itself out relationship-wise, not just in marriages, but parents to children, how you interact with everybody, like, because at the end of the day, we are still separated in those two camps, really. So you have, like, it's just, I guess because it's, like, on my radar, so I see it more now. Like, I'll see, like, just, like, women, when they use the term men, but it's, like, in a real negative way. It's not, like, neutral, or it's not, like, a descriptor of being male or female, but it's, like, men. Like, and everything that we all hate about men comes up in that moment. Like, and I think that the same thing can happen like with women or bitches or whatever. Like, I think that as
Absolutely.
what we do by like, it's the same thing. Like, I feel like I'm very poorly explaining it, but you pick up what I'm throwing down. That it's a sense of like dehumanization that we do instead of like this is so bad. They're just thinking if I should say that or not. Okay, so here's a for instance, and I don't know, maybe it's something you should have said.
Huh?
It was. They were all grilled.
On the propane?
No, they were all grilled on the charcoal, but some of them were not grilled as like burn them, because that probably wouldn't have been one of the burned ones. But yeah, like, anyway, so you get that concept where people are doing that, men and women are doing that with each other, and then like the entire culture is sort of like against each other, and it's not like I think that when you like, I don't think that Black culture does it well, but I do think that they have the right idea, like, the king queen sort of mindset, and like when the women will call them king, and the, you know what I mean, like queen this, like when they do that and it's done well, I think it's good. But I think that they can be saying queen or they can be saying king, but then all this other craziness is still, you know what I mean? Like, a term is not just, it's not about a term, it's about a certain mindset. The
first song I heard about how men and women were supposed to interact, I don't know if it was on the Chronic record or if it was Snoop's, but the tagline went, "Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks." Mm-hmm. And Snoop, "We don't love them hoes." And, Jay, "Me give my heart to a woman, not for nothing, never happen, I'll be forever macking." Like, yeah, the black culture to me is the worst when it comes to women. You don't see white dudes making songs like that, or even Latino dudes making songs like that. It's only black people make songs like that, explicitly misogynist. On a consistent basis. I mean, every rapper I grew up with had some crazy thing to say about women and relationships with them. I think women absolutely have been dehumanized, especially in Western culture, where their only value now seems to be how many men they can get to masturbate over their Instagram photos. Like, it's bad out here. It's really bad out here. And like, it's crazy too. Like, I was looking up the OnlyFans. Remember that girl said she was in the top 3% of OnlyFans? Mm-hmm. So I looked up OnlyFans, and I'm like, it's crazy, because the vast majority of these girls putting themselves out there are not making significant income at all. Mm-hmm. So it's like, unless you're a 1% or 3%, it's kind of it's kind of like YouTube almost. Like, that's what it sounds like. We know people that have like 1 million subs, and their CRM is just trash. Like, it's very, there are very few people that know how to make money on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Regardless of their sub count. I've got people that were, what was it? Rolling Stone did a whole feature on them, and they were calling us for a 30-minute, how do you make money on YouTube? Mm-hmm. So like, mm-hmm. And obviously YouTube has a lot more, has a much broader audience than OnlyFans would. But it was crazy to me when that girl kept saying she was top 3%. Remember that? I'm top 3% in the balloon show.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Shorty was saying she was in the top 3% of only. So, I looked, and then there was that other thing where that girl became a Christian. And, mm-hmm. Pearly, whatever her name was, going after her. Shorty she made millions. So she was in the top, 0.5%.
I don't understand. You're saying that you looked up OnlyFans and how it runs, so that way you could figure out what
you just look up. You just look at who's making, how much money do you make? How much money does a person generally make on OnlyFans?
Yeah.
So you put that in there, and it was something ridiculous,
what was it?
$6.58 or something like that. That's like ground level, most people, and then they talked
month?
The top 5%.
A month?
Yeah. Like, the top 5% was like, it was pretty significant. The top 5% was like, you could maybe eke out a living if you did part-time work. And then the top 3%, you were good. And obviously top 1%, you could make up to $1 million. Like, And this girl said she made $9 million. I believe her. She said she was in the top like 1%, but like, it's just crazy to me. Like, we have a 1% sub count in YouTube, and if we did not have our alliance system and things like that, we would not be making much money on YouTube either. Like, it's very hard.
And obviously our DJs.
Well, yeah. So like, it's like, that's another way that these women are dehumanized, because now it's like dudes could say, "Aha! I always knew you were a hoe." It's like, well, she's in a bad economy, bro.
Yeah.
And these people are telling them, "Hey, you know, like Vaughn's girlfriend, she went did an OnlyFans, she blew up." It's like, yeah, she was already connected to a legendarily famous rapper, but these girls go out and, oh, look how much money she's making. So, it's like, it's not like that.
Yeah.
So now they get trapped in this situation. Now your shit is all out there. These girls are 18, 19 years old. They don't know. I don't care what anybody says. No 18, 19-year-old has, like, understands the ramifications. This is going to be out here forever. You know, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. But then they get, you know, they get completely shamed, whatever, for trying to survive in the world that we created. You know, so it's just like the dehumanization thing is like a necessary requirement.
The other thing,
whether it's like sexual exploitation or just downright killing, like, you gotta dehumanize that person, because the human psyche cannot deal with the fact that they're doing that to another human being. We just can't deal with it. And I think to some degree that's good, that we at least know it's wrong. But instead of like going to change ourselves and then change society, we create these defense mechanisms that largely involve dehumanizing this other person so we continue to do what we do. Or dudes will be like, I call bitches bitches and hoes hoes and queens queens. You know, so it's basically, if you act like a hoe, I'm gonna call you a hoe. If you act like a bitch, I'm gonna call you. So now you get to like shove the responsibility back to them.
Yeah, and people get so offended by the term sinners, or you're a sinner, sinner. You know, like sin. People get all upset and angry about it, but it's like, if you take a biblical standpoint, people are made in the image and likeness of God. So whether or not she's taken all her clothes off and done X, Y, and Z thing, like, she's not a hoe. She's a woman made in the image and likeness of God, and she's a sinner. Just like the rest of us. And so are you, sir, for looking. You know, like, but instead of, but it's just, you know, I was, this mother was saying she hadn't considered, I don't know where I was reading this, she hadn't considered that lifestyle when she would have kids, because she had like her OnlyFans or whatever, however she was making her money. I don't think it really specifically said, but you understood that it was like something in that realm. And somebody ended up showing it to her kid, her son. Showing what to her? Whatever she was doing.
Her OnlyFans?
She didn't say OnlyFans. She didn't say like what it was, but you understood it was like something like that. And when she was doing that when she was younger, she didn't consider that, you know what, the internet is forever.
They never do.
And, you know,
they never do.
And so, you know,
it's like, you do it for your boyfriend anyway, and you don't make any money. So this is just doing it where you can make money. That's what they tell them. And to them, it works. You know, everybody's got stars in their eyes, man. Because honestly, like, this kind of lifestyle it's better than a 9-to-5 lifestyle.
Yeah.
You know, us being able to work together as close as we're working together, like, it could have happened in the outside world.
Well, not directly like this. Literally sitting side by side. I can snuggle up to you sometimes.
Yeah, like you're incredibly blessed to be able to do this for a living, but it's extremely difficult to do. And that's why all the people that we started with 4, 5, 6 years ago, there's only like 1 or 2 people still doing it. It's a psychological, like, you can never plug out. You can never plug out, you know, and a lot of people, like, they hit a wall. I see it happen all the time. And you have, like, all these big streamers. Like, you'll see there's a bunch of times when they're not putting out content, you know? And it's like, it's the big streamers who have a lot, but they work with somebody else that they're not related to. So they have to split everything 50-50. So you're even getting less money. Like, it's just a lot.
Yeah.
You know, if I would ever recommend, I would always recommend do it with your spouse. Like our friends in the Misery Machine. Go subscribe
We're
to
like
them.
your kid.
They're at 500K right now in followers. They're doing such good work.
If you like true crime,
They're the
that's
best
the spot to be.
They're the best true crime, like, period.
She's accurate and she loves, like...
A year and a half from now,
she's excited about learning the information and sharing it.
If Netflix has any brains, they will pick that up as a recurring serial. They're that good.
Yeah.
But, like, it was interesting because I saw her post. She posted and she was like, she basically said, nobody's asking me how to do this. Everybody's complaining about their job, but nobody's asking me how to do this. And it's like, yeah, but I just don't think that they can be replicated. And I don't think we can be replicated. Like, it has to do with the specific chemistry that we created with each other and then you guys. But yeah, the song is, I think metal, not to disrespect any genre, like metal wasn't even my first genre. You guys know that. But the psychological insight that these guys have and women have in metal is crazy to me. Like that little stanza right there about like, no, you're not your brother, they're another blah, blah, blah. Like that is just such a deep insight into human, and you would never guess it like in the presentation. But when you look at these lyrics, a lot of times they're really deeply talking about like real deep human shit.
Yeah.
And because it's metal, you have the excuse to be as like flagrant and horrible as you want.
Yeah.
And so it kind of creates a situation where it's like, you know, this is the truth. It's just incredible. Like, I just think metal has the ability to do so many things that other genres of music do not have. I just don't think, you know, they're just not built for that type of thing.
I'd agree with that.
And Slayer, to me, I think one of the reasons they stand the test of time is because it's so accurate to human nature. I think that those bands that do a good... Because at the end of the day, we're all playing the same chords, the same notes, and for the most part, the same progressions. The more I learn about music, the more I'm like, what is separating this band from this band? Like, there are giant separations between bands as far as, like, you know, their reputation, how much they sell and stuff. But, like, if you really, like, plot it down to your guitar, like, you're noticing a lot of similarities. Like, there are songs...
You just showed me one where, like, either they sped it up or they slowed it down.
Yeah. Or you cut I always talk about cutting a riff in half. Like, Korn is, like, very, very good at that. Like, there's something else that makes a group take off and another group not. And I still haven't figured out the algorithm. I have no idea. I have no idea why we're up here. I don't know. Metal in many ways has replaced some classical. I could agree with that, especially the prog. No. No.
You went too far.
No. Prog metal is not anywhere close to that. Stop it.
All right, this one's a 9.2 for me.
I'm gonna give this one a 9.6. I was really like this song. Really like this song a lot because it's a real deep dive into human nature, and I recognize myself a lot in that thing. And that's I'll just say that. Hate and Vin, he says. I just gave it a 9.6, didn't I?
Yeah.
How's that hate?
Well,
because I didn't give it a 10? All right, guys.
I think it's because you said that about the thrash. The prog.
Oh, yeah, prog is it's a terrible.
All right, you guys, Iced Earth is up next.
Prog is
we'll
probably,
be right back.
Prog is probably the worst genre, like, in music, period. Like, music, period. I think prog is probably the worst.
Really? You'd rather listen to a bunch of country music?
I would. I just heard Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue yesterday at the pool, and I was like, yeah. Like, I remember hearing that song, you know, like, he says, my daddy fought in the Navy and he lost his right eye. Yep. And then he said something like, as soon as we could see clearly, Through our big ride, man, we lit up
The
your
sky.
world like
Like
the
a
4th of July. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Freedom started,
No, the Statue of Liberty
started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly.
Oh, yeah.
And it's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and you'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Boo, boo. Pew, pew. And that's brought to you courtesy of my red, white, and blue. Oh, oh,
I love that song.
I don't care, bro. I don't care. I heard that song yesterday at the pool. I was like, yo, let's go. I'm about to run 3 miles with this backpack here on this shit. Like, let's go kill some Iraqis. It's terrible, but I love that song. I'm always going to love that song. Oh, no, he died?
Oh, no, he did?
Oh shit, Toby Keith, he died. Rest in peace,
No,
homie.
maybe he's saying that because of our singing. We disrespected the song.
I hope my man is still alive. He gave me a lot of inspiration, boy. When I first heard that song, I was crying like a bitch. I was like, oh, Mother Freedom, like New York's my city. How do I let
I never saw.
How did I let these people do that to us? Oh, I gotta get revenge.
I never saw like a lot of male aggression in like at all, really, but especially not in like a positive sort of way, like somebody's coming after America, we're going after them. And I remember seeing somebody that was older than me that I kind of looked up to, and he was singing this song full, like all out, and I was like, oh my gosh, like this is, for me, like that was like the picture of like.
He literally died in February from cancer. Damn, rest
did?
in peace to my homie, bro. Damn.
So
if
when
I'd have known, we would have had a Toby Keith night. I'm not gonna lie to you. That song is in my top 10, like all time. Notorious Thugs, One Mic, that song is up there. I don't care.
Well, there you go.
It's my country, bro. Like, I can't explain how much I love this fucking country, dude. Like, they attacked us on 9/11. Like, I never forgave niggas for that, bro. Like, I was like, yo, people got dying bunches for this shit. That was just my mindset at the time. Like, I obviously, hopefully, have a little bit more of a Christ-centered kind of. But yeah, man, like, I loved that song when it came out. I'm like, I recorded that bitch from the radio. I just played it over and over and over and over and over again. Like, I love that. That song was like so crazy to me. Because it was weird. Like, you didn't really see a lot of like straight up patriotic, like Americana, like after 9/11. I was waiting for it. There was one rap song where Puff was in it actually. And one of the guys said, he said, and tell that nigga Ben Laden, yo, we got something for him, or something like that. And I was like, yeah. But like, they were doing it like in Yankee Stadium and stuff. So that was there, but there was no like real anthem. There was no real anthem. And courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue was the anthem, man. I will not tune into a Toby Keith night. And there is no more terrorism. Oh, wait. I don't know what that means, but yeah. I love the song. All right, guys, we gotta go. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Iced Earth.
Rumblers, pay attention. Iced Earth is coming up next. Shout out to DJ Nick. Shout out to DJ Ben. These are like really introspective songs, damn it, that are going all over the place. VIN out.
Sorry out.
Gone.
I'm VIN.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish. Rubbish.
That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VIN and SORI. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing. But,
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
you start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. SORI and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener. Buy our merch indeed, where nothing is ever good enough, dear listener.
Ever. Literally, ever. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Or. We're on the next song. Iced Earth, Damien with a secret.
No. Can you please not read my notes?
Oh, okay.
Read your own.
All right. Shout out to Iced Earth. We were about to do something with them. Pretty cool. And then January 6th happened. And anyway, if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Shout out to Iced Earth.
So true. I need the timestamp. Iced Earth,
Timestamp
Damien.
is 3 hours and .5. I mean, you could just tell them.
All right.
The third hour straight up.
Damien is the third track on Iced Earth's 6th studio album, Horror Show, which is a concept album based around old school horror movie icons. This song is based on the classic 70s horror film, The Omen, and contains a secret message when played backwards. I've included a clip of the message for you to listen to after you hear the song.
Oh, looks like one of the Rumblers might win something.
But I don't think they will because they won't like or dislike the videos.
Well,
We're at 6. We've got 6.
You're welcome for my cervix.
Service.
Nope. Mortal Maggot, I am sorry, but we're going to have to post that for perpetuity. You said... You're welcome for my cervix. We're going to leave that up the entire time that we listen to this song.
Humiliation!
Iced Earth!
I've never seen that movie you guys are referencing.
Iced Earth, Damien.
Omen.
Iced Earth, Damien. Let's do it.
Okay, so we're going to hear it, and then we're going to hear the backwards secret message or whatever.
life.
Since the hour you vomited forth from the gaping wound of a woman, you have done nothing but drown men's soaring desires in a deluge of sanctimonious morality. I was conceived of a jackal. Your pain on the cross was but a splinter compared to the agony of my father. I will drive deeper the thorns into your rancid carcass, you profaner of Isis. Cursed Nazarene, I will avenge thy torment.
That's how you feel?
Of darkness rise through feminine destruction. The four horsemen at my side. I demand a victory. I demand your sacrifice. Lost me no eternity in the flashing flash of Christ.
This is the behind the prog. What? No, this is not prog. This is power metal. What's wrong with you? Why are you doing this to this band, bro? You don't recognize that piano?
Oh, it sounds familiar, but
I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play you guys something. Wait. I wish I could find it. Damn it. I wish I could find it. These dudes, they steady stealing stuff from people, bruh. Yeah, like this joint right here, I'm telling you, is the Left Behind people stole it.
Is it just like the opening scene? Couldn't you just put that?
It's the music that they play to like transition or whatever.
Just Left Behind transition music.
Because it's not gonna be there. That's not how.
All right, so now we've got the secret message back. Oh, you're still trying to find it. Okay.
Hold on. Get out of the chopper, Captain Steel. This is the wrath of the Lamb. All right, here we go. See the piano? All right, watch. It's coming, guys. Just wait. Wait. All right, now watch this piano part here. Watch. It's right here, guys.
Oh.
Okay. That's the piano part. Okay. All right. Then we're going to listen to Ice Earth. You stole this shit. Nigga, stop stealing, bro. Hold on. Here's Ice Earth. Wait, where is it? Is that the song right here?
Halloween Trick or Treat, like a Christian documentary type thing.
Yeah. Where was the piano? Where was the piano?
I will drive deeper the carcass.
No, it's literally at the end. That's the part that they're going to play. When they play it backwards, it's going to say something.
Oh.
I have thorns.
What are you doing? Like,
you profane.
No. Where was the piano? Anyway, there was a piano in there somewhere. I couldn't line them up, but it sounded exactly like the Left Behind thing. All right. All right. So this was the Antichrist, right?
Okay. Wait. We got to play the song backwards. So the next video down there.
What's the next video?
It's the short.
Oh, is this the
Iced Earth?
Okay, so this is Iced Earth's secret message. All right, here we go.
You probably hear it. The piano again.
I probably played the secret message instead of the actual song. That's probably what the problem is.
Oh.
If you reverse it, you can hear Matt Barlow speaking the text.
Your pain on the cross was but a splinter compared to the agony of my Father. I will drive deeper the thorns into your rancid carcass. You profaner of ice. You have done nothing but drown desires and die with symptoms. I was conceived your father is
That's what that was. Okay.
That's the whole thing right there?
I didn't have the actual copy. Yeah, it's not you profaner of ISIS, it's you profaner of vices.
Oh.
That's actually more of a biblical.
That has such an unnerving sound to it.
That has such a profaner of vices. That's
well,
crazy.
you know, I was like, wow, I did feel like ISIS was kind of like,
well,
because ISIS wasn't around when we're talking about the Nazarene, the time of the Nazarene.
Yeah, it's an Egyptian. Yeah, I mean, ISIS worship was still around at the time of Jesus, but Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking ISIS, like
This-
what we have for ISIS.
This guy, whoever wrote this song, was definitely raised in the same environment me and her were raised. Like, he said some really specific stuff that only get taught in a dispensational premillennial.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true.
It's not even close. When the Jews return to Zion and a comet fills the sky, the Holy Roman Empire rises and you and I must die. Now, to break just that line down would be about 7 to 8 hours of just straight stream of consciousness, which nobody wants to deal with. So I'm going to give you...
The thing is, he's not exaggerating either.
Oh, no, I'm not.
And that would still be the shortened version.
I'm not. What I can tell you is that line, when the Jews return to Zion, is part of the reason that our Palestinian friends are suffering the way that they're suffering right now.
Yes, that's true.
So if you talk to premillennial dispensationalists, they will tell you, if you want to see what God is doing on the earth, look at Israel. Because to them, Israel is the real star of the show. So in dispensational theology, they believe that God was only dealing with Israel as a nation. Israel is the apple of God's eye. All those promises of the kingdom of God were for the Israelis or the Israelites or the Jews, and etc. Then Jesus shows up and offers them the kingdom. They reject the kingdom. So now what is God going to do? I know I'll erect this other group, call it the church. And so in the gap between Israel rejecting Christ, in the future, Israel is going to communally accept Christ. But in that gap, you have what's known as the church. The church is kind of like a mystery. It's hidden away. Nobody knew about it. And it's kind of like a historical anomaly. It's kind of like the girl that God is dating until he gets with his real first love. Okay? That's their understanding of Israel and how the Israel and the church relates. Then what happened in 70 AD was that as a result of them crucifying Christ as well as killing the apostles and prophets, Jesus told them, I'm going to send the Roman military to your shores and I'm going to destroy you through the Roman military. This will happen in this generation. Wouldn't you know, 40 years later, it's essentially a generation in his Israelite mind, the Roman military shows up and does just that. They have a siege from April of 67 to, I think it's June of 70. It's somewhere around 3.5 years, which the book of Revelation consistently talks about 3.5 years. And in that 3.5 years, the Jews had Jerusalem destroyed. The temple was destroyed. 1 million of them were slaughtered according to Josephus, and another 1 million of them got sent into slavery, so much so that the slave markets were glutted because of supply and demand. And so ever since then, the Jews had been without a temple and without an official homeland. Well, in 1948, the Jews were given the right of return, and they carved out a land from their neighbors, and they said, that is Israel. And so because of that, people who hold to the theology I just explained to you said, okay, Jesus has to show up now because the Jews are back in Jerusalem and all the prophecies were about Israel and Jerusalem. And look, the Jews are back in their country. That means God's prophetic clock has restarted because they believe that when the Jews rejected Christ, that God's prophetic clock had paused, because how can you go forward if you can't initiate the kingdom because these people rejected you? So after 70 AD, the Jews have no more temple, no more homeland. God is dealing with the church. 1948, guess what, guys? Israel is reborn. We've never seen this before. We actually have, but we've never seen something like this before. That indicates that God is going to come. Now, here's what happened. There was a book that was called 88 Reasons Why Jesus is going to Return in 1988. And here was his logic. His logic was very simple. Jesus in Matthew 24 says this generation will not pass away. And because he doesn't believe that Jesus is talking about what happened with the Romans in 70 AD, He's looking at it as when Israel gets reborn, 40 years from that date, the rapture is going to happen where all the Christians get taken out. And sure enough, if you add 40 to 48, you get 88.
Look at that.
Well, Jesus did not return in 1988.
Embarrassing.
So then he wrote a book called 89 Reasons Why the Lord Will Return in 89.
Stop it.
This happened all the way till 1990. This dude was still able to attend church, still able to do this, top of the bestseller list, blah, blah, blah. Oh, my bad. 90 Reasons Jesus Will Return in 1990. So this is that theology. That's the theology. It's called premillennial dispensationalism. And the idea is Jesus is now going to show up, take the church out of the way, and restart his relationship with his real first love, which is Israel. They will literally use this terminology. They will literally use that terminology. And so it's because of that, it's like you can't mess with Israel. You cannot criticize them. Don't criticize them. They're God's first love, blah, blah, blah. So if you don't completely worship the Israelis, you're an anti-Semite. Don't you see what happened with Hitler? Blah, 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 blah. There were churches where I was not allowed to teach certain things because, you know, and I understand, like, I'm with it. It's okay. But that's what's going on. As Joshua talks about the 70th week of Daniel, VIN and SORI, the Jews returning to Zion, is a quote from the movie. The screenwriter wrote it for the movie. I understand that, but
he got the idea from somewhere.
He wrote that because he was appealing to premillennial dispensationalism. If you look at the various brands of Christianity, there's only one brand of Christianity that has this setup, like I'm assuming what's happening in the movie. Like, he got that from a certain kind of theology. That was not original. Did you see that movie? What's the movie?
The Omen.
It's somewhat the Antichrist. I was watching with the ex or whatever. The kid, he's supposed to be the Antichrist.
No, don't say it, just in case I end up seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kid is the Antichrist is the idea. I mean, that's
child.
That's pretty explicit. Yeah, he starts off as a kid and he grows up or whatever. But
Huh,
so like this is coming from a very specific theology that the movie picked up on, because quite frankly, the version that I just explicated to you is a lot better suited for Hollywood than what I believe is going to happen. Which is that as we go and preach the gospel, the world is going to become more and more Christianized due to Christian martyrdom and other things.
I mean, I think
that's not a very good Hollywood movie.
The Hollywood version would be the fulfillment of those prophecies in 70 AD.
What? That is a Hollywood show for sure. But what's happening now and to the end of the world, in my view, is not very Hollywood. But what the dispensationalists say is extremely Hollywood. You got millions of people disappearing at random. You got one guy who comes in and fixes the problem, but he actually turns out to be the devil himself. Like, it's a lot more spectacular than what I believe happens and what I believe the Bible says happens. It's a lot more suited for Hollywood than what we believe is going to happen. So I was just blown away because this guy, again, when the Jews return to Zion, that's a very specific understanding of theology.
Yep.
A comment fills this guy. The Holy Roman Empire rises. Okay. So Daniel has, well, actually the king in Babylon has this vision of this giant statue. It was a head of gold and a chest of silver and a trunk of
it was bronze,
stone, and then one was,
there was clay.
Yeah. Right, and that's traditionally been looked upon as the Babylonian Empire, the Medo-Persian Empire, the Roman Empire, and then there's this last empire at the bottom, and then a rock comes from heaven and crushes it. Christian commentators have always looked upon that as Christ himself coming with the kingdom. But the problem is that the Roman Empire was extinguished 2,000 years ago. So how do you reconcile that? And the way they reconcile that is to say, yes, but the Roman Empire is going to be revived.
Surprise.
At the end of the world, so that this prophecy can be fulfilled into the future, because dispensationalists want all these prophecies to be future prophecies. They don't want them to be fulfilled prophecies because, again, I'm not gonna. So yeah, you had Babylonian, Medo Persia. That's right. Babylonian, Medo Persia, Greece, and Rome is what the four things are supposed to be, right? So the Babylonian kingdom was the kingdom that was extant at the time. The Medo Persians with Xerxes, 300. They were coming. Then after that came Alexander the Great, and then after that was the Roman system, and the Roman system has been gone for 2,000 years, but these people want this prophecy to be all the way at the end of the world.
Yep.
So the only way they can solve that problem is to say, yes, but the Roman Empire will be revived and all of the world is going to report to the Pope. That's what they believe. And so in the song, when he says the Holy Roman Empire rises, that's coming from that theology. That's what these people believe. The Catholic Church, according to my dad. Correct. That's why he says the Holy Roman Empire rises. Because when you put Holy and Roman together, that's specifically talking about Catholicism. And it's interesting because the Vatican isn't technically in Rome. The Vatican is its own country. A lot of people don't understand that. The Vatican is its own country. It's its own country, and the Pope is a guy, and he's got a military and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
They're not Italians. The Vatican is its own state. So... yes, Disaster Piece. We are good with looking at
new music and ideas. We love that.
But if you've ever wondered why the Western Church, the American Church, has been so devoted to the Israelis, now you understand why. They were given a theology that says that the Israelis are really God's love. Like God loves everybody else, including you in the church, but his first love, the apple of his eye, are the Israelis. So anybody that does anything bad to the Israelis, God's mad at them, and you just have to be good to the Israelis no matter what they're doing. No matter what they're doing in the world, you just got to be good to them. And good to them doesn't mean tell them the truth. It means demonize. It means demonize Palestinians, demonize anybody with a theology that's different. So like the Palestinians are horrible. They should have been there in the first place. And if you're a Christian and you're speaking against Israel, you need to question whether or not you really love Jesus. Like, that's where they're at. That's what they believe. You and I must die, because the fact of the matter is, after the rapture happens and the Antichrist shows up, the world is like 90% going to die. So you're most likely going to die if you get left behind in a rapture.
This is not our theology. This is not what we believe. This is the way we were taught.
This is what we were taught. God's going to snatch up millions of Christians. He's going to leave the world to the Antichrist. And after the rapture happens and snatches up 1 million of us, it's going to be 7 years of just suffering. Well, actually, the first 3.5 years, there's not really much suffering. The last 3.5 years are horrible. The tribulation. By the way, there is no text in the Bible that says a word about a 7-year tribulation period. Not one time.
Nope.
Not once. There is no mention of a 7-year tribulation, but the 7-year tribulation is like the centerpiece of theology for these people. So it's not. It's very interesting because the Bible never mentions not in one. I tell people that all the time. I said, get me the text that talks about the 7-year tribulation. They can't find it. So they'll say, well, 3.5 years is mentioned twice in Revelation. Actually, 3.5 years is mentioned 3 times in Revelation. So that should get you to like 10 years, not 7.5.
I remember when you first told me that. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, there's no. So
you know what? To be honest with you, I wasn't that disappointed when you like totally destroyed the way I was looking at Revelation, because every time that we ever learned about it, I always felt super confused. I'm like, there's just too many. You have no idea. You remember the maps that we used to have before GPS that you like unfold and they like, it takes a degree to refold them. Yeah. I'm not joking you, but the church has those things and they unfold and it's trying to explain the book of Revelation, but it takes a lot of illustration because of the way that they're interpreting it.
Yeah, it's
wild.
Yeah. I wish I could. I wish I could show you guys
the chart.
Oh yeah, because they make fun of dispensationalists all the time. Like they'll have the guys with the the thing where they got all the things connected together. And it's like, I've got something here.
Yeah.
But we obviously don't believe that. But that's where a lot of this, what's happening in this movie and in this song came from. It came from a very specific Christian understanding of
that one. This one? Yeah. Is this the one?
Yeah. I mean, God Almighty. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Once you guys see this thing, you're gonna see, like, yeah, literally, I could have spent 8 hours on that one line because it's that crazy. And like, shout out to dispensationalists, like, you know, they're our friends, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, shit is crazy, man. Okay, so this is the God's dispensational and prophetic plan.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, like I can't blow this up anymore, but you can see, guys.
I mean,
it is super, 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 super complex. Like,
there's like stuff going on the bottom, the middle. There's so many tiny pictures.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
But look, this is a theology I grew up with. This is, you know, and they're selling that. You can have a small chart for $12.95 or a large chart for $129.95. Oh my god! That's a fucking leap! Holy shit!
Well, babe, honest
the small chart for $12.95, the large chart for $129.95.
The thing is, this is what's happening. You look at that chart and you're like, wait, how a small chart is $13, but there's so much detail on it. How much am I going to miss? I'm going to have to just get the 131, especially if you're old and you can't see good.
The dispensationalist story of world history is massively epic and extremely entertaining. That's why I'm listening to Left Behind every night. Sometimes I'm like, man, I should do a review of this shit, but that would be like 100 hours of content, literally, and I would be cutting a lot of shit. So I can't listen it to y'all with y'all, and y'all don't want that, but. It is absolutely way more box office than the theology I hold to. The theology I hold to is not very box office.
Right, Joshua.
Everybody's like loving each other and sharing and shit. Like, imagine seeing that on TV for 2 hours versus this shit. Millions of people disappearing, planes coming out of the sky. Like,
you know how many people started getting interested in church because of the book of Revelation?
I remember being on planes and being like, yo, this would be really fucked up, bro. If the rapture happened, like, because I'm good, you know what I'm saying? And presumably the pilot would be good, but that's a first-class ticket to hell.
We were always told that the pilot and the co-pilot, if there was a Christian, they would always make sure there was an unbeliever in there too. Literally,
wait.
That's literally what we were talking.
Explain that again, because you just revealed that to me like 2 or 3 months ago. I was like, nah. Say it. Actually, you asked me as if like, did this really happen?
Stop, babe, stop.
And I was like, what the fuck? No. What? Tell the people what they told
We were told.
This is not mockery of Christianity, okay? No. The Bible didn't say any of this shit. Right. But go ahead.
Right. We were told that in the plane, the pilot and the co-pilot, out of the two of them, if one of them was a Christian, the other one had to be a non-believer, unbeliever, non-Christian. Because if the rapture happened, this one goes, you have to still have a driver.
So that's what she was told, that the airlines, they were all doing that. They're like, wait, are you a Christian?
But it's
well, shit, if the rapture happens, I gotta lock you. And you believed that. You believed when they told you that shit.
I did believe my leaders.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Say what you want. We were believing all kinds of craziness.
That's because everybody knows the rapture's really on the way. They're just pretending they're not. I love the song. The song was great. I feel kind of guilty, but it was really catchy. I'm gonna have to give this one a 9.8.
It was catchy, but there was also creepy parts, like the end.
Well, yeah, when the Jews, but like,
and when he said the Nazarene,
the vocals though, it was so epic. When the Jews return to Zion. And a comet fills the sky. It was like really epic. I love the song. I'm going to give this one a 9.8. The airlines are all dispensational or Zionist. Well, the way that they teach it like we've always believed this from the beginning. It's only weirdos that don't believe it. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't tell them like this theology came about 220 years ago. It's like 200 years ago now. Like, they're not telling you that shit. They're just telling you, hey. And most of them don't even know. Most of them don't even know that whole theology got invented about 250 years ago by really weird people.
But Vinny had no problem in informing me.
I had no problem informing a bunch of people. I said that shit. I said, yeah, give me that 7-year tribulation then. I said, we'll wait. So the guy was like, okay, I'll show you, blah, 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 blah. Poor Hal. He was like, yeah, you're not going to see it there in Revelation. I said, Hal, we're not going to see it anywhere, bro.
Not anywhere.
Big bro, if I could be, whatever. And the whole Bible study is looking at dude like, because he was the leader.
You have to understand.
I was a snot-nosed punk kid.
You have to understand that Vinny doesn't easily get embarrassed. So he doesn't understand other people getting easily embarrassed. So when he says, you're not going to find it anywhere, and he was right, but he's just like a kid at the Bible study. And here's this gray-haired old man that's been teaching, and people have been looking up to him.
That dude's been teaching longer than I've been alive.
Vinny, like, challenges him, like, just kind of, like, throws a challenge out.
I didn't look at it as a challenge of him, though.
I know. It
wasn't a challenge of him.
But because people are prideful, and, like, they have this idea, and they're teaching the entire room, and then here comes this punk kid saying something that, like...
If you're flying Emirates airline, you will still have both your pilots, don't worry. Yeah, but those dudes are Muslims, so God might just shoot down the plane just because of that. You know what I'm saying? During the rash, you're like, oh, fuck you guys. You're messing with Israel.
This one was catchy. It
was very, very catchy, and...
I'm going with a 9.7.
I haven't been able to talk about dispensationalism
I gotta make sure I have a 7 in there.
In quite some time. We're doing a lot of science stuff now as a setup for the Bible Boogie, but... The entire Bible Boogie is really about the Israel stuff.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to find some way to connect conscious agents theories, UAPs, and Israel from the Bible. That should be... Shout out to the Bible Book. It was like 2 days. Shout out to the Bible Book. Did you guys figure out what time it was?
Yeah, Sunday. 5.
Yeah, but 5 again? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So... We've got like
I feel like we've been talking...
We've got 2 more sciencey things to do, and then we'll
been talking too much about UFOs, UAPs, all these different things. Like, because we talk about this stuff a lot. We were outside during the 4th of July fireworks. Orion goes walking. Orion is like 5. He goes walking off. He comes back. He's like, I was praying. I was like, what happened? He's like, I was praying that UFO would leave us. It was a plane.
Who said that, Orion? He's a prayer warrior, that kid. He loves praying.
Yeah, it's cute.
He's praying that the UFO would leave us.
He looked really stressed out, too. It was so sad. I was like, oh, honey, that's just a plane. Like,
yeah, you should have said,
and I said, Jesus will protect you.
You should have said, like, the UFO can't fuck with you anyway. They never take no Christians on their shit.
Yeah. I just thought it was so cute the way he, like...
I know.
He saw a problem. Well, he thought there was a problem. It was just a plane, but he thought there was a problem. And we were all talking about, like, UFOs and different stuff like that, and he went off to take a little prayer time to make sure.
Oh, is that when I saw that red dot? Yes. That thing was weird. I'm not going to lie to you. Because like I said, like, I did see it, like, disappear.
And like, that was when he was praying.
But, you don't really understand depth perception at that height. So it was probably, like, going up the entire time that we thought it was coming toward. Because it didn't look like it was coming toward us. Or you didn't look at it?
It looked like it wasn't moving to me.
Yeah, it looked like it wasn't. I'm not going to lie to you.
Sitting there.
I'm not going to lie.
And then all of a sudden,
Sailor was like, well, it went behind a cloud. I'm like, okay, we'll go with that. It didn't go behind a cloud. It just disappeared. But I'm pretty certain the thing was just moving, and we didn't, from our perspective, see it as moving because
phenomenologically.
Because of relativity, right? Phenomenologically, it looked like it wasn't moving, but in actuality, it was probably moving. I doubt I saw a UFO on the 4th of July. That's just jeez. We have more songs, by the way.
Orion prayed it away.
Or we did, and then Orion prayed it away.
All right, 9.7
I don't know why he'd be so scared of those things anyway. Like, I'm not scared of them. I mean, I would go on the
question. I don't know why he's scared of it.
He probably has spiritual insight because all these people are saying it's demons. So
yeah, and he watches Home.
There's literally people in the DOJ that are saying we should stop investigating these UAPs because they're demons. Like literally, that was in the Harvard. That was in the Harvard.
They said so we should stop.
That was in the Harvard document where we're talking about aliens walking among us as crypto-terrestrials, they call them. They literally said that in the Harvard document. So, I mean,
do with it what you will.
Do with that what you will, dear listener. Again, this is why we should separate church and state. This shit's crazy to me. You literally got people, no, we shouldn't investigate these scientific phenomena because they're demons. What? All right, commercial break. We'll be right back. Holy hell.
I'm VIN.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that
You
off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VIN and SORI. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them to buy our merch. Well, we just talked about the rapture. Shorty just got raptured. We're on, Shorty just got raptured.
No, everything's still here.
All right, that's good. That's good. That could have been a near disaster. Holy shit.
I saw the fear in your face.
All right, here we go. The next song. What's the next song we got going on?
Up next is Sabaton, all you
Oh, shit.
losers.
Sabaton.
Don't forget whose stream this is. This is DJ Nick and DJ Ben. They are come together to create this metal night for us. Sabaton White Death is up next. This is what our DJ has to say. I think this one is actually DJ Nick.
This is DJ. It says Nick and Ben, but
Well,
I
yeah,
think this
that's
is-
the stream title.
Okay.
Like who it is, but no. I think we finished Ben's and now we're on to Nick's. Featured on Sabaton's 5th studio album, Coat of Arms, the song White Death is about Finnish sniper Simo Hea, pronounced Helha, who served in the Finnish army from 1939 to 1940 during the Winter War between Finland and the Soviet Union. According to his memoir, he killed roughly 500 soldiers between using his rifle and submachine gun. He was given the nickname White Death by Soviet soldiers because he camouflaged himself in the snow in sub-zero temperatures for hours just to get the best possible shot on each target. I included a short video to give a more in-depth story of how dangerous this man actually was. Right there, the deadliest sniper in military history.
Interesting. We were just listening to a sniper. He, I forgot who he said his hero was. It was some dude during Vietnam.
I'm surprised it's pronounced Helha. There's no L at all.
The guy moved like an inch every day or something like that. It was some ridiculous thing. Them dudes are a different breed.
I can't believe people will suffer that much just to end other people's lives.
Well, I mean, the Soviets were invading their country.
Well, is this what this was, the Soviets
Yeah,
as well?
he's fighting the Soviets. It's a Finn fighting the Soviets. That's why Kai, like, like anything Russian, he's going to be against, because he's like, yo, you don't have our history. So you don't know, whatever. So shout out to Kai. I get it. Here we go. No, not Damien. White Death. Let's check it out,
Wait,
y'all.
no. Oh,
no?
No, not yet. I think we're supposed to be doing
We're supposed to watch
the short video.
the
I don't know.
short-
Nick, which one did you want first? I don't think you really specifically said.
Yeah, what are we doing first, homie?
Because he said I included a short video to give a more in-depth story. Yeah, I mean, I would think that we start with the... What do you want, Nick? I didn't actually put a timestamp. Can you give that to me?
You've got Simo Hea, the
Song
deadliest
first.
sniper in military history.
He wants a song first.
Okay. All right. All right. So let's do the song first. Here it is. Sabaton, White Death. Let's go. The ultimate camper. Yeah, exactly. They were talking about the dudes that hit Fulio. They call it camping. You know how you just stay in one spot on Fortnite or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they call it camping. That's just crazy.
Oh.
All right, here we go, guys. Look at the little smiling and shit.
Yeah.
Almost night, a crimson horizon, painting thousand legs red. As your army approaches the east, a hunter is switching his prey. All alone, a man with his gun wanders into the wild. Tracks you down, you cannot hide, once he is onto your trail. Into the night, a flash in the darkness, white death is heading your way. The fear of his foes, a hero at home, hundreds will fall by his gun. You're in the sniper's sight, the first kid tonight, time to die. You're in the bullet's way, the white death's prey, say goodbye. After the dawn, when morning is broken, snow runs white turn to red. Blood-red snow tells what happened last night. A tale of a sniper is born. Snowy mouth, hiding his breath, he is steady at hand. Eye to eye, target in sight, the moment to fire has come. Hundreds of kills, a man and his rifle embody the season of offense. Stay on sight and cover your head. When he pulls the trigger, you're dead. You're in the sniper's sight, the first kid tonight, time to die. You're in the bullet's way, the white death's prey, say goodbye.
he oh, that's probably why. Okay,
Nick,
so
which one do you want us to do first? You want us to go into the song or
Nick,
do
we do the documentary right after, or are we doing the song breakdown now?
This White Death guy.
Yeah, he wasn't playing. He put snow in his mouth.
That's the thing. First of all, if
he
you
put
ever
snow in
been
the mouth
outside
so he could see the condensation
on the scope,
when he would breathe.
The condensation on the scope, or
from
like
his breath.
For some, yeah, I know, but
you know when you breathe,
who's gonna see it?
Oh well, the other sniper, yeah,
yeah,
because they're trained to see anomalies in these linear patterns. So he put snow in his mouth so that it would neutralize the condensation when he. That must
have been so cold.
Like the
because you're outside already in the cold, and then you stuck.
Okay, we're watching the video first. Okay, so we're gonna watch the video. We're gonna watch the. There's a mini documentary of the guy that we just heard a song about. So
I'm about to see it
again. Show me another YouTube channel that does this or has people that do this. It's insane.
Show me another DJ that makes this happen.
Like literally, seriously. All right, so here's the mini doc.
Nick's funny too because you couldn't have known it was going to happen.
When World War II broke out in 1939, the Soviet Union decided to invade Finland while everyone else was preoccupied with the war in Europe. But a sniper named Simo Heiha came to Finland's defense. Heiha allegedly eliminated a staggering 505 enemy soldiers, which, if accurate, would make him the single deadliest sniper in history. Today we're looking at the man Simo Heiha and his unbelievable marksmanship. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. Simo would have wanted it that way. All right, let's get sniping. As you might imagine, the invading Soviet soldiers grew to be straight up terrified of Heiha. Having to patrol the blanched Finnish wilderness with the knowledge that Heiha could be out there waiting to ping them with a spectacular long-distance shot earned him the nickname Belya Smert, which is Russian for White Death. However, Heiha's fellow Finnish soldiers had a completely different name for him. They called him Taika Ampuja, Magic Shooter. While that nickname may have been as accurate as Heiha himself, we have to admit it is somewhat less intimidating than White Death. Simo's exact sniper count varies depending on the source. Some suggest he downed as many as 542 Soviet soldiers with his rifle, but no one claims he eliminated any less than 505. This makes him the most effective sniper in any war, with Soviet sniper Ivan Sidorenko sitting at a close second with 500 kills. However, Heiha's count may even be higher. Rather than stay at a comfortable distance behind his sniper rifle for the entire war, Heiha may have also cut down several hundred enemy combatants with a submachine gun. If true, that would put his count at approximately 800. Simo, that is a frightening number. Impressive, sure, but holy cow, you're really good at your job. The Winter War lasted for a single winter, as its name suggests, which means Heiha was putting in serious work. In order to achieve his staggering record, Heiha was eliminating an average of 5 to 6 enemy soldiers every day. Of course, some days were better than others. Heiha racked up a terrifying 40 confirmed kills in a single day, scoring 25 and 20 on 2 other record days. The cloud of perpetual death in which he lived saw him promoted from corporal to second lieutenant, the biggest rank jump in the history of Finland's military. Heiha did not use a scope to forge his legendary sniper count. He preferred to use the plain old iron sight on his rifle. Yeah, no scope. He's just an all-around old-fashioned badass. Beyond being hardcore, there was a strategic reason for this, beyond just showing off. Heiha recognized that scopes made his enemies an easy target. In addition to making the target slightly bigger, scopes would glint in the sunlight, allowing Heiha to spot enemy snipers before they spotted him. At the time, every Finnish citizen was required to do 1 year of military service, and Heiha had done his 14 years earlier, back in 1925. That was the extent of his military experience. He did join the Finnish Civil Guard as reservist, which is essentially the equivalent to the U.S. National Guard, but he stuck to his civilian life of hunting and farming right up until the Soviets decided to invade in 1939, at which point he was summoned back to service. If his hunting record was anything like his war record, we suspect the deer around Heiha's home had a nickname for him too. After he completed his year of mandatory service in 1925, Heiha was given the option to purchase his service weapon, a standard bolt-action rifle. He bought the gun and spent the next decade and a half mastering it. When he was called back to duty during the Winter War, Heha brought his old bolt-action rifle, turning down a more modern rifle with advanced optics. The extreme cold, which ranged anywhere from -20 to -40 degrees Fahrenheit, caused frequent weapon malfunctions among his fellow soldiers. But Heha's experience with his bolt-action BFF allowed him to keep the gun functional throughout the winter. While only having minimal military experience, Heha wasn't possessed by the Lord of Incredible Aim. He developed his skill from being a competitive sharpshooter, having grown up a few miles away from the Civil Guard shooting range, which held annual contests. Heha regularly participated in these competitions, packing his house full of trophies. Among his accomplishments was the ability to hit a target with his rifle 16 times in a minute at a range of 500 feet, a talent best described as supernatural. Heha was deployed to the Kola battlefield, where he and 31 other soldiers were tasked with holding off an invading force of 4,000 Soviet troops. Despite having fewer men on the roster than a college football team, Heha's group managed to hold their ground for the entire winter. That's some good goal line defense right there. He and his fellow Finns had a few other advantages beyond his Angel of Death status as a sniper. For instance, the Soviet troops all wore bright green uniforms, which made them stand out like decorated Christmas trees against the snowy white landscape. What also didn't help the Soviets was they lacked officers with any leadership skills, mainly because Stalin had them all executed when he purged the USSR of any potential political opponents. And even though the Soviet invasion of Finland was technically successful, they only managed to capture a relatively small amount of border territory, leaving the rest of the country intact. All told, the Soviets suffered nearly 400,000 casualties during the Winter War, compared to the 66,000 suffered by Finland. Most snipers shoot while lying flat on their stomachs because it gives enemies a smaller target to aim at. Heha fired from a sitting position because he felt the position was better for his aim. He didn't worry too much about making himself a bigger target, as he was just a biscuit over 5 feet tall and would conceal himself in snowbanks and put snow in his mouth to hide his breath. Additionally, Heha would pack snow in front of his rifle barrel or pour water on it to freeze it, so that smoke would not rise from it after he fired and give away his position. And in perhaps the biggest departure from sniper etiquette, rather than going for the head, Heha aimed for the center mass of his targets, which is effective in wartime, but won't do him any favors on the Black Ops 4 leaderboards. Heha's reputation as the John Wick of Finnish snipers eventually drew the ire of the Soviet commanders, who finally grew tired of his nonsense and began targeting him directly. Because getting anywhere near Heha was out of the question, they began hammering his general location with artillery strikes. When those didn't work, the Soviets sent teams of counter-snipers to take him out, but Heha, being the sniper's sniper, dispatched them with bone-chilling ease. Finally, one Soviet sniper got lucky and blasted Heha in the jaw with an exploding round. Despite being described by one friend as having half of his head missing, Heha refused to die, and after days of reconstructive surgery, he finally regained consciousness, the day after the Winter War had ended. Despite getting a portion of his face blown entirely off his dome in a time when medicine was still largely experimental, Heha survived World War II and went back to hunting and farming. The Finnish government actually gave him a farm in 1961, presumably both to reward him for his service, and they probably wanted to stay on his good side. Heha took up dog breeding and continued hunting, winning the Ruokolahti Hunting Society's Game Cup 5 years in a row. In 1970, he moved into a small apartment where he lived out the rest of his days before passing away at age 96 in 2002. That's right, the deadliest sniper in World War II lived long enough to have witnessed the rise of popularity of NSYNC. Simo Heha left his quiet farm life in the winter of 1939 to become the most effective sniper in history, racking up over 500 confirmed kills without even using a scope before returning home to live out the rest of the 20th century in peace. What do you think of the White Death? Let us know in the comments and check out some of these other videos of our weird history.
The YouTube channel that was doing it?
Yeah, that's a badass YouTube channel right there. Holy hell.
hard to keep your girl interested in history, but that video was good.
That, like... Shout out to Scott T. When I went down to Texas, I was meeting the whatever. And he said, who do you think here has the most bodies? But he didn't use the term bodies. He used another term, I'm not gonna say. And I mean, everybody in that room was like a badass. Like it was like the closest. You remember when like Head brought us up on stage and like how geeked out, I'm like, oh my. It was like being in a room with a bunch of like top level bands.
Uh-huh.
And so it's like asking me who has the most Grammys between all these people.
That video is out there. Just search our discography and you can find Korn when we went to the show. It's whole put together. It's cool.
Yeah, there's a video of the other thing I'm talking about too, but I'm pretty sure you've never seen it. So I just eeny, meeny, miny, moed it.
Mm-hmm.
And the room busted out laughing at the same time. They pointed to like a stenographer or something like that. Like he was like on his computer, Bill Gates looking, very small. And they all pointed to him and they're, shut up guys. And like, the guy was a sniper. And he had like 32 kills on the, whatever. Like he was head and shoulders above everybody. Like 32 is a giant number. Like it's a huge number. Like,
I mean, well, we just saw this guy with like 500. So
yeah, but 32 is like a legend. Like
that's legendary.
Like that dude that was talking to Sean Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
He had one deployment where he had 33, and like he's like right top. Now like he's the man in the sniper community or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But like with him, if you sat in a room and you said who has most bodies, I would point to that guy. See what I'm saying?
Really?
He's a big dude. He's got dreads.
I don't know. Yeah.
This dude was basically like a Bill Gates type guy.
Well, I mean, would you have picked out this guy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's what kind of freaked me out when I saw him. I was like, "Are you serious?
Yeah,
like, he's so unassuming.
Like, yeah,
and he has like these tiny little beady eyes. Like, he just did not look like somebody that you would be. There's some people that you're like, that person looks like they.
There's just like, they use the term force multiplier.
Yep.
And a lot of times it has to do with like certain mechanisms that we have that they don't have, whatever. But like ultimately, sniper is one of those positions that you really cannot upgrade. Like you can have different scopes and things like that. But as he said, like, there is a glint to it. It's funny too because Fortnite does a really good job.
Yeah,
of that.
They do.
When somebody has a sniper rifle, like you'll see when they're aiming at you, they'll show the glint. They'll show the glint in there. Like that shit is real. So for him to do that without any of these, because there's a lot of physics and math and terrain and shit that you have to have down to even pass in America.
Yeah.
There's no way that the training our guys receive now was the training he received. But he had that same little bolt action rifle for 15 years before he went out and did his thing. Mm-hmm. So obviously, like if you've got 15 years to train on a bolt action rifle in that environment, you could conceive of somebody doing some serious damage without the extra tech.
Yep.
But this guy, like, you got to be truly dedicated to the craft, man. And like he was, like, he did shit that other people wouldn't do. And, like, those guys are incredible. Like, those guys are absolutely amazing. They're like, again, like, you're not supposed to celebrate killers and all the rest of it, but the Russians were invading at the time. Like, they were doing their Soviet colonialism, and a much smaller force was able to set, like the documentary said, like they obviously were able to go in there and impose their will on certain parts of the border, but they were nowhere near what they should have been able to get. And obviously this show is going to say it's because of this one guy, but that tells me something about the the heart of these Finnish people. And it's crazy because when you talk to Kai, he's Finnish. Like, Kai is the nicest, most peaceful person. Like, honestly, if Kai was robbing my house and I hit him and the lights came on, I saw it was Kai, I'd break down and cry.
Oh, yeah.
He's such a beautiful person. Such a peaceful person. Like, when I think about Jesus and how he would interact with, like literally it's Kai. But it's crazy to me because anytime the Soviets come up or the Russians come up, that's the only time when you see Kai get dirty. Like, they're not feeling those people. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I don't get it because I'm not part of a country where somebody did that to us. We're doing that to other people. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So we don't know what it's like to be in a country where you had a big bully come after you and you took a lot of losses, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
So it's just crazy. Like, the band, the song was just genuinely a good song.
Yeah.
They used kind of like the 80s style. That's why I wanted to see like what year this was. This is 2010. But you know the 80s like pop, you know, metal where you had that heavy bass drums in the chorus or whatever. You know, they used that. It was still a good song. It was still a good metal song. It was a good power metal song, but they're talking about this dude in a way, in my opinion, like, he deserves a certain level of, like, respect. Like, if you take the non-killing stuff that I said the previous, like, I get it. But, like, this dude, I mean, talk about mastering your craft.
His vocal style, every time I hear it, I always think it reminds me of Phil Collins.
Yeah, that's why most old Soviet countries don't want anything to do with Russia. Yeah, I mean, when the whole Russiagate thing was going on, and I would say, I don't really think that Trump is really doing it. Like, the vitriol was insane. Like, people were crazy. And, you know, like, Americans, like, I really, to be honest with you, I didn't care what Americans had to say. But I had some European people being like, yo, fuck these people, bro. Like, you know, but for me, I was just like, okay, fine, fuck Vladimir Putin, but that doesn't mean that our government is in cahoots with them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there was a lot of real animosity, and I think I underestimated the hell that the Russians or the Soviets brought to those people. You know, and why they would be so desperate to join NATO. I understand, as a Finnish person, I would want to join NATO. As an American, I don't want the expansion of NATO at all. And, like, we're listening to this thing with Biden. They kept mentioning over and over again how Biden has grown NATO. The only way you can grow NATO is if there's a certain kind of conflict that terrifies smaller countries into joining your little collective. So, like, that's why I said, like, if this, I don't believe that Putin invades Ukraine under a Trump administration. I just don't believe that he would. I don't either. But I think that, you know, like, Biden has the typical plan, which is we're going to expand NATO, intimidate and isolate the Russians. And from my vantage point, I don't see how that helps America. But this does give you some more context as why I was surprised. I was like, Kai, like, this is gentle Jesus, meek and mild. What are we talking about here? This is Kai. What are we doing? But, I mean, look at all the shit that these people did to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you had to get, I mean, really, you had to get a superhuman. I mean, because they were talking about him, you know, they talking about him with his magic gun or magic bullet or whatever. Like, I mean, you want to talk about a force multiplier, man. I think for all the tech, I think Afghanistan showed this. Like, you can have all the tech in the world, but if you have mastered the terrain, you can use a terrain as another soldier. The land itself is an enemy combatant, is what you're taught. So, like, the Afghanis showed it. They showed it to the Soviets. They showed it to us. Like, yep, you guys have the overwhelming force. You guys have all the tech. True, but we have tenacity. We're never going to quit. And we've been fighting for literal decades. You guys grew up in the lap of American luxury, and then you signed up for the military where they had all these checks and balances and shit. When I was going, when Jamie was graduating, in Paris Island, you would have these like undercover media people. And my brother would tell me, like, yo, don't talk to these people.
Why?
Because they were always trying, because the Marines have a reputation for hazing and harming people during training. And so there's this nice little cottage industry down there. If you can get a video or a picture of a Marine being abused, then you put it out in local news, and the news companies will pay it. That's premium stuff. And it eventually resulted in like dudes using stress cards in the Marine Corps. Yeah, like
stress cards?
You pull stress cards so the instructor will be nicer to you. Like, this shit is crazy. But yeah, like you know, but it's like, this is an expeditionary force. I don't think people understand the difference between the Army and the Marines, and they don't understand. Like, these guys are like at the conventional level, the tip of the spear. They have to be a certain type of aggressive, and they have to have a certain kind of mentality. You can't do
what they do without having.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's horrible to look at, and the American conscience doesn't want to deal with it. But it's a fact. Like, that's how they are.
Yeah.
But these Afghanis, man, this is something different with them boys. Because these Afghanis, they've been handling Kalashas since they were like literally 6-7 years old. They've been traversing those mountains. Mm-hmm. You called out on a track. Spot. You called out on a track in an environment that you're whatever. The elevation, even the pattern of the terrain in Afghanistan is horrible. Because it's not just a straight shot. It's, there's a gulch here. This guy's gonna break his knee. This guy's gonna break his ankle. These kids have already had the broken knees and ankles. They know how to, like.
And there probably is they're on their own homeland. Like, if these soldiers screw up, their wives are not literally going to die.
Or get assaulted.
Or get assaulted, right.
Which is worse to those people.
Yeah, yeah. But these people, like, if this doesn't go good, like, it's directly going to affect your family. So you're going to fight different in that situation.
We've got the most advanced, high-tech. Look, if somebody wants to attack America, 10 out of 10, they're going to lose. I don't care if China joined forces with all the Arab League, they would lose as far as attacking us. But as far as us occupying a country, there are certain countries where those people have enough of the spirit of core where you're just not going to be able to do it. Mm-hmm. And Afghanistan is one of those places. Mm-hmm. Those people have mastered the terrain, and they have an ideology that creates a sort of incentive to die.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They don't have force multipliers like this guy. I mean, this guy was clearly a force multiplier.
Yeah, Jesus.
But their collective tenacity became the force multiplier that ultimately put us in a situation. Because Americans are not. We're going to look at the world and say, well, there's other places we can occupy. There's other things we can do. Or we can make an underhanded deal with the Tally that says, look, we want your poppy fields. We want all the drug money. So we'll leave you guys alone. We'll take a 50% cut. You guys can do whatever you want with the poppy after that. I truly believe that that's really what the deal that was made. But yeah, Americans don't have that kind of will to occupy a place. Mm-hmm. Especially now, there's way too much media. There's way too much. But this dude, I mean, it just shows you, man, you can have all the tech in the world. This guy had a bolt action. He was low tech even for his context.
Yeah. But once they explained it, it made so much sense. Like,
I mean, it makes all the sense in the world.
Of everybody else's, it's like, come on.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. But again,
you have to have that training.
He had 15 years of just using that same.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, it wasn't like we went to sniper school and then he came out and had 500 kills. Like, that's not what happened. Like, he was a soldier already, and he got out. He did his time. Then he had 15 years to hang out with this one bolt-action rifle. He's out there hunting with it, all types of shit. He's out in the terrain. You have to stalk an animal in a very similar way you stalk a human being. Like, he was getting real training in a very specific context. I think if you drop him off in Saudi Arabia or something like that, like, he's still going to be effective, but he's not going to be as effective. Mm-hmm. Knowing the lay of the land is such a I mean, look what happened with us. Look what happened with the VC. Look what happened with Afghanistan. You could be the giant superpower in the world. If you're fighting a foe who will not quit and doesn't care if he dies and has, you know, because George Washington, that dude, he could get busy, bro. Mm-hmm. Like, there are a couple battles he was supposed to lose. And he
turned it around. He
was a real live gangster. Like, when you hear about George Washington, like, you're hearing about President Washington.
Yeah.
But you're not really seeing Washington the war fighter.
No, I was surprised, too, because anytime you see him, you just saw him in that white wig, and, like, he just didn't look like somebody
there's the Valley Forge one where he's,
yeah, but I thought that was, you know how you'll see, like, the kings and stuff, they'll be, like, in their actual living room, but then they put them in some battle scene in the painting. Like,
yeah.
I always thought it was, like, one of those. I didn't think he actually... Well, I guess we did kind of know. Valley Forge and stuff, yeah.
He loved it. He loved it. And, you know, he was
I didn't know
crazy.
He was like that,
These are the times that try men's souls. Yeah. I think that was him.
Yeah.
That's moto as hell, man. Like, you're very motivated after that. Like, all right, let's go kill some shit. So, shout out to the dude, man. But it's really just shout out to the human spirit. Mm-hmm. That's one thing, like, I love. Like, yeah, we've got all our tech. We've got F-15s. We've got other things. But it doesn't matter. If that group of people knows the lay of the land and they're not going to quit, they're going to fight to the last man, the last woman, the last bullet. And then with these Islamic dudes, the last child, they don't care. Like, it's all the same. They really believe this shit. They really believe they're going to Jannah. So... You know, and it ain't about the virgins. It's about missing Judgment Day. Like, please, man. Like, we can't do nothing with that. They're not going to come over here. Nobody's going to come over here. Them dudes ain't going to make that mistake again. But if we're going over there to occupy, man, these are different type of people. Iraqis are not the same as the Afghanis, obviously.
But this song, I mean, after hearing the whole story and seeing the documentary, it just became really clear, like, why a metal band would make a song off this guy.
I'm surprised there are not more.
I am too, especially as we heard you know, all the information. I'm like, okay, yeah. You know, I had to look up see if the homie ever got married.
9.8.
He did not. He just stayed a warrior the entire time.
I could have told you that myself.
I had a feeling, but I had to just know. You know, I am about relationships.
Some dudes that, like, they're just...
Yeah.
As I say, like, especially snipers, it's a stereotype, but I'm sorry, like, there's something wrong with all them dudes, man. It's just... I've never seen a successful guy not be, like, extremely strange. Like, when my brother was calling out that thing, and he had the
Oh.
And he was like, yeah, that guy.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, yeah, he's a little weird. I was like,
oh, weird.
Yeah, he's like, he wanted to be up in Colorado, you know, because it's mountainous and all that shit. He's like, yeah, that dude was weird.
I mean, somebody who, like, that's their job to, like, up close in a scope, hit somebody in the head with a bullet.
Yeah, there's that, but there's certain dudes that are just Wayne bros, that are just, like, they live for war. And they don't know what to do with themselves otherwise. Like, they just completely dedicated themselves to that craft, and they're just
Is it like obsession?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Tom Brady.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like that. Like, there's people like that.
It's funny how, like, there are some things that we will, like, reward somebody for being obsessive about something, even if it's like killing other people. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that there was a valid reason why he was doing it, but, you know, the Soviets or whatever.
Yeah, 9.8 for me.
This one's a 9.4 for me.
Such a good song.
And I give that documentary a 10.
Yeah, documentary was crazy. That was a good
really
little thingy in there, Nick. I see what you did there, boy. All right, guys, we're coming back. We still have more metal. We still have more metal, dear listener. We shall return on the other side of the break. VIN out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm VIN.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish. Rubbish.
That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VIN and SORI. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. SORI and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, and shall lead them
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst. By the way, thank you, Mom Dukes, for this.
And for this.
Got the red cross on there.
I've got the hearts.
That's legit.
Slaughter to Prevail is up next with the let me get the timestamp. 4:22. Slaughter to Prevail, Viking.
4:22:30.
That's it.
All right.
Viking.
VIN and SORI get to hear the gator growl that Alex invented. There's a gator growl. Okay, let's check it out. All right, here we go. Slaughter to Prevail. This is a lyric video, dear listener. Slaughter to Prevail. It says, what's the name of this song?
Viking.
Let's do it. Let's check it out now.
Язык меча, что ж, так прольется кровь. Так прольется кровь. Мой язык бескостный станет железом, чтобы ковалять. Чтобы ковалять. Понимаешь только язык меча, что ж.
This is what Slipknot used to be. Slipknot used to be this band.
Well, it did remind me of Slipknot. Like,
this is what they were. This is what Slipknot was. And, you know, we'll see in 3 or 4 years if they can keep doing this. I think my theory is
these people are new on the scene?
Yeah, they're newer. My theory is that kind of physical output, that's very hard to keep up, like, on the body.
Yeah.
For years.
Yeah.
Like, so I'd be very interested to see where these guys go.
Yeah.
You know, Corey always had that vocal talent. You saw it in Wait and Bleed, which was on their first record. You saw it on Left Behind. So like, Slipknot always had a pop
sort of
kind of single that they would release to the uninitiated.
Oh, okay.
So like, I felt the heat rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone. Like, it starts off with actually clean, singy vocals.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when you that's what hooked you to Slipknot. That was the song that hooked me to them. I bought the whole record, and the rest of the album didn't sound like that at all. You know what I'm saying?
That's the one that hooked you?
Yeah, Wait and Bleed. Yeah, it hooked everybody because everybody was like into that melodic shit.
Yeah.
But like, then you bought the record, and the rest of the song sounded nothing like that, and you had to decide if you were gonna like
stay with them or not,
embrace it or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when I first heard it, like I said, I told my friend, like, they're heavier than Korn, but they're not better than Korn.
Mm-hmm.
But like, after listening to that record for the 20th time, like, and you really, your mind, because my neurons were not trained for that kind of music yet.
Mm-hmm.
So like, my neurons were trained for a heavy part in the middle, singing in the chorus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was Korn's formula. But like, once I got like acclimated to it, like, it was incredible. When you were angry, like, that was it. There was no other. But again, like, there's a difference between like using a technique and sounding genuinely angry or whatever it is that you're trying to portray. And like, especially the way the song like came out, it just came out like, we're just gonna hit you in the mouth, bro. Like, period. I don't know what he's saying and all the Russian stuff. Like, Nick, do you have like a translation for that in Russian? Why don't you talk to your buddy on ChatGPT?
That's where I'm headed.
But yeah, like, the song was crazy. These guys are Russian.
The song was crazy.
These guys are Russian, and so I think that there's probably some current event shit happening right now. You know, with them, as far as being Russian people.
Only understanding the language of the sword. Well then, so blood we will shed. So blood we will shed.
Will be shed.
Will be shed. My boneless tongue will turn. Iron will turn into iron to speak.
My boneless tongue will turn into iron to speak.
Only understanding the language of the sword.
Well then. Okay, so it's just basically, you're not going to understand until we show up with some, that's always been a line. Like, listen, these people only understand violence. Like, that was a big thing for me. It's like, hey man, these Muslim dudes, they only understand violence, so we got to communicate to them in violence so they'll understand. Like, that was a big thing.
That's so it's so crazy because when you think like biblically, it says like it's the goodness and kindness of the Lord that's meant to lead us to repentance.
Right.
And God could easily say these people will only learn by
violence.
you know what I mean? Yeah, like pain, because we literally learn the best when we're in pain. Like, if life gets too easy for us, we get comfortable, we get, people do all kinds of craziness when they start getting too comfortable. So, I don't know. It's just interesting that then here you have human beings. That's like that parable with the guy that is forgiven his large debt and then goes and grabs the neck of the other person that owed him less. Like, we're like, oh, these people will only learn if we put, it's through violence, when it's like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like, the song had a beautiful,
God could say it.
The song had a beautiful message to it.
I thought it was lyrically pretty crazy too.
Especially toward the end.
Well, I didn't catch all of it.
It was a really beautiful message, because it seemed to me he was talking about, again, the universal brotherhood of man type of thing, and that we shouldn't be killing each other.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's kind of like debating with himself, like, yeah, we shouldn't, but is this just our nature type situation?
Yeah.
Because that seemed to be... It
reminded me of the talks on the Sean Ryan show.
Yeah, it seemed to be the conflict that everybody kind of has with this subject matter, and it must be interesting being a Russian person who I'm sure loves his country, And, you know, for reasons legitimate and illegitimate, your country is now the big bully, and everybody hates you and everybody's suspicious of you. It's not so much anymore that we have Biden in office, but you got to understand what life must have been like for Russian Americans and just Russians in general when the biggest media machine the earth has ever known is put its sights on you to completely demonize you and your country. And we dominate the narrative, so we put it as this bully's going in there and intervening, and you know, he's out here trying to grab land and power and all this, and like we always say, people always do things for 10 million reasons, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons, but I'm also sure that having United States weapons, experimental weapons that can reach Russia in 14 seconds, and us constantly pushing closer and closer to that border with our weapons and the provocation, your average American citizen has no idea about that. They don't know about we're not going to move an inch eastward and all the rest. They don't know. The average American knows nothing. We know what the media tells us. So if you're Russian, you're in a very complicated situation, because obviously in metal, you don't really break through until the Americans embrace you. You know what I'm saying? So you're trying to break through in an American context, but you're Russian, and there's all this Russophobic language. And every Russian I've met has been a very proud person and proud of their country. So it must have been a crazy time to be alive, you know, as a Russian person. Like to this day, like I still don't, you know, like Americans, we're cool with like demonizing an entire people, demonizing an entire country, and for whatever reason, now that reason is over with, we're fine with moving on. But like, we don't think through the ramifications of how do these people feel if you drag their country through the fucking mud for, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
And it's so like hypocritical, because in the one sense we'll look at them and be like, you know, think that, but at the same time we won't post dissenting views on Facebook because we don't want people to not like it.
Well, and we can't. Like, I remember during the election, our little corner of the internet in Middle America, we had all types of shit because we reported on the Biden the laptop thing, and I got a message directly from Facebook that said, "Look,
about Hunter Biden's laptop."
Yeah, they said the intelligence agency said that's Russian disinformation.
But it wasn't.
No, it wasn't Russian disinformation at all. But you could just put Russian on top of everything, and that would shut everything down back in the day. And that's what happened. Like, we were during an election season, and Facebook did their damnedest to make sure that, you know, nobody heard any negative opinions about Mr. Biden, because, you know, they thought that they were the, you know, whatever. Nick Corvin says, Slaughter Prevail recently initiated the biggest wall of death in the history of Hellfest. I bet they could.
Yeah.
Immeasurable desire to shed blood, a piercing feeling of guilt. The normal rules do not apply. You'll watch me rise, I'll see you die. That's a crazy line. You'll watch me rise, I'll see you die.
Yeah. Like you're over them when you kill them, and then you're getting up and they're dying on the ground.
Yeah, you'll watch me rise. You'll watch me rise, I'll see you die.
Yeah.
Like, that's different directions.
Yeah.
Adrenaline is filling our veins fast. That's what the dude told me. He said, Vincent, be careful. There's no drug like adrenaline that you'll ever take in your life.
He was right.
If people looked at certain people as having a chemical dependency on adrenaline, I wonder how that would affect psychology relative to dudes who come back from deployment, because it is you do get flooded with not just adrenaline but a whole bunch of other chemicals when you're in a high danger situation, and you are superhuman for, you know, a couple minutes. You are superhuman. You see farther. Your sounds register higher. For some dudes, like, time slows down. Like, you are superhuman in that little interval. And a lot of people are trying to get back that feeling. But we're just focusing on the action and not internally what's going on and the kind of high that you get out of that situation. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of these people doing these psyche evals and things like that are people that have never been in any sort of kinetic environment. So they can only go by, oh, it's the situation itself that is, quote, traumatizing you, etc., etc. They're not looking into the idea of the dearth of that normal adrenaline kick. You no longer have it. You got dudes doing 2 or 3 hits a night. Like, you cannot replicate that anywhere in the world. It's just like football players will tell you, like, but the thing is, psychologists understand the chemical aspect of retiring from the NFL. They understand that, even if they haven't been in it, because you're walking out, thousands of people are chanting your name, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Like, obviously, you're going to miss the endorphin rush that comes with that. So they can kind of put that together without having to experience it. But, like, when we're fighting and killing is a completely different world. And they're not in that world. They've never done it. So they're, so they miss but I think that's a major, major untapped. I remember thinking to myself, like, if you could put this in a bottle or a needle and sell it, people would go crazy. They'd go crazy for it. But, like, thankfully, you only get that feeling in a very austere circumstance. But, like, yeah, like, you wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I don't want to keep talking about it, but it's definitely.
Is it
a high for sure?
Like, obviously not the same thing, but like, they say that there's like chemical endorphins or something. People get into pornography and watching it, like there's like this rush of like something that keeps happening, and it's like that it's what they're seeing, but it's more the rush that people are like addicted to and wanting again. Yeah. And then they can't get the rush on that video, so then that's why it goes to worse and worse and worse.
That's why those people named that thing "Fight the New Drug."
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's a Facebook group. You should check it out.
Yeah.
But similar, obviously not the same thing. But do you think it's something like that? Where
I think it's yeah. I think you just put in a situation where it's like all for keeps, and there's. You have fun in Fortnite, but there's no existential consequence. Like, you're playing a game that has massive existential consequences, and I just think that certain people just get addicted to it and can't. That's probably why dude never got married. Like, because the more and more you're into that shit, the less and less people can actually really truly relate to you. So there's always that gap that normal people don't have. Like, there's the most important events in my life, like, you're completely alone on, because very few people, thankfully, have that experience. So it becomes a very lonely thing. And some dudes most dudes deal with it by like, just get married and whatever, or you're already married and you just don't talk about it. But some dudes, like, the way they deal with it is like, they're away from the civilized world after that. I don't know. This is a 10 for me.
Oh, yeah.
He talks about we're all brothers. We all share the same home.
That means we do this? Because it's a 10. We both gave it 10.
Oh, you gave it 10 too?
I did, yeah. I had a 10 planned.
All right. If you're in Discord, put in the magic number. We'll pass out points. Dwayne already won his point. So somebody else, you put that code in there on that, and you'll get it. We've got more metal coming, so you gave it a 10. I gave it a 10.
Yeah, yep.
We've got more metal coming. We've got a band. I don't know if you've heard of them. They're called Meshuggah. I think you've heard of them.
Is Ben still here? He's like, I really wanted to make it to Meshuggah.
VIN out.
Sorry out.
Gone. Did not Russia just move hypersonic missiles into Cuba? Yeah, they did. They did. That's true. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at VinAndSORI@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish. Rubbish.
That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VIN and SORI. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. SORI and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. It's Chelsea Lita.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Did somebody collect on that thing yet? Let's see.
Oh, right. And I will pull up Patreon right now and update that list.
All right, guys, here we go. The next song is by a band named
Meshuggah MonstroCity.
MonstroCity. You know, like monstrosity?
Oh.
But monstrosity. All right, here we go. Is this not much? Who is this? Is this a Nick pick or a Ben pick?
I believe this is the rest are Nick.
The rest are Nick picks. All right, here we go. Meshuggah MonstroCity, and it's a lyric video. Let's do this shit right up. Okay, that's good. All right. That was The Violent Sleep of Reason is the name of that album.
The Violent Sleep
which I think
of Reason.
is a brilliant title.
Wow, that
for a record.
is, yeah.
Pretty sure that song was about us though.
Well, I thought it had this sort of dystopian thing, but
us. Yeah.
There was some,
What was the name of the song again?
This one's called MonstroCity.
MonstroCity lyric. Okay, go ahead.
But yeah, let's dig into it a little bit here, because
I mean, the word dystopian is actually used.
It is used, yeah.
Song,
that's why I thought for sure we had that.
So
and it was talking about like the red skyline and stuff like that. So I was like,
yeah, it's a dystopian
but
world.
toward the end, I was like, wait, hold on a second.
It's a dystopian world, and we then come to see what makes the world dystopian is people believing that they have the truth. That's just so strange to me, but that shows you. That's why, like, shout out to the homie, Runaway Siren, because she explicitly talks about postmodernism.
Mm-hmm.
Like in a critical way.
Okay.
But obviously, for the battle that she's waging, the postmodernist ideology is not very helpful. This girl is she's a lesbian, she's a biological woman, and she's not with
she's a separatist.
Yeah. She's a separatist against all biological males, if you understand what I'm saying. But yeah, this song seems to be, and I checked the release date. The release date was October 7th.
Yep,
and
2016.
And what happened a month after that was the actual election between Trump and Hillary. That's when that's when it actually happened. Mm-hmm. So it came out a month before the elections were ratified. What's the actual date though in November? Because that might have been to the day. What
November
day was the 2016 election? That was what day? That was November 8th. So the record came out October 7th, and the actual
was the next day.
Election was November 8th. It was a month. It was a month and a day later. So I think that this is probably a critique of the people that voted for Trump. Right? Because they're in the middle of all...
Skyline draped in shimmering red even gives it another
irradiant
look, right? Because Trump always had his, one, because the right, and two, because of
make
America great.
Exactly. Irradiant and treacherous. So it's a light skyline draped in shimmering red. Irradiant means there's no light coming out of it, and treacherous. Mm-hmm. Neon prophecies hail the end, the capital of piety. Totalitarianopolis, city of dread. The glorious...
I don't know if you remember, but remember we watched that documentary or something about, and it was all about Trump prophecies, basically all these Christians are crazy
it's
about.
It's true. There were a lot of prophecy people coming out the woodwork, prophesying about Trump, after the fact. I'm not going to lie. There was a dude that prophesied about Trump before the fact.
That's pretty wild.
They actually made a movie out of the guy. Literally, I'm not kidding. He had this prophecy about Trump, and everybody thought he was crazy. And his wife was like, dear, you know how Christian wives get when their husbands are out of pocket and they're trying to be good Christian wives. I'm not talking about you, like that. But Shorty was like, you probably don't want to go tell niggas that. He was a firefighter or some shit. He was prophesying about Trump. And this was before Trump even threw his hat in the ring or whatever.
That's wild.
And then, he got elected and whatever. But people make so many prophecies all the time. I'm like, I don't know, man.
You just got lucky.
I mean, I don't know how to interpret it. You know what I'm saying?
What did it say?
The other thing is there's prophecy and there is also the interpretation of what it means. Yep. And I think that's where people get screwed up. You've got instances in the Bible where people see something and they prophesy about it, but the conclusion they come to is not the conclusion that God wanted them to come to. Right. But it is what it is. But you're right. There were some Trump prophecies around in Totalitarianopolis, city of dread, the glorious streets of dystopia, continuously running red. This is where self is relinquished, autonomy sacrificed, the idolatry of tyrants compulsory. That a lot of that language is part of the abortion discussion, right? This is where the self is relinquished, autonomy sacrificed, the idolatry of tyrants compulsory. You know, people use the term bodily autonomy, which I got to tell you is one of the worst abortion arguments I've ever heard in my life. Bodily autonomy is a doctrine that you should be able to do whatever you want with your body. None of us believes in universal bodily autonomy. 90% of our laws have to do with what you can and cannot do with your body.
Right.
Even the speed limit is really an injunction on what you do with your body.
Yep.
Because the speed limit says whatever pounds of pressure that your foot uses to get you to 65, only apply that as your max point of pressure. That's the government telling you what to do with your foot. I don't get to strangle people to death and then get into court and tell the judge, listen, you can't tell me what to do with my body. I don't get to use my finger to depress a trigger and shoot you and then say it's my bodily autonomy. Ridiculous. All of us know that you have bodily autonomy up until the point where you cause harm to another Homo sapien. Like, we all know this. So the bodily autonomy argument is crazy. It's like, oh, if the government won't let you kill your child, then that means they're telling you what to do with your body. Well, yeah, they're telling you what to do with your body. You know who else gets told what to do with their body? If a man strangles a woman to death while she's pregnant, he's getting hit for both counts. You know how I know? Because I knew the man and the woman that happened with. So, like, I get it. A lot of the anti-Trump people were terrified during the Trump situation. And they truly believe that if you don't have the ability to kill a child in the womb, then that's limiting your bodily autonomy. Of course, at the same time, these same people, when you say, look, man, we're aborting kids 8th, 9th month, they go, no, that's only for medical procedures or whatever. And I said, well, what if it wasn't just a medical procedure?
Then what?
Then what? It's like, well, you know, that's her choice. Like, you could tell they're uncomfortable with it, but the minute that you say you're not cool with a kid being aborted at 8 months, now you've just surrendered the bodily autonomy argument.
Right.
Like, I'm not going to say who it was, but we were doing a fireside one time, and the guy was like, why are you against women having control over their own bodies? And I said, well, do you believe in any gestational limits? He said, somewhere around month 5, because then pain starts to register. So I said, okay, so you're using pain to limit this woman's bodily autonomy, you horrible fascist, nasty pig. Like, it's ridiculous. It's a dumb argument. Yeah. It's even that, who is it? The not very smart guy that was Destiny. Even Destiny said the bodily autonomy argument was terrible. And it's just a bad argument. Yeah. Like, a lot of times, like, when I'm like gonna debate somebody or something, I like embody them and say, what is the strongest argument that I have on the other side?
That's such a great way to do that. I forgot that's what you do.
That's how I work backward. And that's why when I'm in a debate most of the time, I quote the people from the other side, because I swim in the other side's perspectives. So
yeah, that's true. You usually do that.
Yeah, most of the time, like, I almost never quote anything from my side. I'm always quoting stuff from, especially when it comes to abortion. Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger, have given us so much, wonderful talking points. I think it's ridiculous for anybody to even, if you want to go after abortion, all you have to do is quote abortionists. That's it. That's all you have to do.
Yeah. That's so true.
Most of the craziest shit I've said has come right from the pen.
Yeah, it's like you can't believe
of
it.
Abortionists.
But you know what? I think that's also like another hat tip to the Bible, because the Bible had how many authors? Your memory's better than me. 60. I was.
Well, 66 books, 40 different authors.
Yeah. Yeah. Over what span of time?
About a 1400-year period.
And you see how the message stayed the same. But here these people, Sanger, the people now would not, when you see written out the stuff that she said, especially about black people, it was crazy. Yeah. And for the movement to have been that short but be that terrible is, I don't know, shout out to the Bible that can span that long and stay that consistent, and not be so evil.
That was when I was really starting to look at Snopes with some curiosity, because Snopes was saying, "Oh no, she wasn't a racist. She just said blah, blah, blah. She wasn't a racist, though, because Martin Luther King's daughter said something nice about her. Like, ridiculous.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, if I would have put those
Is that
quotes...
an exaggeration?
No, it wasn't. If I'd have put those quotes in the mouth of Donald Trump and then said he's not a racist, everybody would have been laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where self is relinquished, autonomy is sacrificed, the idolatry of tyrants compulsory. Welcome all to MonstroCity, where the norm is that of the insane.
Autonomy sacrifice, it could be that, but couldn't it also be, like in Christianity, it says like, that basically we're, what's that one? My mind just lost it. Like, we're crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live. Like, the idea that you, like...
I don't think that this guy's looking at Galatians.
You think he's just going with that?
No, I think when secularists use certain terms, it's because they're part of a secular cult that they don't know about.
Oh.
So
they're not going to be looking... Yeah,
he's not looking at Galatians.
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
We're the bad guys because we're trying to limit bodily autonomy, right?
Right, yeah.
And they're not thinking about the bodily autonomy of the child that's been completely, literally torn away from them.
Right.
Because we can't see those victims.
And we can't see the victim of the mother years later when she comes to terms with.
Agree. Even though a bunch of you pro-life people don't want to say that the woman is a victim, because you want to criminalize her and demonize her, and not criminalize and demonize the dudes that created the society, and the almost always male doctor that's about to take that child's life. You want to put it all on this woman when she's in the midst of a crazy ass economy. And the minute that Roe v. Wade got struck down, it should have been evangelicals that should have released a thing that said, we're going to fight like mad for maternity leave.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? The only people I hear talking about maternity leave is the leftists who hate children and women. The only people I hear talking about paid maternity leave and extended maternity leave are these nasty secularists. But we don't want abortion to happen. Isn't it logical to say, okay, since Roe v. Wade put abortion in peril for millions of people, maybe now we should say, hey, how about we have maternity leave? How about the world finally gets us to see us go do something on behalf of women? Because I believe that fighting for pro-life is a pro-woman thing to do. But the culture doesn't look at it that way.
No.
But they would look at us advocating for maternity leave and extended maternity leave. And wouldn't you know it, maybe some paternity leave. Because we're the ones that are always saying children fare better when a mom and dad are in the house. I agree. Cool. So how about we initiate certain laws that make it so that women get maternity leave and that men gets not as much but some paternity leave, so that we can have a family unit and that woman can establish that necessary bond between her and her child, that we just said you can't abort, which is the right thing to do. But the other right thing to do is to make sure that that woman is not going to be completely and totally ruined, thereby giving her the secular motivation to end the life of her child. So the minute that Roe v. Wade thing came out, the Christians should have came out with one voice and said, 100%. We are going to demand with even more fervor the maternity and the paternity leave. Does that make sense to me? It's logical. If you're worried about life, that seems to be logical. What these people say is these people don't give a fuck about the life of that child. They just care about controlling the mother. And honestly, before I met some of you pro-lifers, I used to just brush that argument aside and say, ridiculous. We're the most generous. It's true. Pro-lifers are the most generous people. We're more likely to give to charity than other people in and outside the church, whatever. But on this particular social issue, it seems to me that we have demonized women so much to the point where it is not an instinct to fight for maternity leave. So I got the leftists fighting for the maternity leave. Okay? The supposed pagan, godless leftists are saying, hey, I think we should give women a little bit more time off work so they can maybe establish a bond with a child, maybe put her in a situation where maybe she could say, you know what, maybe I'll stay home. Nope. Nope. What do we hear? Well, that's your responsibility. You got yourself pregnant. I'm not here to pay for your child, which is okay, fine. Like, that's not capitalism, but it is Christianity. But what people are seeing in the world is we are being Christian when it comes to what women can and cannot do with their body. And then we're completely, totally mean, non-humanist secular pagans. Because there's secular humanism. Mm-hmm. This is secular non-humanism. This is a human being as a unit is in trouble. I don't care. The fight was about abortion. It wasn't about life. So that to me, like, I don't have time for either. I mean, you guys have seen what happens when somebody tries to defend the practice of abortion. Like, I have no problems with saying I have destroyed everybody that's ever tried to advocate for that thing. And it's not because I'm a good debater. It's because it is impossible in a context where we're talking about truth and liberty and things like that and autonomy. It is impossible to justify the killing of another human being who have committed no crimes. Yeah. These people have essentially criminalized at the capital level existence. That's what it is. And that's why when these people talk about babies in the womb, they have this sort of resentment. I remember one guy saying, hell yeah, put that kid in the blender, blah, 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 little bastard, blah, blah, blah. It's just like we were talking about earlier about the need to dehumanize your victims. And so these people have dehumanized their victims, but we, in the pro-life side, has dehumanized these women. Wow. And we don't want to hear about the ancillary pressures that religion and men have put on women that put them in the clinic. We don't want to hear about that. And that's why you have pro-lifers 2 years ago in Louisiana. Louisiana banned abortion. But what they had on the docket was Jeff and them boys. They had the death penalty on that docket. And so at the last second, the Louisiana legislature was like, well, wait a second, we're not trying to kill these women. We just want to save the baby. We're not trying to kill these women. And they fought for hours and hours. And I was in their little secret chat. Because they don't, I was in their secret chat. And you would have thought that those people in Louisiana repealed the abortion stance and went back to being pro-choice. They didn't. But there was a funeral in that chat because they said these people have decided not to give children justice, I think is what they said. Which means real justice will be kill the mother.
Oh my gosh.
And so it's like...
He's the same crew that dropped all those butterflies around the whole city?
It was...
Is that the same church?
It was... Yeah, it was those boys. So, I was like... Jeez. So did they reverse the whole bill because we couldn't get the kill? They were like, no. That's still, they're about to announce it in an hour. But they took off our death penalty thing and these people were like, I'm hurt. I'm grieved. Oh my God. I was like, yo, that's when I was like, I was in that chat to like get the intel and see what people after that. I couldn't deal with those people anymore. I just like, I'm out. I'm out. I don't want to hear it. So, like,
unbelievable. Oh my God, that literally makes me feel dizzy. That's crazy.
But that's what I was hearing.
I've heard jail. Like, I didn't know, like,
killed her. You're talking about killing these folks.
And she has other kids, like...
Relishing the idea of damnation, the wailing and gnashing of teeth. They know for sure where judgment's due, what's above and what's beneath. So, like, we get to arbitrate, we get to tell who's getting judged and who isn't. And it always seems to be the people that think differently than us, look differently than us, act differently than us. The scripture says judgment begins in the house of God. Paul said if we judged ourselves, we would not be judged along with the world. Then you've got 1 Corinthians 5, where Paul says to the Corinthian church, what business is it of mine to judge those outside the church? And the implication is, it's not your business. We spend all this time telling these people how horrible they are, and we won't judge ourselves. So then these people, because they have eyes and minds, they can judge us for being hypocritical. And the fact of the matter is, some of y'all do relish the idea that the people who disagree with you will end up in judgment. You relish that shit. You like it. You love telling these people they're going to hell and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's true. And like, he writes a song like this, like, I think he's talking about us, and if you look at the temporal context, it makes sense. Here we go again. In here, everyone knows the truth. Which unforgiven icon is real? Intolerance and prejudice saturates their zeal. That is again a postmodernists don't believe that we can apprehend absolute truth.
That's right. Yeah.
And so to claim to a postmodernist that you know the truth to them is a giant red flag.
Yeah.
It's more than offensive. It's like that's indicative of somebody you got to avoid because people get dangerous if they feel they know the truth. Which unforgiving icon is real? That's talking about God. Which God is real? Whatever. And look, he talks about God, if I'm right, as an unforgiving icon, but that's because that's how we present him. We're talking to LGBT people. We present God as unforgiving. You're in a chat with other very strong, active Christians in the pro-life group, and y'all are crying over the fact that we don't get to execute women. I shouldn't even say that shit out to the public, but
your boy Edwards gets worshipped.
But I'm kind of duty bound to say it. You know what I'm saying? Like it would not be. It would be a compromise in my principles if I didn't talk about it. But it doesn't make us look very good. But I was there in that chat, and then people absolutely wanted vengeance against those women. And the crazy thing is that when we got into the whole fight, the people that were showing up there were all women initially.
Yeah.
And those women, I kid you not, had between 5 to 8 abortions between just the two of them. Mm-hmm. One of them was a sex worker. Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, you want us to kill this woman and this woman?
That's so crazy.
These women were out. I remember one time it was like sleeting. And sleet in Maine is horrible. It's miserable. The sky is overcast. We were late. I remember turning the corner and there she is by herself, braving the crazy weather. That woman we want to kill. It's mind-boggling to me. It's mind-boggling to me.
They never learned from the lesson. Jesus is out there. They bring this woman caught in adultery before him, and the religious leaders, whatever, men are all around with their stones ready to stone her. And Jesus stoops down and starts writing in the dirt. You know, it doesn't say what he was writing. And then he said, "Whoever is without sin, let him cast the first stone." And then from the greatest to the least, they started dropping their stones and leaving because they were like, "Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've done shit too." But like, we didn't learn from that. Like, the woman, you know, she was caught in adultery. She was doing something, but Jesus told her, "Go and sin no more." Like, you have these women that are in these situations, and like they're all coming out against them to kill them.
But they should be killed. You remember one time the biggest guy in our group? The dude was like 6'4", literally 6'4".
Yeah, that was a little.
And he went crazy.
Yeah.
On these women. And I pulled him aside and I said, "Look, if you can't control yourself, you can't come here, bro. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm about to suspend you for a week."
Yeah, yep.
And I was just laughing at the comedy of the situation because, like, I'm like 5'1". This dude is like,
not 5'1".
This dude was like 6'4". Remember they put that in the newspaper? Like a little small black man perched on a little thing. Shout out to man, you racist motherfuckers over there on the left.
Yeah, what the heck?
But yeah, like he just went crazy, and I'm thinking like look at these dynamics. Here's this little you know average sized woman, and here's this big 6'4" dude like losing it at the top of his lungs, like so. But like, you know, eventually you have to come to the real conclusion that these people are not. We're not all here for the same reason.
No.
You know, the women, the post-abortive women understood the girls going into the clinic in a way that we obviously never could as men.
Yeah.
So you had those girls, but they were traditionalist Christians, so they were defaulting to what the men did. And I used to tell Shorty, like, "Yo, you started this whole thing. Just tell me what to do." Yeah. And she just, nope.
Yeah.
When the news would come for the interviews, she'd be like, "Yep, talk to Vin." Like, you know, they were very much like Orthodox Christian.
Yeah.
You know, men are the leaders. We need men to lead. They were doing a great job, in my opinion, by themselves, but they were praying constantly for men to show up. Mm-hmm. So then when we showed up, it was like this, you know, this thing from heaven. But, and you know, they made me de facto leader because the other guy got jammed up by the police and the court system.
Mm-hmm. I never understood why you like would roll your eyes so much at that concept, but I see what you're saying. That should be one dominated by women. Like, even how awkward.
We're
if
not
I
in
was going
church.
in there,
We're not in a church context. Why
Yeah.
does a man have to lead the situation?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
these two women had been through it. They'd actually done the procedure multiple times.
yeah.
Like, they, you know, but
Yeah.
you understand the church structures and things like that. They were coming from a place where they wanted the men to, you know, spearhead. And, you know, I was glad to a degree because
You
when
never
people,
said that.
when people spit on you and things like that, they're going after the main person. So they were always coming after me.
Yeah.
And I, you know, and, you know, then, you know, they'd find out who I was and name me in the, you know, and I was completely fine with that. I was much happier with that happening to me than the girls there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember when I guess like a week or two before I came, dudes were like threatening the women, getting violent with them and shit, and that stopped. So like,
I mean, yeah, for that you need the women there, but all and the men there. You also,
well,
I think
there
it's great to
there
have
was
the
men there,
too.
but there was a certain collection of them.
Yeah.
JB and all the rest of them. dudes.
Stop it, babe. Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah.
But like the song is basically talking about a dystopian society, because a lot of people blame Christians for the MAGA stuff and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I just have to say, like, what did Trump do in the first, like, what significant thing did he do that made life horrible for everybody? I mean,
Babe, how come those...
he did nothing. Like, it was all, there was all this belly aching over this dude, and he won, and nothing changed for most people in America.
Mhm.
Like,
How come neither one of those women used that they had abortions before?
oh, she did.
No, like I'm saying, yell it in the street. I did this before. Don't do it.
D did.
What happened when she did that? I never heard that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they look at her, sometimes they went. I mean, you know how it goes. There's most of the time them girls is there was a dude there.
I know.
Escorting her in.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that really changed me. I'm like, oh, pro-life, pro-choice, huh?
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. Shorty doesn't look like she has a very big choice. And obviously the major one where the girl turned back to talk to you and her boyfriend shoved her into the clinic right in front of the officer. The watching, I was like, yeah. I said, when can you ever see a black dude put his hands on a woman and shove her into any
and yell
place
into the face of a white woman?
under the watchful eye of police while he aggressively yells in the face of a white woman?
Mm-hmm.
When would that ever be tolerated, other than to kill a black child?
Mm-hmm. In the state of Maine,
there is no other context in which that dude would have been able to do that, other than the fact that he was about to kill his white little child. I mean, his black little child. And you know what?
Oh my God!
You know what Nixon said is that they want abortion legalized in Colorado so they can get rid of the little black bastards, which is exactly what happened. We have the highest per capita abortions than anybody in this country. The Mexicans are going to outpopulize us in another 10 years when we were head and shoulders above those folks. The Mexican people, they're not going to the abortion clinic like we are. So, yeah, the song, I still say the song was a good song. It was a lot of open chord stuff, which is weird for me because Meshuggah has the djenty stuff, which is kind of just like you're just palm muting like crazy with everything. There was a lot of open chord there. That's what took me by surprise. I'm going to give this one a 9.7.
This one is a 9.4 for me.
This was a really good song, and it was a really cool way of articulating the sentiments that people had, you know, of MAGA voters or the Christian right or whatever you want to call it. I don't think it's necessarily the best, most fair, but it definitely, like, it was speaking for a lot of people. A lot of people had that feeling. And I don't think we did a very good job of dispelling that feeling. But a lot of Christians don't really care about what unbelievers think of them, which is crazy to me.
Nope.
Like, there's a certain sense in which you say, man, I don't give a fuck what you think about me personally. But Paul did tell us to adorn the gospel. Like, we're not supposed to put things in the way of the gospel that will make people think that it's ugly. It's supposed to be beautiful. And I think that pro-choicers would have a very difficult time demonizing us if we were on the front lines for things like paternity leave, maternity leave, things like that.
100%.
You'd have a hard time demonizing. But when you're the group that's against that, and the group that's for that is also for abortion, then the only way I can interpret that is these people genuinely believe that abortion is a compassionate choice. And the reason I believe that is because they're also out there for maternity leave. If these people were like totally anti-God, anti-woman, anti-baby, they would not be pushing for maternity leave. But they are. So that tells me that they believe, now they're wrong, but they believe that abortion is the most compassionate option for people. But if you don't take that option, they're saying, hey, I should take money out of my pocket to help you have maternity leave so that you can bond with your child. Those are the same people. So I think that in reality, what they're doing is horrible and inhumane, but their motivations for doing it, I think, are good in the right place. And that's proven by the fact that they're willing to shell out their own money to get these women maternity leave. Us, on the other hand, we're saying we're pro-woman, we're saying we're pro-child, but we're saying fuck you to both of them once it's accomplished that we get the kids safely out of the womb. And we don't see how that relates to people not believing us when we say we care about you. Like, why would they think that?
Yeah.
Why would they think that? When you've just told this woman, man, fuck you and your baby. I'm keeping my money, practice some personal responsibility.
And the other thing, too, is that, like, I know that, like, it's very American or evangelical to have, like, a nice little sizable bank account, get good finances and make sure you have a chunk there. But, like, when you pull back and you look at the teachings of Jesus and stuff, it's like, there was the rich guy that said he, like, had so much stuff that he was taking in that he was like, you know what? Let me just build bigger storehouses instead of saying, hey, maybe I could pass out more to the poor.
Right.
So you have like a lot of, evangelical people that are, they want to have good finances and stuff, but it's like, I don't know how big should you have that little pot that you have in your bank account instead of like helping these women.
Feel how you want to feel. Muhammad had about 2 dinars left to his name, and he made sure that it was given away because he wanted to have no money in his bank account when he died. Because he said, you're going to have to account for every dollar to Allah. So it's better to have no money so you don't have to worry about that on Judgment Day. Now, look, I don't believe that that's true. I'm a Christian, but man, I wish we had that ideology.
I know, yeah.
I wish we had that ideology.
Yeah.
I don't believe that there's any gray areas relative to the abortion question. What are you killing? You're killing a human being. What crime has he committed? None. That means abortion is killing innocent human beings. That's not my opinion. That's just fact. But I don't think that people who support abortion have that knowledge. I don't think they know as much as we do about the we know they definitely don't know as much as we do on the topic. But I'm sorry, man. Like, you're right. Like we're about building bigger barns, and I can't tell you what the motivation for that segment of the pro-life group is, but it seems to be the majority segment, and it can't be that you care about women and children, because if you did, we should have been the ones that would be spearheading this maternity leave stuff, and we're not. So I don't know what their motivation is. I do know that whatever it is, they're lying. And I don't think they're lying purposefully. I think they've lied to themselves first. Like, you got a lot of animosity against these women, man.
Yeah.
Like, you want to kill these women? Like, there's a lot of fucking animosity
really deep,
there.
Man, yeah.
That's a lot of animosity. Like,
I think...
look, man, like, I don't believe in the death penalty. Jet, to answer your question, I don't believe in the death penalty, but if we're gonna resurrect the death penalty, I would rather the person who did the sexual assaulting get the death penalty instead of the child. Because in that situation, we are making the child pay for the sins of his father. And I don't think that that's a just system. I think if your dad is a rapist, then your dad should die. I don't think that you should die because your father was a rapist. So that's how
and
that's
the
how
thing
to answer
too
that
is
question.
that, like, part of being a mom is that you protect your kids at all costs. Like, the arrow comes toward your kid, you're not taking your child and throwing them in front of the arrow to protect yourself. Like, you're moving your body so it hits you and protects your kid, like, literally, figuratively, whatever you want to look at it. And, like, I think if a woman gets assaulted and she's still a mom. Like, that person did something evil to her, but it made her, she's a mom now. And so like as a mom, like you got to you protect your baby, and I know that started from something evil, but like that baby now needs your protection, and so to kill that baby because a man did something evil, like why would he took his strength and used it against somebody that was weaker than him, so why should we take our strength and use it against somebody that's weaker than us in response to what he did? Like we have to stop that and then protect the child. And I don't think that, like, maybe emotionally some women can't keep the child and raise the child. Maybe they can't. Maybe that's too, I don't know. I'm not in the situation, so I can't speak to those situations. But I do know a lot of women that I've spoken to personally that said that the birth of that child is the only saving thing. That you hear people say it all the time. They'll be like, I was in this shitty relationship. I can't believe I was with that guy, blah, blah, blah. But I got my kid from it. And all this craziness that people say, but I got my kid from it. Like, there is something that, like, you bring life into the world, that it's like a whole universe inside that child.
I mean, look, I'll just say this, to Handmaid's Tale was written to warn of the excesses of republicanism, pro-lifism, particularly. Every single baby that was born in Gideon was looked upon as precious, and many times is explicitly stated as the only reason these women are continuing in this dystopia. There's a very particular scene where one woman is on the bridge with the baby, the rape baby, and they're trying to talk her off the bridge, and what it turned out to was, we got to give a better life for this girl, and if you jump off this bridge with her, you're not going to give that to her. She didn't say, well, that was a rape baby, so I don't give a fuck about this child. That's what saved her life. And there's all other monologues on the show where the main character, I think her name is June, she's talking to the baby and saying, I'm going to make it because of you. So I'm not saying this. This is from a pro-choice feminist that wrote this story that is designed to warn us of the excesses of right-wingism, particularly pro-lifism. That's the entire thesis of that show, is that if these guys take over, you're going to have a Gideon type situation. That's why when the Supreme Court decision came down, you had all these women talking about, oh, we're Gideon now. It's like, well, I'm sorry, but abortion was not even, maybe this is in the book, but there's never a time when a girl gets pregnant in Gideon, at least on the show, where they say, we need to kill this child.
Right.
They never say that. The child is always a saving grace. And this show has been like universally looked upon as like a feminist raw. And like nobody caught that part. So that's what I'd say. That's what I'd say. We've got one more person. We've got one more song to do, even if the person who was assaulted is underage. Well, again, if your body biologically has the mechanisms to get pregnant, and again, the occupant in the womb is a human being. If there's if there is a debate as to whether or not the occupant in the womb is a human being, then fine, we can have gray areas all over the place. But if science has told us definitively that we're dealing with an entirely separate human organism, then we have to say there are certain instances in which innocent human beings can be killed. And the minute you say that, you have now stratified the justice system in your society. Because at that point, you're saying not all human beings are equal. Some human beings are worthy of living. Other human beings are not worthy of living, even if they don't commit any crimes. So, as I said, you're criminalizing existence at that point. You're capitally criminalizing existence. So that's kind of my issue with that.
The other two things that I would say on that point is that, for one, if somebody underage ends up getting pregnant, it is literally the safest thing for them to continue through that pregnancy, because actually an abortion with somebody who's smaller is actually more dangerous to the woman or the child, if you want to call it, depending on how old they are. It's more dangerous for them to have an abortion, one, through their own death could happen, and two, because the damage that can happen through abortion can make it so they can never have future children. And we've met people in that situation as well.
That situation is way more common. I will say at the Planned Parenthood, there was always an ambulance out there.
That happened.
And there were a couple times when that would happen. And those things, and it's funny, one time the media was out there, but the Portland Press Herald didn't talk about that. They just talked about,
they leave that out of it.
Talked about me.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing too is that if we should open up abortions for if a girl is underage and she gets raped, like that ends up covering the rapist because the evidence is now gone. So
yeah, we showed that video, the Sting video of Planned Parenthood. This guy showed up as a pimp, and this woman showed up. She was like 20 something, but she posed as a 13-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, so they were going for an abortion. So this is a sex trafficked girl. And the Planned Parenthood person was saying, well, no, you won't be able to work for 2 weeks. But she said,
I hate this.
She said, you could still walk and swing your hips. You can, there's other things that you can do, but you won't be able to work for 2 weeks. And they're like, all right, cool. So this Planned Parenthood operative was explaining to this sex trafficked girl how to still be a prostitute 2 weeks after her abortion. And that's on camera. That's incontestable. It's there. And we're just supposed to pretend like that didn't happen. As far as like the complications that can happen to you, I will say, no matter how old you are, if you have an abortion early enough, it's not going to cause much damage to your body, no matter how old you are. But I think we have a guarantee that it's going to destroy a human body, which is the baby. Like that's look, the mother is a patient, but the baby is also a patient. And that's why I say, like, tell me the medical procedure in which it's only deemed successful if the patient dies.
Yeah, right.
We've only got one procedure. We have two procedures like that in America. One is abortion, and the other is lethal injection. Mm-hmm. Because in a lethal injection, that guy is still the patient.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things to think about. There are no easy answers. we're trying to be as direct and honest as possible. I'm going to give this song a 9.7.
I thought we already...
What did you give it?
Read it on... I
thought
I gave it a
9.4.
I thought I gave it a 9.4. 9.4.
Yeah.
The Black Dahlia murder is up next.
Black Dahlia murder
Thanks
is
for hanging
coming
there.
up. We got
hanging
one
in there
more
with
left.
us, guys.
It's only been 5.5 hours. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com. All right, guys, we decided to cut that commercial short.
And come back for the Black Dahlia murder.
Black Dahlia murder. Do we have anything?
Warborn.
Warborn is the name of this song. It is also a lyric video. Let's check it out. Warborn, Black Dahlia murder. Let's go. homie.
Yep.
Rest in peace to the homie. That's crazy. The Black Dahlia murder, the first song we did with them, This Is a Sinner. Doesn't he look like Jonathan?
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Looks just like Jonathan.
Yeah.
Black Dahlia murder is how we met Ian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said because it was about being in the mental hospital, and like, I talked about my experience in the mental hospital. It obviously was not as colorful as, whatever. And I talked about my brother and God and how I got through it.
Yeah.
And that's when he sent me the email. He's like, "Oh man, I wish I could believe that." Blah blah blah.
Oh.
And so that's what kicked off Ian and I's relationship. Ian is like literally like my little bro. Like, there's very few things I wouldn't do for Ian. Like, literally.
You talking Bible Boogie Ian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He never asked for it. He never asked for anything.
No.
But if he did, there are very few things I would say no to him about. Like,
It's
literally.
all stuff that would be destructive to him. Other than that, you'd probably say yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if he said, "Hey, get me a 6-pack," I'd get him a 6-pack, like, no problem. Like, he'd be at his house already. Like, that dude, like, I love that dude. Like, there was one video where I had a hard time getting through it because I was thinking about him in school. And, like, he didn't have a good time in school because he was autistic and shit, But I know, like, if we were there, like...
Would have been his friend.
Nobody would fuck with him, But anyway, yeah, I love that dude, like, to death. But so it's like, it's sad to me that this dude... It's just crazy, man. Like, you're at the top of the world, man. Like, your band is in Metallica, but it's...
What happened to him?
He took his own life.
Oh.
And it doesn't matter how good the external circumstances are, man. If that shit in your brain, like, if it's not, those chemicals aren't right, man, it could be hell. And you don't have a very good support system. Take your meds, people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. If you've got a headache, you're gonna grab for the Excedrin, right?
Mm-hmm.
If your stomach is acting crazy, you're gonna go for the Pepto. All right, if your head is fucked up, man, get your meds, get straight, get people, that's easy for me to say. I have, like, the most supportive person in the world with me. And you could still support somebody and they still end up that way. I have too many people. It's coming up to, like, I'm losing more people to mental health stuff than gunfire, which is crazy. I never thought I'd say something like that. But anyway, the song isn't about suicide, but I definitely wanted to, like, recognize the homie because he meant a lot to a lot of people, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And you can look at it like, oh, he quit on everybody. Or you can look at it like he held on as long as he possibly could. Mm-hmm. Whatever was fucking with him was just, you never know what happens to the person's final moments in their interactions with God. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying, make sure you're right before you get to that point, because you don't want to appeal to an exception.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A person's life can be good and they still do that to themselves. It's all in the brain. Yeah, man. A lot of that shit is psychological and spiritualogical.
Yep. That's for sure.
Amidst a swirling dim of smoke and screaming on the battlefield, born, reared on the teat of my dead mother war.
Mine says dear mother war.
Yeah. Dead mother, dear mother. I'm just going to go with dear mother because that's more ironic to me. And he said, hardened to stone through abuse, mocked, beaten, and scorned, a bayonet severed the umbilical cord. That's crazy. But that line right there, hardened to stone through abuse, mocked, beaten, and scorned.
Yeah.
That could either be, we're talking about hazing, which happens in a lot of, well, it doesn't really.
Oh.
Or you can look at it, because this also happened. You're the scrawny kid all through high school, and now you decided you're going to join the military, and nobody's going to fuck with you. That's what Nick Irving said, that the sniper dude on the Sean Ryan show.
Oh, really?
Picked on all the time. He was bullied all the time. So he wanted to join the military to kind of... So he's like, after his first deployment, he came back home. He's like, I've killed people. So, like, fuck with me. Go ahead. And everybody remembers that feeling, man. I wasn't picked on in school. Like, we had beef with a lot of people, but we never got picked on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that must be a crazy thing to feel. And then now you're at war. Like, you're a warrior now. And that was weird.
Yeah.
Like that, because anytime I think about warrior, I'm thinking about people in the past,
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's a crazy thing to think about. Like, if you got deployed, you're a warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But like, a bayonet severed the umbilical cord. This guy was so brilliant in the way that he would phrase things. Like, so intelligent. Born and reared on the teat of my dear mother war, hard to stone through abuse, mock, beaten, and scorn. The bayonet severed the umbilical cord. That's incredible. That's just very good freaking writing.
Mm-hmm.
Really good writing.
Yep.
The wind sings its
That's
sweet...
a big switch for somebody to take, and like for them to be and then for, like, using the bayonet severed umbilical cord. I think that's a really cool line too, because whenever I hear them talking about like their experiences with, on the battlefield, killing people, doing whatever it is that they're doing, it's always crazy because you can see it in their face and hear it in their voice, like something drastically changed for them, and that there's something really deeply sad about it. They don't always like put focus on it. I don't think, like, sometimes like when Sean Ryan is talking to them, it'll come out in other ways. But there's like that you see them do the raw for what they do and like their excitement about it and their love for it. But then you also see like in the quieter moments, like the sad that is there. I don't know. It's just
Well, yeah, I mean, no matter how justifiable that kill was to you, like, I think you still killed the person at the end of the day. I used to say, anybody that acts like they're cool with that is faking. I don't say that anymore, because I do think there are people that are cool with it and like genuinely enjoy it.
I mean, that White Death person seemed to be fine with it.
I mean,
did it all his life.
Well,
went back even after his face got blown up.
Well, that makes sense to me. Like, they hurt you. You're not gonna get off the battlefield after somebody hurt you. That's gonna put you on the field so you can say, you didn't take me off. I went off on my own volition. Like, Luttrell did that after the whole lone survivor situation.
So did Jesus on the cross.
He went back to Iraq. He went to Iraq to go fight. Which Iraq was shooting fish in a barrel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, just stay in the stack and, take care of your corner, you'll get some bodies, like. But, yeah, man, this guy, man, it's just such a I hate when people, like, beautify war.
Yeah.
But born, reared on the... It's crazy to me, though, because I had a family member who made through selection to a very prestigious, whatever. And the honor guy at his, thing said something like, you've got an entire generation of Americans who were born in war. Because they're talking about the GWAT. And they were born in the era of terrorism. And so he was talking about how they're the domestic arm of making sure that those fears and eventualities don't happen. I think it was brilliant. It was a brilliant speech, but it really hit me. I'm like, damn, that's true. Like, our kids only know GWAT, America. They only know that. If you're on a plane, like, there's certain procedures that they think is normal that was never a procedure. Taking off the shoes, the weirdo TSA people, like, that shit wasn't like that prior to 9/11. So it's like, it was weird to me. And then I remember I was driving in a car with the kids one time, and I offhandedly threw something out about 9/11, and they're like, well, and I'm like, yo, they don't, it's not a, and so, like, I'm like, that's right. It's history to them. You know, that's history
know,
to them.
I
They weren't
know.
even born then. So
Yeah.
I was like, damn, you know, like, so I had to explain the whole situation. They're like, what? Somebody, you know, Dorian, somebody did that to us? You know, like, what
Yes,
are you
they
talking
did.
about? What are we talking about here?
I actually like it when they make songs like beautifying war. I know that's probably surprising to you, but it's the reason I like it is because I don't think it's good if like it encourages more of it, but I do like understanding what the soldier is experiencing, because I never thought that that was a piece of it. Like the way that they described it, how like, you know, as kids playing it, couldn't wait to get on the battlefield, like the excitement, the thrill of going with your friend. Like all of that stuff like really surprised me, because I think because of the way that I was raised and my understanding of violence and war and all that stuff, I was like against all that kind of killing and stuff. So hearing it like makes it make more sense, because I'm like, why would people put themselves in the situation to go out there and have to kill people and traumatize themselves, and really the conditions that they're always, it looks like it's pretty miserable living conditions too, weird food.
Well, I mean, when you're a young American, you're raised on Call of Duty and all this shit, you think it's going to be like in the video games.
Yeah.
And for some people, it really is. I sighted my weapon at the press the trigger, the guy dropped, I went on to the next one. Like, that's, you know, it's not until you hear like people saying something and you're like, you don't understand the language, and then you look over the Terp and say, what is that kid saying? And the Terp looks at you and says, he's asking if anyone's seen his father. That's when all the like the Fortnite shit like disappears. And then, you know.
Had anyone seen his father?
Yeah, we knew where his father was.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Yeah, his father was in the underworld at that point.
How old was this kid?
I don't know.
Just take a guess. 5, 8, 14?
I don't know.
No idea. Damn. Yeah.
That's crazy. I know 9/11 through memes. That's
Oh my
crazy to me.
gosh.
I watched that shit unfold. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah. Some girl came into class, and she said, and it was crazy because it was an elective class, and we were talking about like what's really important in life. I swear to God, like that was the discussion.
Serious?
And in the middle of that discussion, here comes this girl. And at first, she was kind of like smiling and kind of embarrassed or whatever, you know, because it's just being a teenage girl in front of a class. She's like, a building just hit the World Trade Center, blah, 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 blah. And our teacher was like, get out of here. You're interrupting my class. And she was like, nah, for real. A plane hit. It's in the resource room right now. And the first thing I said out of my mouth was fucking bin Laden. And the kid next to me said, you racist, blah, blah, blah. And that was when I hadn't been to the hospital yet. You know, I hadn't been diagnosed with that. I said, shut the fuck up. I know, you know, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, like, turned out it was bin Laden. So I showed up to school. I'm like, what now? But he was terrified. Like, that kid didn't talk for the rest of the, I mean, I ended up in the hospital pretty soon after that, but like, he was just, there are a lot of people who were just terrified, like really scared. And I would just remember being like, because my girlfriend at the time was in New York. I was in Maine. My girlfriend was in New York at the time. And my brother was also in New York. As a matter of fact, it was one of those weird situations where he was supposed to be somewhere and he was late, and he's never late, and he missed it. And so, you know, my aunt was in that building. She died. Like, I was just like, I hate being in situations where like people get hurt and I can't do anything. I can't stand that shit. The shit was unfolding. You saw people jumping off buildings, all types of crazy shit.
That's crazy. We were like 10 minutes away from each other at that point when that was happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was just watching that, and I was just like becoming more and more like, I just kept walking around saying, okay, I saw all these people, girls are crying, the world's gonna end, all type of shit. And you just feel like really useless, because I was like, yo, how did these people do this? We're America, you know, type of shit. And I was like, man, all right, okay. It was just a crazy time to be alive, man. Like, it was RIP to my aunt for sure. Yeah, man, it was crazy. So like, to think about like, yeah, it's terrible that we saw that, we went through that, but I also had an America before 9/11, and my kids never had that. And to me, it's like, which is worse? You know what I'm saying? Like, to have the pre-9/11 America and then see the moment that it was taken from you, or to just be born into war and the TSA and all this shit.
You know? I'd rather have what we had.
They don't know any different.
Yeah.
They don't know any different. They don't know what it was like to be America when we had all this disposable income and Starbucks blew up because we had all this excess money and everybody's watching Friends, and like we didn't care about anything. The Monica Lewinsky thing was the biggest news item. Like, we didn't care about global politics. We didn't care about none of that shit. And that's why, like, the media would invent shit to talk about. And that's why the media became, like, really like the Inquirer or something. There was just, the rest of the world was burning, but we were, like, in this impenetrable force field. We didn't care about nothing. And then 9/11 happened. And all of a sudden, we got very, very global. So, yeah, it is really that different, like, but it's hard to explain how different it was to a person who never experienced it. It's crazy to me. Like, when I was in the car, I was like, holy shit, like, yo, this is real. Like, they really don't know. And why would they? Like, holy hell. Like, this is like the most important day in my life. I remember I was in 7th period and I wrote in my journal, nobody's ever going to forget this day. I put 9/11. I said, nobody's going to forget this day. Then I wrote something underneath it, which I won't repeat to the general public. But, like, I knew. Like, I knew. I knew what was going to happen for the next 30, 40 years. Like, I knew. And I was like, man. And, you know, it's Maine. So, a lot of Mainers, by the time you get to high school, you know you're weighing around a weapon pretty good. And, like, them white boys, like, they were not playing. They're like, okay. Like, it was real. Like, dudes were, like, you know, sign up for the Marine Corps, all type of shit. Like people weren't, I was like, okay, like, shit's about to get, everybody's about to get real busy. Like, this shit is about to get real out here. But, you know, when you're 17, 18 years old, you don't think anything is going to happen to you or your friends. You just think these people fucked up, because now I said to people, I said, we're going 30 to 1 on these motherfuckers. It turned out to be like 400 to 1. But, like, we're going to kill 30 of them for every one of ours. And I didn't know at the time my aunt was gone. I didn't know at the time that my brother should have been there, wasn't there. I didn't know none of that shit. It was just straight up patriotism and straight up, I love New York. And you got people jumping out of buildings and y'all out here celebrating. You got to, if somebody would have given me whatever weapon and they cut to that period of the people dancing and celebrating, I promise you I'd have mowed them all down. In that moment, which now I realize, like, that's the reason that Fox News kept playing that on a loop over and over again. Yeah. Because it was driving people crazy with insanity. And we were like, we gotta, you know, like,
stirring up the youth to go fight.
I didn't care who it was. I didn't care who their family. I didn't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm like, these people gotta die in bad ways. Let motherfuckers know. Never do this shit ever again to America. Like, that's where I was at. That's where a lot of people were at, man. Like that. So, like, these songs, the song is crazy because, like, it just hit me, like, yeah, these people that were born after 9/11, like, that's all they know. Not related to the subject at all, but I just found out your channel, watching One More Light reaction. Amazing input, so respectful too. Love you guys from Portugal. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Probably I missed stuff I never had when I watch old commercials on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that Dorian would have took 9/11 really hard. If that was a live action situation, he'd probably be over there. Like, I really believe that he would have really, really been over there. So I'm glad that he lived in a post 9/11 America, because he's not constituted to have that shit on his conscience.
No,
he's just not. I mean, nobody is, but he's really not. And I'm glad that other people are carrying that burden, not him.
Yeah.
Shout out to the homie. He's out there. That boy's out there living a dream. Yeah. I'm proud of you, boy. Well done. Keep it up. Don't worry about what your grandfather says about it. My grandfather is like my father is like religiously Democrat. Like when I told him what side Dory was, you saw his face, he was like genuinely hurt and disappointed. This song's a 9.6 for me.
9.2 for me.
Rest in peace to the big homie. We're gonna put him up there. You know, hey, what we can say is, if you look how powerful this dude is.
Actually, that would make a really good thumbnail.
Look
he
how
did that on that side and I did on this side.
Look how powerful this guy is here, guys. Like this guy, his mic game was crazy. His stage presence was crazy. But it took him out. Mm-hmm. So you know, if you need the help, get the fucking help, man. There's nothing unmanly about getting the help. There's nothing unmanly about getting meds, blah, blah, blah. Right? Like, do whatever. And I'm not saying I know this guy's situation. Maybe he was on meds, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But I can tell you that you're valuable. It's better than you're here than you not being here. If you're here for a reason. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to tell you what your reason is on YouTube. I don't know you. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is, give yourself a chance to figure out why you're here. This guy, he knew part of why he was here was to do music, but that wasn't the totality of why he was here. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, when you can't find enough reasons to live than to die, these things happen. So what I'm saying is, give yourself some leeway. Do whatever you have to do. See the counselor, take the meds, whatever. Give yourself some leeway until you figure out what your ultimate purpose is. And then once you've figured that out, I'm not going to say it's a magic pill and you won't ever have to get off your meds or something like that, but it will change your outlook and it will give you another very good reason to keep pushing and keep cracking. Mm-hmm. Rest in peace to this dude. No judgment to him. Only
prayers for our friends that are, feeling off.
Yeah. And, I believe I'm going to see a lot of y'all when this is all over.
Me too.
I believe a lot of us are going to come home. If you're listening to this, you didn't find it on accident. Mm-hmm. There's a reason for everything. And we're definitely not the paragons of virtue.
Nope.
And I'm starting to figure out maybe that's a good thing. Because maybe it'll give you guys some hope. Well, shit, if a dude like Vin, if God can, tolerate Vin, then he definitely is going to love me. That's a real thing, man. I'm a very, when I get in certain moods, man, and I get that, yo, say that shit, bro. I think that was one lyric in Slaughter to Prevail that I wanted to talk about, where he said something about something like something like his tongue was stone, so he's gonna move to iron or something. It was basically a metaphorical way of saying I'm gonna cut you up with my words, basically, is what he was. And I was really zeroed in on that lyric. We got talked about other things, so I didn't get it. But my point is, I'm that kind of person, man. When certain things get in my head and certain ideas get in my head, I just blasted this person from years ago in my life, 2 or 3 weeks ago. I just and she'd never heard anything like that from me for years. But she called me at the wrong time, and you just got both barrels on it. And then I was and I blocked her. I'm never gonna talk to her again. So that was the last thing that she had. My point in telling you that is to say, I'm not a very good person. And sometimes Jesus is the only human being that can tolerate me, and that's the reason that he's the only human being that can tolerate me, is because he's also God. Mm-hmm. So if he can find a way to love me, it'll be cake for him to love you. Believe me, because I promise you, 90% of y'all don't even have the capability to work the evil in the earth that I have. So I promise you, he does more than tolerate me. He loves the hell out of me. He loves him some Vin.
He does.
He probably loves me a lot more than he'll ever love any of you.
Well,
but there's nothing wrong with shooting for the stars and hitting the moon.
I mean,
you see what I'm saying? I'm fully convinced that I'm the most loved by God person I know. But like I said, second place to that is not a bad place to be. See what I'm saying? And he might give you the delusion that he loves you as much as he loves me. Who knows? But like I said, just because he doesn't love you at my level doesn't mean, trust me, any other level is like going to be euphoric for you, believe me. So anyway,
well, there you have it.
I
None
hate
of us
how
can be as loved as
you
Vin.
take medicines to help with your head and then you get the feeling better and don't think you need them anymore. That is true. That does suck. You got to consult with your doctors and the people around you, because the people around you will tell you, like, get back on your fucking meds, bro. And
Stay on them this time.
There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, you got mental health issues. Allow the people in your life to be honest, because I promise you, that'll be better for all of you. Okay, there you go. That's my appeal to keep you guys alive, at least till the next show. Shout out to the big homie Nick. He said this song's a 9.9.
Yep.
You know what? I had it at 9.8. I agree with Nick, though. I'm going to push that up to a 9.9. We left a lot of meat on the bones because we're 6 hours into this thing. We had very long reviews. I don't know what happened. Probably because we haven't done a show. We haven't done a show in a couple of days, probably. But there you go. Shout out to the big homie Nick. Shout out to the big homie Ben. Love you guys. We will see you guys, I think, tomorrow, right? Do we have...
Tomorrow is tentative.
Okay, tomorrow's tentative. All right, there you go.
If it is, it's going to be a Civil War stream.
Oh, shit. Okay, much love to all you beautiful people. Well done, Nick, on these selections, bruh. And I also like the little mini doc that you slipped in there. That was probably the highlight of the night for Soraya. That was really cool, really outside of the box, but it was still within, like, the hemisphere of where we operate. So, good job, Nick, on that one, for show. Brilliant dude. All right, guys. Much love to all you beautiful people. By the way, no pressure on anybody. If you create a stream and you don't include a doc, don't worry about none of that shit. Nick is a veteran. Like, he's done this a bunch of times, so he knows how we work. We kind of have a similar mind, okay? So if you're a new person, you're getting a stream, don't worry about none of that shit. Shout out to LSK92. I really like that name. Send me an email. LSK92 and tell me what's up with that name. That's badass. It might just be your initials and when you were born, but I don't care. I'm actually gonna have I guarantee you I'm gonna have a song, whether it's a rap song or a metal song. I'm gonna call it LSK92. That's how much I like that sequence of letters and numbers. All right, guys, much love to all you beautiful people. VIN